The first thing I did after my rebirth before the beast transformation was to shove all the braised chicken in my hand onto the dean, because when the global beast transformation hits, everyone will turn based on the last animal they ate. Some people ate delicious beef and became invincible duck kings. Some people ate 7 horses and turned into stallions, showing off their chiseled muscles, while I ate 2 servings of braised chicken and ended up as a basketball chicken meme, dying shortly after in the beast tide. Now that I am reborn, I am going on a borrowing spree, purchasing all kinds of powerful animal ingredients in advance to conquer the universe and become the king of beast transformation. First off, owls are a must-buy, because besides their powerful night vision, their hearing is also second to none. If I master these 2 innate abilities of the owl, I can ignore every crisis lurking in the night and become the king of the dark night in this apocalyptic beast tide. Besides that, the American electric eel, capable of discharging over 800 volts, which can instantly electrocute people to death, is also a must-buy. Because I saw it on the internet before I was reborn, it was insanely strong. It was basically like a real-life Thor. So I also want to obtain the electric eel's innate talent. Right, and ants too. The Amazon tribes have these people who specialize in eating bullet ants. Because they ate them before the transformation, they became powerful beast ants, capable of lifting 400 times their own body weight, like ants. And it would be best if it were bullet ants. But bullet ants are already spread across Central America and the South American tropical rainforests. To get my hands on bullet ants domestically, I am afraid I will have to find those bloggers who love breeding all kinds of ants and pay them a high price. The reason I chose bullet ants is because they are an anomaly among the ant species, rated as one of the top 10 most venomous creatures on Earth. Compared to other ants, bullet ants have sharp poisonous stingers and strong, powerful mandibles. Once stung, the pain index for humans can exceed level 4. I have analyzed this carefully. Owls can bring night vision and super hearing. Electric eels can bring the innate ability to release high-voltage electricity. And bullet ants should also be able to be like other ants, bringing a strength-based innate talent. If I am lucky, it might also bring a powerful bite force and venom-related abilities. Next, what I need to consider is defensive capability. Otherwise, no matter how strong other abilities are, if my physical defense is too weak after the transformation, I will still be easily hunted by others, or eaten by those evolved beasts. Since I have been reborn, I must build myself into a well-rounded warrior with 0 weaknesses. I muttered to myself, for defense, which animal ingredient should I prepare? Crocodile, pangolin, or turtle? I have seen someone who ate crocodile meat before the transformation and became a mutant with crocodile skin. The opponent not only had immense strength, but their bite force and defense were as monstrous as a crocodile's. Suddenly, my eyes lit up. I thought of a creature with shocking defense and a heaven-defying vitality. Sardelli people, eating ants before the disaster hits, can grant the innate gifts associated with ants. Africans eating mosquito cakes can also gain mosquito-related talents, which allow them to evolve and get stronger by sucking blood. Then what if I eat a tardigrade? Would I also be able to obtain the tardigrade's heaven-defying talents? If that is possible, then before the beast transformation disaster hits, I will eat a serving of tardigrade. Once that happens, I will be invincible. The more I think about it, the more pumped I get. You see, tardigrades are known as the creatures that even a sun explosion could not kill. They can survive extreme conditions that most species can't, like being boiled, crushed, or frozen solid, even being tossed into deep space. They could still keep on living, even if they are hit by a nuclear blast. As long as they are not at the epicenter, they could even withstand extreme radiation and be totally fine. And most importantly, tardigrades are found everywhere on Earth, in freshwater sediment, damp soil, and even on the water film of moss plants, you can find them. Therefore, before the beast transformation disaster hits, if I eat a tardigrade, I will gain their innate godlike abilities. So, the tardigrade is definitely the easiest to get, and arguably the best beast transformation ingredient. After mastering this intel, I immediately kicked things into gear. Just as I was collecting some moss, a 10-centimeter axolotl suddenly crawled by. Wait, I recall this thing has a near-immortal ability to self-heal. I grabbed the axolotl immediately, boxed it in a metal container, and clapped my hands. I took out my phone and searched for more info on axolotls. I definitely did not remember wrong. Axolotls have intense vitality and regenerative powers, so they can regrow their limbs, and even if their heart is gone, they won't die, and they will simply regrow it. I felt a bit excited. The tardigrade's god-tier durability, plus the axolotl's god-tier regenerative ability. If both of those merged into my body, would not I be truly invincible? After that, I grabbed some bullet ants, owls, and electric eels off the internet, and even got my hands on an ironclad beetle. That merchant told me, the ironclad beetle is the hardest insect on the planet. Even if you stomp on them really hard, or run them over with a car, they will be fine. Because the ironclad beetle's exoskeleton is insanely strong. It can withstand 40,000 times its own body weight. In other words, if scaled to their body proportions, they are the hardest-bodied creatures, and the strongest in nature. To ensure I had a reliable weapon, after the apocalypse, I went and got an 8-kilogram sledgehammer. I used the remaining money to buy 75 kilograms of crocodile meat and some chocolate. When the time comes, I will share the crocodile meatballs and ant chocolate with the classmates I am close to, and I will take care of my teacher, who has always been good to me. I have to look out for them. As for the others, that is their own business. If they want to come, they can. I do not have any interest in playing savior. In a blink, it was the day before the apocalypse, which happened to be the first day of school. The world is about to end. Who cares about going to class anyway? Afterward, I arranged for my teacher and classmates to meet in a private room. Then, for my teacher and a few good friends, I ordered a rabbit head for each of them. Because rabbits are nocturnal animals, they can see clearly even in the pitch black of night. So, these 7 spicy rabbit heads were for the teacher and my 6 good friends. This way, once the beast transformation disaster hits, after eating the rabbit heads, in theory, they will gain the rabbit's innate ability, and therefore, the ability for night vision, plus their recoil and agility, should be just as nimble as a rabbit. While the boss was preparing braised rabbit heads, I handed the crocodile meatballs and the ant chocolates I had prepped to my classmates. With the food they have consumed, I can rest easy. Once the beast transformation disaster hits, they will all have a decent chance of survival. With that taken care of, I can focus on my own journey and plan my next moves. 3:00 p.m. I checked into a luxury hotel room near the city center zoo. In my past life, the beast transformation started at 5:00 p.m., which means I only have 2 hours left. Time to start. I pulled my carefully packed specimens from the bag. First on the menu, the ironclad beetle. To make swallowing easier, I broke the ironclad beetle into pieces. I am not chewing. Piece by piece, I swallowed the pieces of the 2 ironclad beetles, washed it down with a soda filled with over 200 tardigrades. Next up, I started eating the 1 whole owl braised in ginseng. Maybe it is because the meat's flavor was masked by the ginseng that it tasted no different from chicken or pigeon meat. Soon the whole owl, except for the indigestible bones and beak, was all gone. I did not waste a single bit, because I calculated that the power of the beast talents I acquire depends on how much of the creature I consume. In other words, if I only ate a small piece of the owl, then after my transformation, I would have its traits, its latent abilities, but they would not be very strong. That is why I figured eating the whole thing was best. This way, after the transformation, I might just be able to manifest the full potential of those abilities. I finished the bowl of bitter ginseng soup. Immediately after, I moved on to the breaded, golden fried salamander. Out of this whole pre-transformation meal, this was the one I hated the most. But to gain the salamander's god-tier regeneration, I grit my teeth and did not chew it, just swallowed it down like the beetle. Quick break. Only then did I eat the giant South American electric eel. Only the bullet ants were left. I did not chew those either. Treating them like pills, I washed them down with the rest of the tardigrade soda. This whole meal, this nightmare fuel spread, I forced down in a single hour. Suddenly, my stomach started cramping. Is it starting? I clutched my stomach and stumbled away from the window, collapsing onto the bed. Wait, in my past life, the painful symptoms did not start until after 5:00 p.m. I am feeling the pain 20 minutes early. Did I get food poisoning? My stomach pain is getting worse. Tardigrades, bullet ants, salamanders, owls, electric eels, ironclad beetles. In this whole bizarre feast, except for the breading, none of this should be edible for a normal human. So, maybe this pain is not from the transformation, but because I ate these things an hour ago, and I am now genuinely food poisoned. Damn it. I calculated everything, but forgot to calculate if these things would actually make me sick. At that moment, I looked out the window. The sun has turned blood red as if it could drip fresh blood. The full moon high up in the sky has also bled into a crimson hue. The firmament and clouds are shrouded in an ominous, fiery blood mist. The beast transformation catastrophe has arrived once again. The entire school is in an uproar. All the students and teachers are staring at each other, bewildered. Teacher Lu Ru did not eat any pork today. Instead of turning into a pig-like monster like in the past, she is transformed into a rabbit girl. Her ears have suddenly grown fuzzy, sprouting long like those those of a rabbit. Her facial features remain mostly unchanged, but her teeth have become significantly sharper, especially those two fangs, now as pointed as a crocodile's teeth. Beyond that, white rabbit fur has grown across her face, making her look like she is cosplaying a rabbit spirit. Obviously, her transformation is linked to eating that braised rabbit head. Except for the braised rabbit head, she also consumed crocodile meat and ant chocolate. As a result, her skin also shows signs of reptilian scaling. However, with the rabbit fur covering the crocodile hide, on the surface, she does not look as hideous as typical crocodile mutants. Instead, she possesses the aesthetic beauty of a sexy beast girl from an anime. But for the four boys, including Jong Yoonjong, there were no clear rabbit features after their transformation. Mostly, they exhibit a blend of crocodile and ant characteristics. It looks quite intimidating. They look like total villains. What exactly is going on here? Jong Yoonjong stares at his powerful flexed arms, now covered in a layer of crocodile hide, feeling like he is in a dream. At the same time, my body, which showed no signs of beast transformation, lies motionless on the bed, as if I have lost all vital signs. Perhaps it is because I lost a massive amount of blood and sweat during the process. At this moment, I am like some dehydrated husk. Parched, I have stopped breathing, and my heart has ceased its beating. From a medical standpoint, I have suddenly become a corpse, with absolutely no life signs. Meanwhile, in the hotel, staff and guests have long fallen into total chaos. It seems someone found the transformation process too agonizing, and tried to light a cigarette for relief, triggering a massive fire. The fire spread quickly, then the hotel's sprinkler system automatically activated. The ceiling sprinklers in the hallways and rooms started spraying water. At this moment, I, who technically had no vital signs, and was dried up like a severely dehydrated specimen, got soaked by the water. My skin suddenly started absorbing the moisture. Then my heartbeat resumed. The unique latent ability of the tardigrade was triggered in my body. Crackling sparks of electricity surged from my skin. My heart seemed to receive a jolt of electric current, suddenly jumping back to life. My body, which was previously shriveled and dehydrated, via absorbing the water mist from the sprinklers, started to gradually return to its original form, and my consciousness, as if falling into a black hole, was trapped in a state of suspended animation. Just now, I finally saw a glimmer of salvation. I snapped my eyes open and woke up. I am not dead, Chinsho realized, waking up to find himself still in his hotel room. It seems the reason I lost consciousness earlier was that the transformation process was simply too damn painful, causing me to black out. But then he looked at his naked body and his hands. He found no sign of beast transformation anywhere on his body. What the hell was going on? Chinsho was stunned, but even though his body showed no outward signs of transformation, he could clearly feel that his vision had grown many times sharper, and his hearing had become far more sensitive, which meant the beast transformation had likely finished, and he had gained the powerful sight and hearing of an owl. On top of that, he was starving, so hungry that even climbing out of bed felt like it would drain the last scrap of strength left in him. That was exactly what happened when the transformation burned through too much energy. Extreme hunger and weakness were the clearest signs. He struggled toward the nightstand and grabbed the chocolate he had prepared in advance to restore energy during the transformation. Then he wolfed it down. All 3 cans were gone. Chinsho finally felt a little better, but the energy refill still was not enough. His stomach still felt brutally empty, and he was unbearably thirsty too. So after chugging an entire bottle of water, Chinsho dragged his weak, hungry, thirsty body slowly toward the bathroom, then bent over the sink and drank from the tap like mad. Only then did he finally feel full, and after taking in some chocolate and water, his body began showing obvious changes after the transformation. Even though the face in the mirror and his skin still showed no trace of transformation, his eyes had clearly changed. Pitch black, rimmed with gold, sharp and fierce like a raptor. After confirming that his eyes and ears had clearly undergone beast transformation, Chinsho also noticed his strength returning and rising. He squeezed the doorframe and crushed the stainless steel around it flat. Even the tempered glass inside shattered instantly. It looked like the power of the bullet ant had also taken effect in his body. What Chinsho could not understand was why he had gained the powers from the transformation. Yet aside from his eyes, the rest of his body showed no beast-like signs at all. Could it be because I blacked out, and the transformation was interrupted? So the outer changes were never fully completed, while the abilities had already fused inside me. For now, Chinsho could be certain that the owl and bullet ant talents had both been successfully absorbed, and the tardigrade one had most likely worked too. He figured remembered that when he passed out, right before his mind fell into darkness, he had already been in the middle of the transformation, and had gained the tardigrade talent. Then, because the transformation was too agonizing, and he could have died at any moment, it triggered the tardigrade cryptobiosis. Because once a tardigrade decides that its current surroundings threaten its life, it dehydrates itself to a certain degree, and curls its body into a ball, looking as if it were dead. It can keep up that fake death for centuries, until enough water reaches the body again and breaks the state. Then it comes back at full strength. That incredible phenomenon was the innate cryptobiosis of a tardigrade, and he had clearly gained that ability too. That was why when the transformation was about to kill him, his body suddenly dehydrated and entered a death-like state. Then his consciousness vanished, and he sank into a deep coma. Only after getting soaked with water did he gradually wake up. So he concluded that during the transformation, he had also successfully gained the tardigrade talent. That left only the electric eel, the ironclad beetle, and the axolotl. Qin knew that the eel ability to discharge electricity came from specialized electric organs formed from modified muscle tissue. Muscular tissue can discharge electricity at a nearly flat rate, accounting for over 80% of its body length. There are thousands of individual electrostatic organs. Each organ can generate about 0.15 volts of electricity. When all these organs fire at once, the discharge voltage can soar up to 600 to 800 volts. He tried testing his arm muscles to stimulate it, but there was no electrical current. I am not sure if it is because my method is wrong, or if I failed to integrate the electric eel's discharge ability. As for the ironclad beetle, it has the ultimate defense, and the hardest exoskeleton of all beetle species. If I managed to merge it during the transformation, and gained the ironclad beetle's innate talent, then theoretically, the skeletal structure inside me should have finished its evolution too. Qin wondered whether he should test it out. If my skeleton really has evolved to be as tough as an ironclad beetle's, then even taking a direct hammer blow, my skeleton should not suffer a scratch. But then, I decided to let it slide. Better safe than sorry. I do not want to end up crippling myself. However, I can still test my body to see if I gained the axolotl's regenerative powers. Qin crouched down, picked up a shard of tempered glass he would crushed with his bare hands, and tried to slice his left arm to test it. To his surprise, the skin on his arm looked no different than usual, and even though my strength has clearly increased, no matter how hard I pressed, the shard in my right hand could not break the skin on my left arm. This left Qin both shocked and thrilled. Among the evolution meals I meticulously prepared, only the ironclad beetle provides external defensive talents. So, does this mean I have successfully acquired the ironclad beetle's innate talent? Zhou Jiming once said, "The ironclad beetle's exoskeleton is so strong it can withstand 40,000 times its own body weight. If we scale it to our body size, they are the creatures with the absolute best defense in the entire natural world." Qin was beyond excited. Then he remembered he had also acquired the bullet ant's talent. His bite force should be just as lethal as theirs. He lifted his left hand and bit down hard onto his own arm. Feeling the sharp pain, Qin realized his bite force was terrifyingly strong, and his teeth were much harder than before. He had pierced the skin on his left arm, and fresh blood welled up immediately. Then Qin was amazed to see that the wound was already stopping its bleeding and beginning to heal at an insane speed. "I reckon it will only take a few minutes for such a minor wound to heal perfectly. That is awesome. Now, the only thing left is the electric eel's talent that I have not been able to test out yet. Perhaps it is because my body is still exhausted that I can't discharge electricity, nor can I feel the eel's natural conduit." Thick smoke billowed in. The fire had already spread to Qin room. Only then did Qin realize what was happening. The reason I suddenly woke up from my stasis was because the fire suppression system on the ceiling suddenly sprayed water all over me, which means the hotel is on fire, and the fire alarm triggered automatically. What rotten luck. How on earth did a fire even start here? Qin hurried out of the bathroom to put on his pants, then grabbed that 8 kilograms heavy sledgehammer naked, and scrambled to get out. Just then, the floor, walls, and the exterior were absolutely filled with thick smoke. Qin suddenly noticed the temperature in the room rising rapidly. A chilling premonition welled up in my gut. It is about to blow. He rushed to escape, but the moment he opened the door, a wave of heat surged through. The elevator on the left was already swallowed by a sea of fire. There was thick smoke billowing from the stairwell on the right too. It was clearly being consumed by the inferno. There was no escape. He wondered, given the current state of my body, if I jump from the 12th floor, will I be smashed to death? Damn it. Why have not any signs of beast transformation appeared on my body? Why could not I obtain the owl's wings or the ironclad beetle's wings? Just as Qin was panicking, the scapula on his back felt like it had been struck by destiny, suddenly pushing outwards with force. Feeling the change, Qin was stunned for a moment, then dashed toward the window in excitement. He smashed both windows with his bare hands. At that moment, with a deafening bang, explosions began all around. Qin gripped his heavy hammer, and in the instant the smoke and fire engulfed him, he leapt with all his might, jumping out from the 12th floor. The thick smoke stung his nose, the flame scorched him. Qin held his breath, enduring the intense heat of the firestorm, focusing all his energy within, to concentrate on his shoulder blades. Then with a sound, a pair of wings suddenly erupted from his back, stretching over 3 meters wide, the feathers shimmering with a silvery black sheen, like wings forged of steel. I made it! Qin flapped his wings, taking flight just before hitting the ground. The crowd of transformed humans watching the fire below saw this, and were filled with shock and envy. That guy actually grew wings, and he is flying too. What exactly is going on now? Why has everyone suddenly turned into monsters? I also have wings, so why are his so huge, so cool, while mine are so small, like chicken wings? What has happened to this world? Why have we all suddenly turned into monsters? Chaos. The whole world is in absolute chaos. The streets are filled with bewildered and anxious transformed humans. Some people are watching the hotel fire. Some are calling the police, or trying to reach family and friends to ask about the situation, while others died violently during their transformation. Then there are those who lost their sanity after transforming because they were too hungry. Like starving wolves, they pounced on the people around them and started tearing them apart and feasting. Meanwhile, in many places, animals that grew much larger after the beast transformation began attacking humans, preying on them, especially pets like cats and dogs, unless they still held affection for their owners after transforming. Otherwise, their size increases, strength multiplies, and plus their intelligence and bestial nature get a significant boost. So in order to take revenge on humanity or just to fill their bellies, they attack humans directly. This possibility is extremely high. Even military dogs that were trained to obey commands mostly betrayed humanity after their transformation and attacked them, let alone ordinary pets like cats and dogs. At this moment, Qin glided down to the entrance of a nearby mall. Now he finally understood why. He had clearly obtained the owl and the bullet ant, axolotl, a tardigrade's innate ability. Yet my body shows no signs of the beast transformation. Ultimate beast transformation. Isn't this the beast transformation that, in my previous life, became widely known as the incomparably powerful ultimate beast transformation phenomenon 2 months later? With a single thought, one can suppress the transformation, restoring one's original human form, and with a single thought, one can shift from human form into a half-beast, or a full beast transformation. Just now, he shifted into his half-beast form in an instant. Parts of his body reacted, and with the surging energy of the beast spirit orbs, a pair of beastly wings sprouted out. He has already mastered it on his own, surpassing every beast shifter from my past life, mastering the ultimate beast transformation 2 months ahead of schedule. It is all about using your willpower to control the level of transformation. That is why, upon landing, he immediately retracted the giant wings on his back, shifting them back inside his body. I need to replenish my energy as fast as possible. Qin was already weak, and flying for a few seconds after transforming, nearly drained all the energy within his body, making his fragile body, just coming out of stealth mode, suddenly feel like it was being hollowed out. At the mall entrance, quite a few survivors were watching him. Bro, what is with those wings? Why did they suddenly disappear? Strange, how come you are, except for the wings? The rest of your body has not changed. Meanwhile, so many parts of our bodies have turned into monstrosities. Qin had no energy to entertain them, rushing into the mall to scavenge for energy-replenishing food. He needed to consume a massive amount of food right now. The mall was already in total chaos, with many of the people who were originally shopping there suffering from excessive energy depletion after their transformations, leaving them starving. They were all inside, frantically raiding the buffet. Some people become incredibly violent after their transformations, leading them to lash out over the smallest things, going on a total rampage. Qin, wearing his black trousers, walked into the mall bare-chested with a sledgehammer in hand, heading straight for the snack aisle. Chocolate, nuts, energy drinks, and all kinds of meat products will do. I will replenish my energy depletion quickly. Of course, the most effective thing is still the beast spirit orbs. As soon as Qin stepped inside, he immediately saw a fat-headed guy, obviously showing signs of turning into a pig man after eating pork, holding a roast duck in one hand, while gnawing on it, and walking toward him. Damn it, why is everyone turning into a monster? And you are still looking like a normal person. Qin did not answer, his hunger reaching its limit at the sight of the roast duck in the other guy's hand. He reached out and snatched it right out of his hand, that untouched roast duck, and started devouring it ravenously. Are you asking for a death wish? The pig-headed man looked displeased. The whole world is in total chaos now. Everyone's become half human, half monster. At this point, even killing someone probably won't matter. Even though he suddenly became like that pig man. The fat, ugly appearance made the man feel quite depressed, but the immense power he gained after the transformation still made him feel quite excited and expectant. Fed up and jealous of Chinshou's handsome face, the pig-headed man grabbed half the roast duck that was being eaten, intending to teach this kid who does not know his place and has not realized the current reality a lesson. It all started when he tried to snatch the roast duck. Just as he was about to smash Chinshou's handsome face into a pig's head, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his gut. The next second, he was sent flying several meters back, crashing heavily to the ground. The pig-headed man groaned, clutching his painful stomach as he crawled up. The food he had been gorging on just a moment ago was mostly spewed back onto the floor. Chinshou was quite satisfied, as expected of the ant's innate strength. Even in my currently weakened state, I could still send that piece of fat trash, weighing over 200 pounds, flying 4 or 5 meters away. If I were well fed and fueled, with my stamina fully restored, I could probably kick him over 10 meters out. And if I triggered a full beast transformation, my strength would surely be even more devastating. Who knows, a single kick might just pierce right through his body. Chinshou wolfed down his food, his powerful bite force leaving none of the roasted duck bones behind. He crushed and swallowed them all directly. You damn freak. The pig-headed man crawled up, clutching his stomach. It is a good thing those beast transformations make your skin thick and flesh tough. Otherwise, even if that kick did not kill him, it would have been enough to make him writhe in agony, unable to stand ever again. He had assumed this kid had not mutated into a monster like the rest of them, but clearly he had undergone changes too. After all, a normal human could not possess such exaggerated strength, knocking a 300-pound man flying several meters away. Initially, he just wanted to teach Chinshou a lesson, and beat that face of his, the one he was so jealous of, into something even uglier than his own pig head. But now, he had genuinely developed murderous intent toward Chinshou, sensing the violent energy and the malicious glint emanating from his opponent. Chinshou felt the urge to kill rise in him as well. I want to test out the early stages of the beast transformation, to see just how powerful I have become. After fusing with the traits of various creatures, Chinshou acted like a starving wolf, devouring the rest of the roast duck in a few quick bites. His digestive ability had also been significantly enhanced. As soon as the food hit his stomach, he could immediately sense the energy being processed by his digestive tract, and filling up the beast spirit orb in his dantian. He once again channeled the energy from the beast spirit orb, attempting to actively trigger the transformation. The so-called ultimate transformation lies in the ability to command it, at will, to control the energy within the beast spirit orb, and then revert to human form autonomously, or switch between semi-beast or full beast forms. Chinshou was currently in his human state. He attempted to manipulate the beast spirit energy within him, forcing his body into a semi-beast state. Soon after, the energy flooded his entire body. From the inside out, Chinshou's body began to manifest metamorphic signs. His bones clicked and popped, growing thicker and more robust. His skin darkened slightly, turning tight and sleek, shimmering like polished armor. It bore a striking resemblance to the texture of an axolotl's skin. Right after that, the top of his head slowly sprouted 2 black serrated spikes, just like the horns of an ironclad beetle. Seeing this sight, the pig-headed man, who was crawling up to finish Chinshou off, suddenly froze in his tracks. An inexplicable, intense sense of dread washed over him. Everyone had already mutated into something inhuman, but witnessing someone who was just a normal guy a second ago suddenly morph into such a monster, his bloated body started to tremble uncontrollably. Step aside, the pig-headed man's legs turned to jelly, and he was so terrified that he collapsed back onto the ground. I will make this quick, so you won't have to suffer for long. Chinshou dragged his long-handled warhammer. He slowly walked toward the pig-headed man. The 3 golden rules of apocalypse survival. First, stop being a bleeding heart. Showing kindness to outsiders is just being cruel to yourself. Second, strive to become stronger. The weak never have the right to choose their fate. Third, cut weeds and dig out the roots to avoid future trouble. Reborn now. Facing this blood-soaked brutal apocalypse once again, Chinshou firmly etched these 3 survival rules into his mind. I have seen plenty of people like you. All talk, spewing filth, only bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Before, when I had no power, I could only fantasize about taking you out in my head. Now that I have the power, I can actually finish you off. Just thinking about it makes my hands itchy. Chinshou's hands were truly itching. In his past life, he was a weakling, living at the very bottom of the apocalyptic food chain. Everyone treated him like a doormat. Sure, pig mutants are weak, but at least they have thick skin and hide, decent defense, and fairly decent strength too. Chicken mutants have nothing, no defense, no strength. If you are lucky during transformation, you might sprout giant wings, enabling you to fly. increasing your chances of escape. But if you are unlucky, you end up just like Chin Shou in his past life. A weak, pathetic, flightless bird, except slightly faster than a pig mutant. Everything else is far inferior to them. It was precisely because he used to be so weak that Chin Shou had to endure everyone else's bullying. He had to watch helplessly as those who used their beast forms to gain power acted maliciously, treating lives like grass. The tone and personality of this pig-headed man were exactly the type that used the collapsing order of the apocalypse to act out his evil impulses. A real piece of scum. So Chin Shou felt zero guilt killing him. He had witnessed too much bloodshed in his past life, so he felt no discomfort in finishing him off. He watched the pig-headed man, now trembling in terror, even losing bladder control, and slowly raised his hammer. If you are going to do a job, you have to be a person of your word. Since I promised it would be quick, and that you would not suffer, I have to deliver. A swing of the hammer, a strike, with a loud thud, his head shattered like a smashed watermelon, red and white gore splattering everywhere. Ants can lift objects, hundreds of times their own weight. With Chin Shou currently in his semi-humanoid state, and his stamina quite low, the force of his strike was probably dozens of times that of a normal human. Even so, it was already terrifyingly strong. I did not lie to you, did I? Chin Shou opted not to cut open his belly to extract the beast spirit orb. For one, there were witnesses there, and he did not want the secret of gaining power from devouring spirit orbs to spread so quickly. Secondly, he despised the pig's spirit orb, and did not want its gene pool affecting his own. His current talent is top tier. He is practically a perfect evolutionary specimen. He did not want to integrate pig genes, and introduce flaws to his perfection. With a cold expression, he wiped the blood off the hammer, and walked toward the food area like nothing happened, as if he had just squashed a bug, feeling absolutely nothing. However, having witnessed it all in the mall, the beast-transformed humans were terrified. Kill. He is killing someone. What kind of monstrous strength is this? He actually crushed that guy's pig head like that. What is going on? Why does he look so different from the rest of us after the transformation? And what are those two horns on his head? Can someone tell me what the hell is happening? How did we end up like these monsters? Actually, the smart ones have already guessed the rules of the beast transformation. They have figured out why they look the way they do now. It must have something to do with the meat they ate earlier. That is why so many people in the mall basically ended up looking like pigs or chickens. But the appearance of Chin Shou made those who had already guessed the truth start to doubt themselves again, because now that Chin Shou has undergone his own transformation, his half-beast form shows no traits of a pig, chicken, or duck at all, not even common cattle or sheep traits. And those two serrated horns on his head, they look a bit like insect mandibles. So the ones doubting themselves started thinking, if the transformation really depends on the animal meat you ate, could this guy have ate insects or beetles before this? However, the answer is exactly that. Soon, Chin Shou arrived at the food court, but he was too late. The transformed beasts in the mall had already looted all the edible meat in the food court. The place was completely picked clean. Nothing remained but the mess from the looting and fighting. With no other choice, Chin Shou had to head over to the snack aisle, which was also in ruins. But there was still plenty of snacks left on the shelves. Chin Shou specifically hunted for high-energy snacks to stock up. Chocolate, nuts, energy drinks. He devoured them ravenously. Suddenly, someone approached. Chin Shou's hearing is incredibly sharp now. He can pinpoint sounds just like an owl. So the moment the person entered his combat range, he spun his head around, watching them with caution. At that glance, his memory flashed back to his past life. Chin Shou could not help but freeze. The act of chewing his nuts slowed down for a moment, because the person walking towards him looked exactly like the weak chicken man he knew in his past life. He looked like a flightless chicken that had not sprouted any wings on its back, and his mouth had not turned into a beak either. His facial features were still human, just covered in fine chicken-like fuzz. As they say, like attracts like. Tears welled up in his eyes. In this apocalyptic beast transformation, only a weakling knows how hard it is to be a weakling, and precisely because it was the same weak chicken man from his past life, Chin Shou did not even need to stay on guard. Looking like he was in his early 20s, the weakling walked over cautiously, asking in a slightly nervous tone, "Bro, can I ask you a question?" Perhaps because he saw a shadow of his former self in the man standing before him, Chin Shou replied, "Go ahead." The weakling's name was Jiyu Wenzhao. Seeing the big boss reply, he was not as nervous anymore, and he asked with excitement, "Why is your transformation so different from everyone else's? If my guess is right, our transformations should be related to what we ate beforehand. Take that pig-headed man you just took down. He must have eaten pork before he transformed, and I turned out like a chicken, growing feathers all over, and my hands turned into claws. That is because before this, I was at McDonald's eating a roast chicken. So I figured everyone suddenly turning into monsters must be connected to the food they consumed. But your transformation looks really strange. So, could you tell me what you ate before all this? This guy figured out why the beast transformation happened so fast. Qin Shou was not surprised, because in his past life he saw how his classmates transformed, and looking at the chicken feathers and claws on himself, he immediately guessed it. So he said calmly, your theory should be correct. I was rolling on the floor in pain when I transformed, and then I found a beetle carcass under the bed. Because I was both in pain and starving at the time, I instinctively ate that beetle. And then I turned into this. Jiu Wenzhao finally confirmed it. I knew my theory was right. No wonder your transformation is so weird. So you ate a beetle. That is why your skin is as tight and sleek as a beetle's carapace. And you have grown 2 beetle-like horns on top of your head. Finished speaking, he was full of envy. If I would known it would turn out like this, I would not have eaten that chicken. This half-human, half-chicken look is just disgusting. I also do not know what is going on now, whether this is just temporary, or if it will last a lifetime. Qin Shou could fully understand Jiu Wenzhao's current mood, but understanding does not mean he will help him, or tell him the secret of how devouring beast spirit orbs leads to continuous evolution, because human greed is bottomless. Once you get a taste of that power, you will just keep on wanting more, breaking your own moral lines, and turning yourself into the very thing you hate the most. Besides, he is just another weak chicken man. In his past life, Qin Shou's own life was so miserable. Why should this guy get the help of a reincarnator to defy the heavens and change his fate? Qin Shou would not help a random stranger of a weak chicken man. That he was even willing to answer his questions was already an act of mercy. So you weak chicken men, get ready to face this cruel survival of the fittest apocalypse, and suffer and tremble just like I did in my past life. After eating and drinking his fill at the mall, and replenishing his stamina and energy, Qin Shou found a hiking backpack, and then packed it full of energy drinks and high-calorie food. If it were before, this full backpack, weighing at least over 200 pounds, he would not have had the strength to carry. But now, even in human form, he can easily carry over 1,000 pounds worth of goods. And now, in his half-beast form, carrying 200 pounds is no burden at all. If he were to enter his ultimate beast transformation form, he could probably even lift some multi-ton cargo truck. Qin Shou finally understood now. As long as he suppressed the massive energy of the beast spirit orbs inside his body, he could return to human form, allowing him to better conserve his stamina and strength by releasing 50% of the beast spirit orbs energy to transform into a half-beast. His stamina and strength would be depleted exponentially if all of the beast spirit orbs energy were released. To enter the ultimate beast transformation state, he would likely be exhausted before he knew it, unless he had enough energy to replenish. Right now, Qin Shou is just trying to conserve his stamina and strength. I have intentionally suppressed over 80% of the beast spirit orb's energy within me, only releasing a small fraction to slightly reinforce my physique. And this approach has an added benefit. I can keep my human appearance hidden. Even if someone who knows me comes face to face with me, they would not recognize me. Furthermore, in my half-beast state, both my strength and defense get a massive boost. It is more than enough for me, as I am, to handle any sudden danger. Just like that, Qin Shou stopped by the meat aisle, swiped a butchery knife, and put it in his backpack. Since the hotel in front was on fire, he did not have time to put on shoes or wear a watch. So he also grabbed a pair of sneakers at the mall. Then he smashed the display case with a sledgehammer and took the most expensive watch he could find. Because of that one strike, some others suddenly realized something and started looting at once, grabbing the gold and jewelry from the nearby display cases. A bunch of idiots who can't see reality. Do not they realize that after the global beast transformation, now that the apocalypse has arrived, what value does gold even have anymore? Qin Shou scoffed to himself. A month later, half of the world's 6.5 billion population will be dead, and 2 months later, the transformed humans and beast mutants will all possess beast spirit orbs. Once word spreads that devouring these orbs allows for continuous strengthening and evolution, the death toll will get even worse. So in this kind of situation, gold and jewelry are nothing but trash. At this moment, Qin Shou saw that weakling Jiu Wenzhao again. He had not joined in the looting of gold and jewelry. Instead, he copied Qin Shou, taking a few high-end mechanical watches. And he had also stuffed his backpack full, probably full of all sorts of food. Then he walked over and said, humans all over the world are turning into beasts online. This is clearly a global apocalyptic disaster. Money won't have any use later. The collapse of the network and power grid is just a matter of time. That is why you ignored the jewelry and took a mechanical watch that might be useful later. Qin Shou replied calmly, you are actually quite smart. Unlike those fools looting the jewelry, everything has turned to chaos like this. and they still have not realized the severity of the situation. Jiyu Wenzhao looked at those people in the chaos who were resorting to violence and sighed. Many of them are just greedy old folks trying to snag a bargain. Now that they have transformed into beasts, their physical strength is even greater. They are going even crazier with the looting. Qin Shou did not watch as he spoke. Better head back and reunite with your family while the chaos has not completely peaked yet. Otherwise, there might not be a chance left. After all, besides humans, many animals have mutated as well, becoming even stronger and more ferocious than humans. Jiyu Wenzhao nodded. I am planning to get a motorcycle and go back. Do you want to join me? Qin Shou was heading to the zoo. He waved his hand and said, I do not need to. Jiyu Wenzhao felt that Qin Shou was powerful after his transformation, and it would be much safer to stick with him, which is why he invited him to set out together. But Qin Shou did not want to team up, so he did not force the issue. On the way to the zoo, Qin Shou finally pulled his phone from his pocket to check it. His teacher, Lu Ru, along with Zhang Yunzhang and the others, had all called him half an hour ago, and sent quite a few messages too. Qin Shou, how are you now? You are okay, right? Holy crap, everyone just mutated. Did you mutate too? Shou, if you are alive, say something. We are so screwed. Do not tell me you are dead. I heard a lot of animals mutated too, especially cats and dogs. They got huge. Then they started attacking people. Damn it, answer me. I was just about to ask what exactly you treated us to at lunch. What kind of fish balls were those? Qin Shou texted Zhang Yunzhang back. He made something up. They were crocodile meatballs. My neighbor was too scared to eat them, so he gave them to me. I had never tried them either, so I did not dare eat them. But then I figured they were pretty expensive. It felt like a waste, so I turned them into fish balls and gave them to you guys. Zhang Yunzhang, we might not even be human anymore. But damn, you are savage. Still, Zhang Yunzhang only griped about it in his head. He quickly called to ask, how are things on your end? Are you safe? Qin Shou answered, I am okay. It is just that everyone looks like monsters now. It is pretty scary. Zhang Yunzhang said, right now it looks like people all over the world have mutated. Word is, the mutation is probably tied to whatever animal meat people ate before. For example, if you ate chicken, your body will show chicken traits after the mutation. Ms. Lu, Shitting, and Mengxia ate rabbit head together at lunch. Now they have all turned into rabbit girls. Their ears suddenly got really long. They even sprouted rabbit fur all over. Their hands turned into rabbit paws too. But Zhao Bin and the rest of us did not turn into rabbit people. I was pretty confused at first. We ate rabbit head too. So why did we not turn into rabbit girls like Ms. Lu and the others? But now that you said those fish balls were made from crocodile meat, I finally get it. No wonder our skin is as tough as a crocodile. Even Qin Shou was surprised to hear that. Why did the three women end up mainly rabbit after the beast transformation, while Zhang and the other guys ended up mainly crocodile? Still, at least nobody turned into some weak chicken or some weak pig. Qin Shou felt relieved. He pretended to sound envious and said, damn, then the powers you got from the crocodile must be crazy strong. Zhang Yunzhang laughed. Exactly. Compared with those classmates who got chicken, duck, or pig traits, we are basically unbeatable. We are not just strong, our defense is tough too, and our bodies are still really flexible. I guess that also has something to do with the rabbit head. After saying that, Zhang Yunzhang hurriedly asked, what about you? What did you turn into? I did not change much. Maybe it is because I ate pretty light today. While they were talking, Qin Shou reached the zoo entrance. He did not say anything more. All right, I have to go. It is total chaos out here. I need to get everyone to a safe place. He hung up. Carrying a sledgehammer, Qin Shou walked into the zoo, where no one was left to check tickets or stand guard. He knew exactly what he was here for. It was the very Titan giant tiger that in my past life made its first bloody debut and began tearing through downtown. On the 5th day, after the beast transformation, disaster began. Back then, its body was already 7 or 8 meters long, as huge as a full-grown elephant. If it stood on 2 legs, it was almost as tall as a 2-story building. At the time, the internet still worked. When Qin Shou first saw footage of the Titan giant tiger, it was rampaging through downtown, hunting human-beast transformers like crazy. Even now, just thinking back on that scene still sends a chill through Qin Shou. In front of a monster like that, humans were pathetically weak. Even the strongest beast transformers, after the transformation, without truly powerful weapons, could never kill a giant beast like that. The worst part was that, once they evolved that far, their strength and defense both became insanely powerful. Only weapons with equal firepower could even hurt them. And that was only the early stage of the beast apocalypse. 1 year later, or many years later, who knew how many humans would still be alive, or how far those mutant beasts would evolve by then? From what Qin Shou knew in his past life, in just 2 months, the biggest land beast ever found had already grown over 30 meters tall. It was like one of those giant monsters from a tokusatsu show. At this mutation rate, it would not take long before beasts over 100 meters tall started showing up. By then the whole world would enter the age of giant beasts, and humanity would never again rule the planet. Human civilization, too, would keep sliding backward toward a primitive age. Just imagining it. Even after being reborn, even with his foresight, Qin still felt a despair he could not shake. He carefully recalled all the reports he had learned about the Titan giant tiger. In the early days of the beast apocalypse, the Titan giant tiger roamed around slaughtering at will, then devoured countless human beast transformers, as well as the flesh and beast spirit orbs inside other mutant beasts. That was how, in barely a month, it evolved into an invincible giant beast that swept through the whole city, killing like it was nothing. Guns could not scratch it. Tanks were toys in front of it. Even shells and armor-piercing rounds only made it itch, and from that moment on, people called it the Titan giant tiger. Qin thought, if the tiger in the zoo could evolve into something that monstrous in just days, so they had no way to fight back, and ended up torn apart by beasts, or trampled to death by the panic, stampeded by the fleeing crowds. Qin was long used to it. He had become completely numb to such carnage. With a calm face, he walked straight ahead. Suddenly, a weak voice drifted from within. Help me. In the past, Qin would not have heard such a faint, dying whisper, but now, having gained the keen hearing and vision of the owl, his senses had been greatly enhanced by the mutation. After all, an owl's vision is roughly 35 to 100 times better than a human's, and it possesses powerful night vision. The owl's hearing is also incredibly acute, over 10 times more sensitive than a human's. That is how Qin instantly located the man lying in a pool of blood, begging for help. He had lost his right arm. His belly had been ripped open by a savage beast. His intestines were spilling out. With such a fatal injury, any normal person would have been dead already. The fact that he was still conscious was, in a way, one of the perks of beast transformation. By his appearance, you could see his mutation. Features of a pig and an ox were already manifesting. His nose had turned into a pig's snout, and his ears had grown as large as a pig's, yet his skin had become thick like an ox's, and his feet had transformed into hooves. Qin knew he was a goner. Even if the hospitals were not paralyzed, and the nation's best doctors were here to save him, it would be hopeless. Yet, Qin walked over to him anyway, offering encouragement. Don't be afraid. You will be just fine. Since we have mutated, our vitality is extremely resilient. Hang in there a little longer. Military reinforcements will be arriving soon. After telling that little white lie, Qin started questioning him. Answer me a question first. Did the animals inside mutate as well, and then break out to attack you all? The pig-headed man nodded weakly. What kind of animals? Tigers. Qin frowned. Could those tigers be the early-stage Titan giant tigers? He quickly asked again, are they still inside, or did they break out? Inside. Good. I will go avenge you then. Qin pulled a bottle of strong liquor from his backpack, popped the lid with his bare hand, and handed it to the man. Consider it an exchange for the information. Consider it a farewell gift. He marched deeper inside. Passing the primate house, Qin found another scene of total carnage. A gruesome, unbearable sight. The few surviving monkeys were still gnawing on their own kind. Their mutations were also quite obvious. They had grown nearly twice in size, with their teeth looking much sharper. One of the monkeys had grown 2 sharp horns, much like the ones growing on Qin himself. Wait, no. Monkeys are omnivores. They usually eat insects too, spiders, and ants. It looks like this horned monkey must have eaten those insects before the beast transformation. Qin dropped his backpack, and with astonishing strength, ripped a large hole through the iron fence with his bare hands. This commotion instantly drew the attention of the mutant monkey inside, which was snacking on the remains of its own kind. The horned monkey shot a lethal glare at me, baring its bloodied fangs, eyes glowing with a feral crimson. I calmly picked up my heavy hammer and stepped inside, blocking the only exit in front of me. I gestured at the monkey, which was slightly taller than me and sprouted 2 insect-like horns, issuing a cross-species challenge. Come on then. Feeling my provocation, the beast flew into a blind, thunderous rage, charging straight at me like a madman. Monkeys are hot-headed by nature, and after years of being gawked at in a zoo, they harbor a deep-seated hatred for humanity. Before, they lacked the power to escape and slaughter, but now, it can feel the raw power surging through its veins, capable of crushing a human like an insect. It was getting tired of the same old meat, and now that an arrogant human has come to taunt it, it would just as soon kill me, and then eat me. Watching that beast lunge forward at lightning speed, I felt a flicker of tension. The monkey had clearly gained traits of a dung beetle, or some other insectal ability. Those horns on its head resembled those of a standard beetle, Moreover, its arms also possessed saw-toothed protrusions just like an insect. If those arms were to sweep against me, the spikes would pierce right through, and with a violent jerk, it would act like a saw, shredding skin and flesh into a chaotic mess. I did not dare underestimate it, because any animal, after completing a mutation, becomes incredibly dangerous. Unlike me, who prepared for the rebirth, most humans won't be that strong after transforming. Even with my guidance, the fellows like Zhang Yunzhang, who consumed crocodile, would still struggle. If they were to go head-to-head with this beast, it mostly comes down to the time. Humans need to adapt to the new power and physique, while the abilities gained through animal mutation also require time to fuse and level up. This is why animal mutations have a natural advantage, being inherently more powerful than humans. But compared to mindless beasts, human intellect is absolute, allowing the use of weapons, tactics, and traps to close the gap. I dodged the monkey's strike with a swift dash, avoiding its crashing claws, and simultaneously pulled out my heavy hammer, swinging it hard into its body. A 40-pound force, or maybe hitting like 800 pounds. With a deafening thud, struck by the heavy blow, the monkey only squealed in pain, and upon landing, it quickly turned around, shaking off the pain to keep charging at me. Looks like its skin had also turned into an armored shell. I immediately triggered the beast spirit orb in my body, releasing a surge of energy to amplify my mutant power. My blood felt like it was instantly boiling, steam radiating from my pores. Then, my appearance started, undergoing a more overt transformation. My skin tightened and hardened, and the two saw-toothed horns on my forehead shifted from black to a deep crimson. My bare torso rippled with highly defined musculature. My pecs and abs were as hard as cast iron, radiating immense power. The shoulder blade bones at my back started twitching, wanting to burst out as wings, but to conserve the energy of the beast spirit orb, I focused on keeping them suppressed. The transformation process always hinders my movement, losing focus. That is why Qin Shou carelessly let himself get hurt by a monkey. Or rather, he was ambushed by a dishonorable monkey. A stinging, burning pain radiated from his back. Even though those powerful claws of the monkey could not penetrate his current skin defense, they still left several bloody marks on his back. The monkey was a bit surprised that its ambush succeeded, but failed to deal any fatal damage. It clearly did not expect this human body to be able to withstand its strike. You see, before this it had used these sharp claws to easily harvest the lives of many of its peers. At that moment, after dodging the lunging ironclad beetle monkey, Qin Shou struck back quickly with his left hand, grabbing the tail of the monkey that was still trying to ambush him in mid-air. Qin Shou slammed it hard onto the ground, intending to lift it up and smash it again, but his current strength was too immense, so he tore the monkey's tail right off. The monkey, tailless, was left stunned and dizzy, so it could not feel the agonizing pain of its severed tail. Qin Shou was kind enough not to let it feel any suffering. Taking advantage of the gap while it was stunned, he delivered a heavy hammer blow, crushing the creature's head on the spot. Try to ambush me now, will you? Qin Shou easily took out one mutant monkey, but there were still 6 more to deal with. One thing is for certain now, the ironclad beetle monkey must be the monkey king here, which is why the other monkeys were coordinating attacks on him. To conserve energy and stamina, Qin Shou shifted from defense to offense. Under normal conditions, for a regular human, arm strength would be calculated at around 70 kg, but for Qin Shou, who had obtained the talent of an ant, his arm strength probably already exceeded 10,000 kilograms, meaning that the force of this hammer strike was comparable to a 10-ton truck slamming into someone. With a crunching sound, this time Qin Shou broke through the ironclad beetle monkey's defense, and that one hammer strike directly shattered its ribs and cervical vertebrae. Don't rush. Everyone gets a turn. Catch the bandits by catching their leader. Kill the monkeys by killing the monkey king. Taking advantage of the fact that the ironclad beetle monkey was severely injured, having its defense broken by his strike, Qin Shou quickly pressed his advantage, rushing up and delivering another hammer blow to its head. The terror of death instantly sprouted in the ironclad beetle monkey's mind. The previously fierce and savage monkey now had nothing but panic and fear in its eyes. There was no scene of a watermelon exploding, but the soil and grass on the ground were scattered from the impact. The monkey's head was buried into the soil, and the hammerhead was completely embedded inside the monkey's head. Seeing this, the remaining 5 mutant monkeys started to panic and lose their composure, and scattered to flee. But how could Qin Shou let them off? The animal he despises most is the monkey. Every time he sees monkeys from Mount Ma online, his disgust and resentment toward them grow stronger. Under the absolute suppression of power, Qin Shou broke them one by one, giving these monkeys no chance to escape, killing them one strike at a time. Although the process was quite quite easy. The energy consumption was truly massive. Qin Shou immediately reverted to his human form. Once the energy in the beast spirit orb in his body is drained, his body would feel extremely hungry and exhausted. Qin Shou reached into his backpack and took out his bone-chopping knife, and began to dissect the bellies of those few mutant monkeys. The beast spirit orb is located in the dantian area of human-beast transformers. Monkeys and apes are not much different from humans, so their beast spirit orbs are also located in the abdomen area. Except that the skin of the ironclad beetle monkey was tougher. Cutting them up is quite time-consuming. The other monkey's skin and meat defenses are not that great. Quickly, I successfully found all 7 ping-pong-sized beast spirit orbs, and extracted them from the monkey's bellies. Each orb looks like a golden pellet, immaculate, unstained by blood or flesh, radiating a faint golden glow. You really can't tell the strength of an orb just by looking at the outside, but the moment you hold it, you can feel the intensity of the energy, and I can also sense the innate talents latent within them that resonate with me. Take the orb from the beetle monkey for example. The moment I reached in to take it out, I felt a surge of dense energy. Within it was mixed, a familiar, innate ability. As for the other 6 orbs, they were quite ordinary. I felt nothing. I put the other mutant ape orbs away. Then, I swallowed the one from the beetle monkey. The beast spirit orb is hard as stone, yet it melts upon entering my mouth. It was rapidly absorbed and merged by the orbs already inside me. The whole process triggers symptoms of further beast transformation, but it is nowhere near as agonizing as the first time. Instead, it brings a sort of breakthrough sensation. The thrill of leveling up and evolving. It is just that my tailbone is suddenly so itchy. Qin Shou, hold it together. Don't tell me I am going to grow a tail, right? Can't take it anymore. It is coming out. Qin Shou clenched his glutes and held it in with all his might. He could feel that on his rear. The tailbone was becoming impossible to suppress. I am dying to grow a tail, right now. Thinking of the tail in Dragon Ball, it was always Son Goku's fatal weak point. Qin Shou used every ounce of his strength, forcibly suppressing the transformation of his tailbone. He ended up drenched in sweat, successfully stifling the birth of the tail. Qin Shou wiped the sweat from his face. Although the beast transformation symptoms caused by swallowing and merging the orb this time are not as painful as the first. This kind of loot box style evolution, not knowing which part of the body will undergo beast transformation, is really quite terrifying. If I were not able to control the beast spirit orbs and suppress the transformation effects, I would be growing eagle wings right now, an ape tail, and an insect horn, a freak of a chimera, and my skin might even turn into something like a butterfly or electric eel's skin. That look, Qin Shou dare not imagine how hideous it would be. Of course, compared to my pathetic wimp image from the previous life, Qin Shou feels this kind of combined beast should actually be considered pretty cool and dashing. Very soon, the orb from the beetle monkey was completely swallowed and consumed by my inner beast spirit orb. Qin Shou immediately felt his whole body surging with power. The beast transformation energy contained within the orb has also become much stronger and denser, so much so that I am now fully focused, controlling the release of the orb's energy. But there is still a small portion that I can't control, and it spills out, causing my physical appearance to involuntarily exhibit slight beast-like traits. Next, I need to figure out how to enhance my mental strength. Otherwise, if the inner beast spirit orb continues to merge and evolve, with my current level of mental strength, I won't be able to control the orbs at all. I will be forced to let the energy run wild. This situation would not be a big deal if I had enough food energy to keep it supplied. But if there is not enough food energy around, staying in a high-intensity beast state would easily lead to, even without fighting, depleting all the orb's energy in a short time, leaving me incredibly weak. If someone with malicious intent is around, or if you run into a mutant beast, it is a death sentence. And because of that, humans who can't control the beast spirit orbs end up feeling hunger much faster. Their appetites have grown significantly. Once the beast transformation disaster descended, many people were forced to head out for food due to sheer starvation, only to die at the hands of mutant beasts out prowling, or even at the hands of other transformed humans. Right then, Qin Shou had a sudden thought. Could eating monkey brains actually boost brain power, and perhaps enhance mental strength? He decided he would test it out in a bit. It just so happens that in his big backpack, aside from high-energy snacks, he had a full set of pots and pans, and even some hot pot base and seasonings, all just to make it easy to whip up a hot meal anywhere. It was also for tonight's plan, to hunt down nocturnal mutant beasts at the zoo, those beasts that lack night vision. Checking his watch, it is 6:52 p.m. The sky has been getting darker and darker, but the afterglow in the west is still blood red, and that full moon hanging in the eastern sky is chillingly red too. Qin Shou dug out the brain of the ironclad beetle, stashed it in a bag, and put it in his pack. He will blanch it like pig brains in hot pot later. tiger. Let us see if it is edible, and if it has any effect. If he is lucky enough to find a Titan giant tiger that has not fully evolved yet, then his main course tonight will be tiger meat. Leaving the monkey enclosure, Qinshu continued forward. The zoo shut its doors at 5:30, and the chaos began just after 5 of the clock. So there were still quite a few tourists inside at the time. The deeper he went inside, the more human remains he saw. Many of these remains were trampled to death, and it was not a standard stampede. These were being trampled by giant beasts. Looks like it must have been elephants or giraffes. These herbivores escaped after mutating, and stomped plenty of tourists to death. The bodies that were mauled or bitten, those were the work of carnivorous mutant beasts. And these ones that were trampled, the ones not torn apart or chewed on, mostly died under the feet of herbivorous beasts. The transformation between humans and animals works differently. People who are herbivores do not undergo beast transformation, but herbivorous animals, during the transformation, experience a sort of physical evolution. Their size and strength both increase. Just look at the giraffe. If they were 5 meters tall before mutating, after mutating, they won't take on features of other animals, but their actual bodies grow larger, growing from 5 meters all the way to 7 or 8. Indeed, passing by the giraffe enclosure, Qinshu spotted a few large trees inside, all snapped in half and knocked over to the side. Even the leaves had been completely stripped away, and the fences enclosing them were all busted up. Not a single giraffe was in sight inside now, showing that they ate all the plants inside during their transformation, but still felt intensely starved afterwards. So they went on a rampage and broke out. Just then, Qinshu heard the sounds of 2 fierce beasts fighting nearby. He quickly rushed over to take a look, and caught the spectacular sight of a fierce ant beast battling a feathered tiger. Qinshu's eyes lit up. The fierce ant beast eats tens of thousands of ants a day. So after mutating, it surely possessed the traits of an ant, along with the natural strength of an ant. He wanted to see how this one stacked up against the feathered tiger, which was 7 times its size. I wonder if it can stand against the ant-eater. Judging by the scene, the ant-eater has already been tagged. The feathered tiger has clawed through its skin. 2 bloody gouges are visible. The feathered tiger, too, was battered by the ant-eater. The ant-eater, gifted with the strength of an ant, possesses terrifying power. It can even swat away the 500-pound feathered tiger. If the feathered tiger were not so tough-skinned and durable, it would likely be suffering from severe internal injuries by now. Qinshu is waiting to reap the rewards of their clash. Even if he has the strength to take both of them down now, he would still risk injury or even death. So, the best outcome is to wait for their fight to end, then move in and clean up. Soon, the feathered tiger recovers and launches another attack. The feathered tiger seems to have evolved in intelligence too. After experiencing the ant-eater's sheer force, it does not dare to engage head-on anymore. Instead, it circles around, looking for an opening. This feathered tiger has grown cunning. It knows the ant-eater is powerful, but its body is clumsy, lacking agility. It looks like the winner will likely be the feathered tiger. In an instant, seizing the moment when the ant-eater turns lumberingly, the feathered tiger pounces. Its massive claws pin the ant-eater to the ground. Those sharp talons, like chicken claws, instantly pierce through the ant-eater's body. However, just as the feathered tiger knocks it down, ready to sink its jaws into the neck, the ant-eater does not struggle. Instead, it swiftly shoots out a tongue over a meter long, striking the feathered tiger's right eye with deadly precision. Watching this, even Qinshu winces in phantom pain. The scariest thing is, the ant-eater knew it could not escape those claws. So it waited to be pinned, only to deliver a fatal counter-strike, sucking it in. The ant-eater retracts its tongue. After obtaining the ant's innate power, its tongue speed and striking force are dozens, even hundreds of times stronger than before. The naive feathered tiger only knew of the ant-eater's raw strength, but did not know the true trick was the tongue it used to burrow into anthills. A sharp long spike. The feathered tiger dies instantly, though its jaws were wide, and it did end up biting the ant-eater's neck. Its fatal blow was just a split second too slow. It ends jaws agape, dying without even knowing why. Qinshu has learned a lesson from this ant-eater. He must act fast now. He has to scavenge the kill while the ant-eater is weakened. Otherwise, if the ant-eater happens to consume the beast's spirit orb inside the feathered tiger, replenishing its energy and vigor, and continues to mutate and evolve, then hunting this ant-eater will become far riskier. Feeling footsteps rushing towards him, the ant-eater pauses. No time to enjoy the spoils. He hastily pushes off the dead feathered tiger body. At this moment, Qinshu fully releases the energy of the beast spirit orb, entering the state of ultimate beast transformation. It is not that he fears death. It is about showing respect for the ant-eater. Crackling, electricity suddenly surges through his body. In the ultimate beast transformation state, Qinshu has finally mastered the innate ability of the American electric eel. The voltage seems pretty fierce. Electric currents surge all over Qinshu. The beast blood is boiling. Two long serrated beast horns sprout from his head again. Even the horns are crackling with electric currents. His bare upper body, the muscle definition and contours are sharp and imposing. Suddenly a pair of massive silver-black wings sprouts from his back. Could not hold it back this time. A brown tail grows out, then it pokes out from his trousers, wagging from side to side gleefully. Furthermore, brown fur grows all over his skin. Obviously, it is the result of consuming the beetle monkey's beast spirit orb. The ultimate beast transformation is just insane. Qin Shou feels like he is truly invincible now. He starts laughing with excitement, revealing 4 sharp fangs. He beats his wings, instantly soaring into the sky. Then mid-air, he kicks off his beast transformation, the sports shoes he can no longer wear, revealing a pair of even larger, more powerful talons. Fully unleashing the power of the beast spirit orbs, Qin Shou enters his ultimate beast transformation state. Not only are there physical transformations all over his body, but his stature has grown overwhelmingly massive. From the slim 1.74 meters frame in his human state, he instantly transforms into a hulking beast man over 2 meters tall. The anteater beast's tongue is at most just over a meter long. As long as I keep a safe distance, as long as those vulnerable spots like its eyes and ears stay out of its tongue's attack range, its tongue cannot deal a fatal blow to me. Qin Shou flutters his wings, deciding to mimic an eagle hunting prey. Flying in the air and using his talons to attack the anteater beast, the ironclad beetle makes my entire body's bones harder than steel. The bullet ant has brought me over 100-fold increase in strength, and I have also mastered the high-voltage electricity of the electric eel. So, let us see if this thunder-infused kick can be withstood by the anteater beast. Relying on the monkey's agile movements and the eagle's flight speed, Qin Shou swiftly swoops right over the head of the anteater beast, while gathering momentum for the strike. His right leg, brimming with high-voltage currents, fiercely slams into the anteater beast's lower jaw. Instantly, the anteater beast is kicked dozens of meters away. It rolls on the ground several times before managing to crawl back up. Qin Shou lands on the ground. His right foot is both numb and painful. Although the bones inside him are now as tough as steel, the defense of his skin and muscle is not nearly as monstrous. So after landing that kick, his foot swelled up immediately. Luckily, he also obtained the regenerative ability of the axolotl, and in his ultimate beast transformation, that regeneration is a bit broken. A flesh wound of this degree heals in just a few seconds. Qin Shou watches the anteater beast, which took his kick and rolled dozens of meters before dragging itself up. I have to admit, the anteater beast's defense is impressive. I never thought it could take such a powerful force and survive a heavy kick infused with high-voltage electricity. To think it could still stand up, but this kick definitely caused it some serious damage. There is fresh blood streaming from the corners of its mouth, and it is swaying unsteadily after standing back up, as if it has been knocked silly. Stunned by the electric shock, taking advantage of the anteater beast's current pathetic state, Qin Shou presses his advantage. Wings spread, feet kicking, he charges over once again. This time, Qin Shou does not kick it, instead stomping hard onto the anteater beast's back, pinning it down to keep it from getting back up, as it finally tried to stabilize its body. At the same time, the heavy warhammer in his right hand is crackling with high-voltage current, and he viciously smashes it down onto the anteater beast's head. The anteater beast is even more dazed now. Its head crashes heavily into the ground. At the same time, the hammer handle cannot withstand such monstrous impact. It snaps straight in two. Nothing else to do but this. Qin Shou had no choice but to clench his right fist. He slammed it down 3 times onto the ant beast's head. The force of the blows made the ant beast's eyes pop right out of their sockets. Done. Qin Shou quickly conserved his energy. He reverted to his human form. The ant beast's head was smashed into a pulp. Its skull was completely shattered. The brain inside must have turned into mush. It was as dead as it gets. Qin Shou grabbed his bone-cleaving knife. He first opened up the ant beast's abdomen, extracting the beast's spirit orb from within. Afterward, he went to dismantle the feathered tiger. Although this old tiger had developed avian traits after the transformation, growing quite a few feathers on its body, it was still a tiger at its core. Therefore, you could say it was a treasure chest of parts. Tiger penis, tiger meat, tiger pelt. Qin Shou did not want to waste any of it. So after retrieving the beast's spirit orb, he patiently butchered the chunks of the feathered tiger's meat, getting ready to have some hot pot for dinner. He collected a pile of fence wood and dry branches to build a fire. Then he set up the pot. He dumped in a packet of Sichuan-style hot pot base and poured in 2 bottles of mineral water. While waiting for the hot pot broth to boil, Qin Shou chopped off a tiger leg, setting it aside to roast. Then he sliced some tiger meat and monkey brains to prepare for the hot pot. By this time, the sky had gone completely dark, but for Qin Shou, who now possessed night vision, this was not a problem at all, because a pitch-black night was exactly his playing field. At that moment, the scent of the roasted meat and the blazing fire attracted some animals to creep closer. The subtle rustling nearby obviously did not escape Qin Shou's ears. He turned his head around and saw 3 blood-soaked, massive beasts comparable to Siberian tigers. They were staring at him with predatory hunger, approaching him step by step. Although wolves' vision is not quite on par with canines, their night vision is actually among the best of the large animals. That is why they often hunt at night, since darkness had fallen. Besides Qin Shou's plan to hunt in the zoo at night, this trio of survivors, who clearly had just finished a brutal skirmish, were also planning to start their hunt as night fell. Qin Shou was just getting ready to refuel with some hot pot, fill up his belly, never expecting to be targeted by this wolf trio. As they say, do not make a move until the enemy does. Seeing how cautious these three beasts were, not rushing to initiate a group attack on him, he seized the moment to blanch some tiger meat and get a fresh taste. It really lives up to its name, a tiger with chicken features. The meat actually had a faint chicken flavor. Let us try a piece of monkey brain. The texture and taste are pretty much like pork brain. I just wonder if eating brains can actually boost my own, or if it can enhance my mental energy. Qin Shou casually enjoyed his hot pot. He knew that eating beast meat could strengthen one's physique, because the flesh also contains a speck of beast spirit orb energy, but it was unclear if eating the brains could truly bolster anyone's mental capacity. Right then, the three wolves behind him suddenly began to fan out into three directions. Qin Shou knew they were preparing to attack. They live up to their reputation as social animals skilled in strategy and technique. Qin Shou stood up, instantly entering his half-beast state, ready to take on all three at once. If it were his past life, 1-on-3 would be a death sentence. Even facing the smallest one of these wolves, he is as good as dead. But for now, the ones going to die are these three mutant wolves that picked the wrong prey. Come on, come at me together. I am in a rush to have my tiger meat hot pot. Qin Shou just boasted casually. Surprisingly, these three mutant wolves seemed to understand human speech, splitting up into three directions and attacking him simultaneously. He snapped his heavy hammer handle while killing the bullet ants. The bone-chopping blade needs to be saved for carving up mutants. So Qin Shou is now fighting the mutant wolves with his bare hands. In his semi-beast form, Qin Shou suppressed his wings and tail, keeping them from sprouting out. His gaze locked onto the three mutant wolves charging at him. Then he clenched his right fist. Electric currents surged. Time for a thunderous punch. Gotta finish one off first. Heavy punch released. Qin Shou landed one hit, sending the one in the middle that was pouncing on him flying into a midlife crisis. This mutant wolf, over 2 meters long, weighing at least 300 to 400 pounds, was actually blasted 70 meters away by a single punch, and his fist was still crackling with high voltage current. Zapped the beast senseless instantly, so it could not even crawl up after getting blasted away. At the same time, the other two mutant wolves lunged at Qin Shou from the left and right. Bearing their sharp fangs, they bit down. Qin Shou remained unmoved. Bite away. I might as well test the skin durability of my semi-beast form. Can I withstand a normal mutant's bite? Qin Shou could have dodged, but he had no intention of doing so. He decided to endure the pain and test his own defense level. Instantly, his left arm was viciously bitten by a mutant wolf, and his right leg was clamped by the other one. The sheer biting force made the sharp fangs pierce his flesh instantly. Qin Shou frowned in pain. Then as his muscles were torn, his conditioned reflexes triggered a powerful electric current. Over 1,000 volts of high-voltage current discharged instantly, zapping these two mutant wolves. And as the current surged through his body, Qin Shou realized the wounds from their bites acted as a conduction point for the numb effect, and it did not hurt that much anymore. Watching them smoke at the mouth, incapacitated by the electricity, and then collapsing to the ground twitching, Qin Shou flashed a satisfied smile. In semi-beast form, normal mutant beasts pose no threat to me. If I enter the ultimate beast form, I bet a normal mutant would not even be able to scratch my skin. Plus, the full power discharge in semi-beast form feels like over 1,000 volts. That is why I could instantly paralyze mutant wolves that are even bigger than ordinary tigers. Qin Shou is really satisfied with his current beast transformation abilities. Of course, if I upgrade my skin defense later and turn the skin into hard armor, then I will truly have maxed out magic resistance and maxed out physical defense as well. And while holding maxed out dual defense, I will still have overwhelming strength, powerful healing abilities, wings to fly, and the ability to discharge high-voltage electricity. Thinking about it, even I feel like an absolute monster. It is only the first night of the apocalypse, and I have already become this powerful, and managed to grasp the power of ultimate beast transformation. Looking at the whole world, I feel that at this stage, I should be the strongest creature on the planet. After all, other mutant beasts trying to evolve into this guy still needs a more powerful beast. It will take at least a few days. Soon, finishing off the three beast wolves, Qin Shou swiftly cut open their bellies. He fished out the beast spirit orbs and put them away. He was not in a hurry to consume these orbs right now, because the power of the orbs within him was already so massive that his mental strength could barely keep it in check. So, to avoid losing control during a beast transformation, Qin Shou needed to play it safe. He had to buff his mental focus first. He went back to his hot pot. Wolf meat was off the menu. Didn't taste as good as tiger meat. This feathered tiger could not even beat the ant-eating beast. It clearly was not the original Titan giant tiger. After finishing the tiger meat hot pot and polishing off the whole monkey brain, Qin Shou realized that even in his human form, his digestive power was several times stronger than before. Food was digested in no time and rapidly converted into physical energy. So, eating brains really does make you smarter. My brain feels even more focused now. Not sure if it is just a placebo effect. Qin Shou decided to throw the feathered tiger's brain into the pot too. But then he thought about how tiger brains usually implies being clueless or a blockhead. And this feathered tiger, compared to the ant-eating beast, really did not seem too smart. So, he ditched the eat the tiger brain idea. He opted for the smarter one instead. The one who knew how to create opportunities. The one that had insta-killed the feathered tiger. But after cracking open the ant-eating beast's head, Qin Shou was stunned. Does this thing not have a brain? He took out his phone to check. Only then did he realize the ant-eater's brain was the size of an olive. Well damn. So this little thing is the brain. Condensed essence, I guess. Qin Shou added half a bottle of mineral water to the pot and boiled the poor little ant-eater's brain. Back in the previous life, when the apocalypse hit, when I was starving, I even ate cockroaches and earthworms. So, an animal brain is not really a big deal, as long as it makes me stronger. Even the scariest snake, I can overcome the fear. While waiting for it to boil, Qin Shou checked the messages from Zhang Yunzhang and the teacher. Lu Ru noted, "It is a good thing you treated us to that meal at noon. Otherwise, if we would eaten the pork or chicken in the canteen, we would have turned into beasts, just like the other teachers and students." Now, throughout the whole school, over 80% of teachers and students show signs of pig or chicken mutations. The remaining less than 20% of students have turned into duck-like mutations. Of course, there are a few unlucky ones showing rat traits, because their duck meat was likely contaminated with rat meat. Besides that, there is one more in the school. Some kid accidentally ate a cockroach and transformed into a hybrid cockroach man. His vitality and armor are actually quite strong, and his speed is pretty fast too. Not to mention he has a pair of giant chicken wings, capable of short-distance flight. Qin Shou replied perfunctorily to the teacher and his buddies, then clicked on the chat box with Zhang Yunzhang. "I heard something. They say eating the meat of those mutated monsters makes you stronger, and those mutated monsters that ate people, it seems they have become even more powerful." Soon after, Zhang Yunzhang replied, "No wonder it is absolute chaos out there. The internet is flooded with sightings of giant, mutated cats and dogs ripping people apart. You would better stay careful out there. Don't go outside for a few days. Just stay put and keep your food supplies in check. Find a safe place to hide. Let us see what the government and military have planned." Qin Shou, are you being too naive? This is a global apocalypse we are talking about. Everyone is in danger. Mutated beasts are everywhere. The military can't even protect themselves right now. Do you still expect any good news? Zhang Yunzhang was speechless. He realized he had been thinking too optimistically, after all, but it is too dangerous outside. The internet is flooded with reports of mutated beasts attacking humans. Many news outlets are advising people to stay indoors and avoid heading out for now. In my previous life, everyone just hid and waited for updates. But in the end, they were left with nothing. Worse, they wasted the prime window of time, the safest and easiest stage to evolve and grow stronger. As a result, many humans missed the chance to easily kill the aberrant beasts. The beasts just kept hunting humans and other mutants. In just a few days, they evolve, reaching a terrifying level where humans could not even touch them. Qin Shou replied, "From where I stand, just hiding and waiting is a death sentence. This is the apocalypse now. Social order and the rule of law have already collapsed. I just saw it myself, people everywhere, looting shops and fighting over food. In the chaos, people are resorting to lethal violence. People are already being killed. And when you call the police, no one answers. So sitting and hiding is just waiting to die. Once you run out of food to fill your stomach, and with no way to scavenge for more outside, cannibalism is going to become a reality. It is not just talk. There is already video proof online. Beyond the human and animal mutations, even insects are mutating. They have grown dozens, even hundreds of times their usual size. Think about it. Is there any hope left? Do you really think hiding will last until the world goes back to normal? Zhang Yunzhang was stunned into silence. I never thought beyond humans and animals that even insects were changing too. If that is true, mosquitoes and rats growing 100 times bigger, that would be a living nightmare for us. Then what should we do now? Zhang Yunzhang asked, waiting for Qin Shou's advice. Qin Shou answered, I just tested it myself. After eating some mutated dog meat, my physical stats and strength actually seem to have increased. This proves we can use mutated animals to evolve and get stronger. For ordinary people, this is the ultimate chance to change our fate. It is the best opportunity to rise in these chaotic times. Otherwise, if those mutant beasts keep hunting other humans and keep consuming their own kind to get stronger, there will be no way out once we eventually step outside. Besides, very few people know about this yet. It has not gone public online. I tested it, and I am only telling you guys. You would better keep this to yourselves. If everyone finds out that they can get stronger this way, they will definitely fight to the death over it. Also, we can get stronger by eating mutated animals. Those beasts also get stronger by eating humans. So, would humans also get stronger if they ate each other? Hearing that, Zhang Yunzhang felt his skin crawl. If cannibalism could lead to evolution, then eventually, the world might actually see people eating people. He replied to Qin Shou, Where are you? I will get Zhao Bin and the others to come find you. Qin Shou knew Zhang Yunzhang was worried about his safety. After all, he mentioned that he had not mutated yet. Being a normal human in this kind of situation, he was only in more danger. Qin Shou replied, I am near the provincial high-speed railway station. Traffic is completely paralyzed here. You guys take care of yourselves first. If we survive this disaster, we might still see each other again. Be careful then. Don't trust anyone too easily. Zhang Yunzhang finished checking his messages, then snuck out to call Zhao Bin and the others to leave the dorm. Zhao Bin asked, What is up? Huang Wenxiao and Zhang Yuji were also curious, but they did not press for details. There are too many eyes and ears. Walls have ears, Zhang Yunzhang said mysteriously. Follow me downstairs, I will explain then. Though they did not know what was wrong with Zhang Yunzhang, the three of them still followed him out of the dormitory. The sky was pitch black. The full moon was blood red. Usually, the moonlight would be bright enough to light up the ground, but tonight it is eerily red, and the moon sheds no light at all. Yunzhang, why did you sneak us out here? What is going on? Zhang Yuji finally could not help but ask. I just got a message from Qin Shou. He is trapped near the provincial high-speed railway station. We are facing a global apocalypse. The entire provincial capital has fallen. Out there, mutant animals are slaughtering and devouring people. Humans have also started to ignore law and order after transforming. It is pure chaos and looting, so we can't just wait around for the government or the military to restore order. Only by taking the initiative will we have a fighting chance to survive. Zhao Bin asked in confusion, What do you mean by taking the initiative? Zhang Yunzhang replied, Qin Shou got solid intel from the provincial capital. Those mutant animals grow stronger by hunting and consuming humans. Conversely, humans can also grow stronger by hunting those beasts. So we cannot listen to what the media says about just hiding and waiting for things to blow over. We need to race against time before those mutant animals finish evolving. We must hunt as many as possible to strengthen ourselves. Otherwise, as those beasts evolve and become more and more powerful, we will just be sitting ducks. Hearing Zhang Yunzhang put it that way, Zhao Bin and the others suddenly became tense. Huang Wenxiao pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, No wonder those mutant animals on the news suddenly started attacking humans like they have gone crazy, devouring us. Zhang Yuji frowned and said, Is this a regression to a primitive era? Survival of the fittest. Reordering the hierarchy of the food chain. Zhang Yunzhang reached out and snatched the glasses off Huang Wenxiao's face, saying, Stop wearing these pathetic glasses. My eyesight has already improved, and I can see in the dark now. Yours must have improved too. It is impossible you are still nearsighted. Huang Wenxiao was stunned for a moment, then said with joy, I am just so used to wearing them. You did not mention it, and I did not even realize it. Zhao Bin asked in surprise. Wait, so your eyes can see in the dark too? Zhang Yunzhang gave him a blank stare. Rabbits and crocodiles are nocturnal animals. The food Qin Shou treated us to at noon was crocodile meatballs and braised rabbit heads. We were lucky thanks to Qin Shou. After the transformation, we inherited traits from crocodiles and rabbits, including their night vision capabilities. Qin Shou really did not know crocodiles had such powerful night vision. Otherwise, he would not have gone to the trouble of treating us to braised rabbit heads, just to give us the rabbit's night vision ability. Naturally, besides night vision, the rabbit's greatest talent lies in its agility and flexibility, plus an extraordinary jumping ability. That is also the main reason why Qin Shou considered having them feast on braised rabbit head. Zhao Bin asked, So, should we take advantage of our night vision and go out now to hunt mutated beasts? Exactly, Zhang Yunzhang replied. Most people still do not know that consuming mutated beasts can make them stronger. We need to get a head start and hunt as many of them as possible. If the secret gets out, everyone will be slaughtering these beasts to power up, or even start killing each other just to hoard them. After all, it is the apocalypse now. The military and police are too swamped to care. Law and order have gone right out the window. Hearing this, the three of them immediately grasped the reality of their situation. No time to waste. Let us head out and hunt those mutants now. My stomach is growling like crazy. Let us hit the cafeteria first and grab some knives as weapons. Or maybe just some sturdy clubs. I feel so powerful right now. One swing and I could crush the dean's dog head. I bet I can take him down with a single punch now. Zhang Yunzhang chuckled, then led the three of them to the cafeteria to gear up. At the zoo, Qinshu was full and satisfied. Nearby, a piece of roasted tiger leg was sizzling and charred to perfection, dripping with juices. He finished it off with seasoning and salt. While munching on the tiger leg, Qinshu scanned for any unevolved titan giant tigers, or any other beasts worth intercepting. Still, he was a bit late. Quite a few creatures had already broken their cages and escaped. Qinshu noticed that the giraffes, elephants, cattle, and horses, most herbivores, had all bolted, because their enclosures no longer contained enough vegetation to satisfy their hunger after mutation. However, passing by the rhino pavilion, Qinshu made a shocking discovery. On the carcass of a dead rhino, a giant horsefly over half a meter long was feasting greedily on its blood and flesh. I did not expect to find a successfully mutated pest here. And look at how big this freak has grown. Just imagine, if this half-meter fly grew up to be the size of an adult human. How terrifying would that be? If you are not careful, a giant mutant horsefly could suck a person bone dry. This is why insects are so monstrous. Once they evolve, generally, every successfully mutated insect will see its size and strength multiply tenfold, even 100-fold, and many insects possess all kinds of freakish innate abilities. So once they evolve, they transform from tiny bugs into massive beasts, and their innate abilities scale proportionally. Take a common ant, for example. They can lift 400 times their own body weight. If an ant mutates and reaches a size where it weighs 1,000 jin, it could lift 400,000 jin worth of weight. That is like 200 tons. You get the picture. Take a look at an average commercial airplane. For instance, it only weighs about 50 or 60 tons. That is why insects are the chosen ones in this beast transformation catastrophe. Perhaps over 99% of them will die from their bodies rupturing because they can't handle the transformation. But if they are lucky enough to complete the beast transformation, they become the most monstrous evolutionary specimens. Qinshu moved quietly, keeping low. This horsefly was a pleasant surprise for him. He was wondering if he could manage to capture it alive. Inside the rhinoceros enclosure, it was over half a meter long. It looked just like a fly, yet it was actually a horsefly with no relation to common flies. It was frantically sucking the blood and flesh from the rhinoceros carcass. It seemed like the blood inside the rhino had already been drained dry. So this horsefly was forced to chew on the rhino's meat. A large chunk of flesh from the rhino's belly had been eaten away, but the exposed wound and the surrounding ground showed no signs of fresh blood spilling. From this, it could be determined that this rhino had been sucked dry by this massive horsefly. Qinshu guessed that the rhino must have been too hungry and weak during the beast transformation process. Then, during its own transformation, the horsefly just happened to be sucking the rhino's blood. It replenished its energy by consuming a large amount of rhino blood, and in the end, it managed to survive the transformation process that so easily causes insects to explode and die. Therefore, the successful horsefly had grown significantly in size, and all its innate talents and abilities had also increased dramatically. Poor rhino, it really had bad luck. It was literally sucked dry by the fly, and the horsefly evolved to such a massive size because of it. Even just looking at such a huge horsefly made Qinshu's scalp go numb, mainly because horseflies have such ferocious temperaments, even more obsessed with blood than mosquitoes. Moreover, their saliva contains no anesthetic components, so the process of biting and sucking blood is very painful, and it also itches terribly. That is why these things are even more disgusting than mosquitoes. Getting bitten by one is far worse than a mosquito bite. Also, it is worth mentioning that the fly does not just like to be active at noon. It also likes to hide during the day and come out at night. Therefore, its eyes also possess quite strong night vision capabilities. Its eyes are compound eyes like a fly's, composed of tens of thousands of tiny eye units, and these tiny eyes are made of numerous photoreceptor cells. Each tiny eye can form an image, and it can transmit these image signals to the brain through the nerves for processing. Since the horsefly's eyes do not move, this type of imaging helps it broaden its field of vision, allowing it to obtain a very wide viewing space. Consequently, everything within a 360-degree range around its body cannot escape its sight. So the moment Qinshu got close, he was immediately discovered by the horsefly. Seeing Qinshu sneak up to within 7 meters of its perceived threat range, it immediately fluttered its wings and flew up. Damn, high vigilance, huh? Qin Shou was thinking about getting just a bit closer, and then lunging with everything to catch this beast. Who would have thought that, even after being so careful, he was still spotted? However, the horsefly did not seem to want to give up this rhinoceros feast, so it landed on the roof of the rhino shed, using its 2 front legs to stroke its long sharp mouthparts, wiping off the sticky flesh before shoving it into its mouth, then staring at Qin Shou with a vigilant, angry look. It seemed to be cursing at the damn human for interrupting its wonderful and strengthening feeding process. Qin Shou figured that even if he used his ultimate beast transformation, his flight speed probably would not be able to catch this horsefly, so he decided to outsmart it. He walked over to the side of the rhino carcass, looking at the stomach meat that had been nearly eaten away, exposing the bare white bone and the mess of intestines on the ground. Surprisingly, the scene is completely odorless, no scent of blood at all. Instead of rushing to scavenge for beast spirit orbs, he lies down nearby to wait, waiting for a rabbit to dash into the tree trunk. Come on, I have got plenty of fresh blood here to satisfy your thirst. For any other mutant beast, Qin Shou in his half-beast state is an incredibly tempting prey. That is precisely why, after the beastly catastrophe began, those successfully mutated beasts love to attack humans, and the reason for devouring them is clear. First, the beast transformation energy within human mutants is like a delicious, fragrant feast. Second, animals that successfully mutate are generally stronger, while most humans are quite weak after their transformation. Therefore, they are the easiest to hunt, and the most common prey. Qin Shou lies flat, secretly observing the movements of the gadfly. The owl's night vision is truly legit. I can see everything clearly, even 20 meters away in the dark. The gadfly's needle-like hair stands on end. Perhaps it does not want to miss the rhino's blood and meat, or maybe it is gripped by the urge to hunt. A human lying right beside its previous kill. The giant gadfly flutters its wings and flies back. It lands on the rhino beast, all while staying alert toward Qin Shou. The IQ of such insects is generally not very high. That is why Qin Shou's waiting for a rabbit tactic is especially effective. The beast transformation energy radiating from his body, denser than that of most mutant beasts, has successfully caught the gadfly's attention. To a gadfly with highly sensitive senses, it is simply an irresistible delicious temptation. So, it falls right for the trap. It cautiously walks over to Qin Shou's side. Thinking Qin Shou is fast asleep, it prepares to thrust its proboscis into his body, ready to feed. Qin Shou's gaze remains fixed on this giant gadfly, which is over half a meter long and looks truly terrifying. As soon as that proboscis evolved, thicker than a finger, aims directly at his lower dantian, Qin Shou can no longer hold back. Damn, it seems this gadfly can actually sniff out the beast spirit orb. Qin Shou originally intended to let it sting him once, and then capture it, but I did not expect this gadfly to not only want to suck blood, but also to try and swallow the beast spirit orb inside me. The orb melts upon intake. Once that proboscis stings in and touches the orb, it will definitely be able to swallow it whole. And the reason it has grown so big is probably because it already swallowed another beast spirit orb from a rhino. Qin Shou quickly pounces up. The fly gets spooked and immediately takes flight, but the hunter is always one step ahead, and the prey is always 1 foot behind. With the owl's vision, Qin Shou had long predicted its movements. He swiftly grabs one of its hind legs with his right hand, and follows up by pinning a wing with his left. He forcibly slams it to the ground. After growing in size, it has become stronger in every aspect, but its agility has faltered. If it were still the size of a common housefly, catching it really would not have been this easy. Qin Shou has already cooked up a truly inhuman idea. He flips his hand to grip the fly's wing, lifting the over half a meter long gadfly, which weighs about 30 or 40 pounds. He then returns to where he just slaughtered the ant beast. You already drank the rhino's blood dry, but there is still plenty of blood left here for you to gorge on. Qin Shou decides to fatten this gadfly up before killing it. Mutant ape, feathered tiger, ant beast, and the mutant wolf, the beasts he took down earlier, still have plenty of fresh blood inside them. It is perfect for letting the gadfly feed for free. Gonna drain every last bit of blood from this ox leech. It is bound to evolve and get even stronger. So, to be on the safe side, Qin Shou found a thick rope and tied up the ox leech's wings. He even threw a thin cord around its neck for good measure. Now there is no need to worry about it running off after it gets its fill. Qin Shou dragged the ox leech around like a pet on a leash, walking right up to the feathered tiger's carcass. Come on, feast on your final meal. Leading the ox leech along like a dog, Qin Shou guided it to drain the fresh blood, oozing from the freshly killed mutant beasts, or still pulled deep inside their hides. As the fresh blood of each mutant beast was sucked dry by the ox leech, Qin Shou confirmed that the ox leech really was like those mosquito eaters in Africa. Beast transformed like them, getting the innate ability of a mosquito, evolving and growing stronger through blood consumption. By now, 3 mutant wolves, a feathered tiger, and an ant-eater's carcasses had been sucked into dried-up husks by the leech. Even the moisture in the meat was was drained away. Plus, while this beast of an ox leech was guzzling the blood, it also tore off and devoured some chunks of meat. Now, the leech's form was showing obvious, bizarre mutations. Not only did its size grow by a third, but other beastly transformations began to manifest. For instance, besides its needle-like mouth part, the leech's mouth mutated to look just like the mutant wolf's, filled with razor-sharp teeth. On top of that, the leech's 6 legs grew significantly thicker and stronger, and showed signs of mutating towards tiger claws, with sparse wolf hair starting to sprout on them. The speed at which this ox leech digests and absorbs is just insane. No wonder this tiny bean-sized thing, after the disaster hit, managed to evolve into something this grotesque. In just 2 short hours, Qinshu was stunned by the ox leech's appetite and its digestive absorption rate. There were still a few mutant ape carcasses ahead. Qinshu simply hauled the ox leech over there to drain the flesh and blood of the apes. Maybe it was because Qinshu held a tight grip on it, but after such a grand, delicious feast of blood, the leech no longer felt any rage. It actually started feeling quite pleased. If the ox leech could talk, it would probably be singing Qinshu's praises and saying, "Damn, you are one hell of a good guy." The ox leech was feeling incredible right now. It had not just grown significantly in size, its strength was also scaling up fast. It felt that now, even if a living, snorting ox or some other beast popped up in front of it, it could square up for a real fight, taking out the ox on its own merits, and then draining its blood fair and square. Unlike before, where it was pathetically tiny, and its strength was pitiful, it had to sneak around to sip on blood, while constantly worrying about being swatted dead by a cow's tail, or having the ox suddenly roll over, and crushing it to death. But now, things have not been like the old days. It felt like if it kept draining blood for a few more days, it could evolve to become as big as an ox, and then it would be absolutely invincible. Though there was one thing stuck in its mind. When it was draining that ox earlier, it had clearly tasted something even more delicious than blood, and it could also smell that same delicious aura radiating from inside Qinshu. So why was it that when it drained the tigers and wolves, it could not smell that same sweetness inside their bodies? Still, it knew how to be satisfied with what it had, even though it could not get that soul-shakingly delicious flavor. This bloody feast was the best it had ever had since all this started, and it just kept on guzzling so much of it. Most importantly, after finishing all that, it felt itself grow just a bit more, getting just a bit stronger. This feeling of continuous evolution and fortification is addictive. It was impossible to stop it. Is there more? Can I keep devouring? The blood the horsefly absorbed did not seem to need digestion. It seemed to merge directly into its flesh and blood. Even after guzzling so much fresh blood and eating plenty of meat, its stomach was not even full. It could still keep devouring. Soon, the mutant beasts Qinshu had finished off earlier. They were all cleaned out by the horsefly. Finally, the gluttonous horsefly had its fill. Its belly was bulging huge, just like a mosquito, so bloated with blood it could not even fly. It was still evolving. Qinshu marveled at how the horsefly could grow stronger just by sucking blood. No wonder those mutant mosquito men were so insanely powerful in the last life. Inside a mutant beast, besides the beast spirit orb, the most concentrated source of hyper-evolutionary energy is its fresh blood, and then its flesh. That is why this horsefly evolved so rapidly. The sated horsefly returned to the pavilion. Qinshu naturally could not find a beast spirit orb inside the pavilion. This meant that by some freak chance, the horsefly had absorbed the beast spirit orb generated inside the pavilion after it turned. That is why it became so massive. An hour later, Qinshu took the horsefly for a stroll around the zoo. He slaughtered every common mutant beast he encountered, and did not even bother to extract the beast spirit orbs, letting the horsefly feed on them instead. Just like that, under Qinshu's feed and farm approach, the horsefly kept undergoing mutations and evolution. It quickly grew from the half-meter size it was when they met, to over a meter long. By this point, Qinshu felt a bit of pressure. It felt like the ropes could no longer hold the horsefly's wings. The rope tied around its neck was also barely holding it back. It could not be contained anymore. The leak has grown quite big. Time to harvest. Qinshu patted the horsefly on its head. Don't blame me for being cruel. Blame the law of the jungle in this apocalyptic world. Qinshu was a cold-hearted hunter. The horsefly had already developed an attachment to him. It did not show any more wariness. Suddenly, he ripped the horsefly's wings off. Tear. Both wings were forcefully torn out. The pain made the horsefly screech in agony. Don't move. Don't scream. The first time is always painful. Just bear with it for a moment. It will be over soon. Right then, Qinshu's hands released a powerful electric current. The electric shock made the horsefly emit an even more pitiful screech, and it began to thrash violently. Even that did not kill it. Qinshu was shocked that the horsefly could actually withstand a current of nearly 1,000 volts. Finally, with a tremendous effort. He forcibly snapped the horsefly's neck, successfully finishing it off. Grabbing a bone cleaver, Qin Shou dissected the horsefly's carcass, and successfully found inside a gold and crimson beast spirit orb. This was the first time he would seen an orb with two colors mixed in. The beast spirit orbs he collected from hunting mutant beasts previously were all golden yellow. Aside from the intensity of the transformation energy and the potential of individual innate abilities, they looked pretty much the same on the surface. But the beast spirit orb extracted from the horsefly was clearly streaked with red. Could it be because the horsefly gorged itself on so much blood? Qin Shou hesitated for a second. In the end, he decided to eat the beast spirit orb first, and see if it would somehow mutated to gain the blood-sucking ability of a bull-headed snake. As the beast spirit orb entered my throat, it instantly turned into a warm current, flowing down into my belly. It was then fully absorbed and merged with the beast spirit orb at my dantian, and a new round of beast transformation began. Qin Shou discovered that this upgrade granted him the compound eyes of a bull-headed snake, a powerful sense of smell, and even stronger flight capabilities. But what shocked and excited Qin Shou the most was the monkey tail that sprouted from behind, which had grown a sharp barb at the very tip. It looked like the poisonous stinger of a bullet ant, and also like the mouthparts of a blood-sucking bull-headed snake. Qin Shou could not help but think of the villain Cell from Dragon Ball. He had a sharp stinger on his tail too, specifically designed to absorb human marrow. To strengthen himself, Qin Shou did a quick test. With some clumsy movements, he controlled the stinger on his tail, stabbing into the bull-headed snake. Then instinctively he twitched his rear end. To his surprise, the tail actually started sucking the blood from the snake. Wait, I was already prepared to live like a mosquito or a tick, accepting that I would become a vampire from now on. But the bull-headed snake's blood-sucking ability actually appeared on the monkey tail that just grew out, and this stinger on the tail seemed to have the venomous effect of a bullet ant as well. In the moment his tail stinger pierced the bull-headed snake's torso, Qin Shou could feel his tail twitching involuntarily. Then it was as if some liquid could not help but shoot out from the needle hole of the stinger. Immediately after, he tightened his glutes, using those muscles to try and control his tail, and the tail really started sucking the bull-headed snake's blood. Qin Shou was thrilled. He had steeled himself to lead a bloody life, prepared to constantly evolve by drinking blood, but he never imagined that the innate blood-sucking talent of the snake would manifest on the tip of his tail. This is a pleasant surprise. No need to go through the gross process of sucking blood with my mouth. Just like a mosquito or a tick, I can evolve and strengthen myself infinitely by sucking blood. Speaking of which, those beast mosquito people in Africa rely on sucking blood to constantly boost their physical stats. So, if I suck brain marrow, will I constantly strengthen my mental capacity, too? Qin Shou's mental energy was already too overwhelming to control the powerful energy of the beast spirit orb. So right now, he could not suppress its power. Unable to return to his human form, he flicked his hairy tail around, maneuvering the stinger toward the head of the giant snake. Because he was not perfectly used to controlling his tail yet, and the snake had swallowed an entire rhinoceros's blood and a spirit orb, its skin had become thick and tough like the rhino's. So much so that Qin Shou's tail stinger could not pierce through even after several tries. So Qin Shou used his hands instead. He grabbed the tip of his own tail, aiming that 10-centimeter long stinger, and forcefully jabbed it into the snake's head. The tail started to slurp away. Qin Shou could feel something being drawn into his body through his tail, but the whole process was completely flavorless. Just the way I like it. Qin Shou felt the changes after his tail consumed the snake's brain matter. Finally, after confirming his stamina and spirit had increased a tiny bit, he immediately seized the time to scour the zoo. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunzhang and his group started their work too. They managed to take down a beast that was even larger than them. While wondering how to eat it, Zhao Bin frowned and asked, "Do we have to eat it raw for it to work?" Zhang Yunzhang was not sure either, but he guessed, just like the crocodile we had for lunch. Both the meatballs and the braised rabbit heads are already cooked, which means we should not need to eat them raw, and we should still get the benefits of the evolution. However, eating raw is definitely more effective. Otherwise, this German shepherd would not have evolved into such a beast so quickly. Guang Wenchao could not take it. "I really can't stomach eating raw dog meat. Why do not we call our head teacher and go cook it at her dormitory?" Zhang Yuji agreed. "Deal. Besides, there is no way we can finish a dog this massive anyway." Zhang Yunzhang nodded. "I will call Ms. Lu, Wenchao, you and Ajia handle moving the dog first. Trade off with Zhao Bin and me when you are tired." On the way back to school, misery was everywhere. The shops around us had all been looted and trashed. Any place that sold food had been completely ransacked. Along the way, they also witnessed plenty of gruesome scenes, like patches of dried blood and various mangled remains. It was precisely because they had seen so many cruel and bloody sights that they were so reluctant to eat raw dog meat. Qin Shou was right. The government and the military are already beyond saving themselves. The whole world is in a complete mess. Order has collapsed. Everyone is on their own. If we want to survive and not get eaten by these mutated beasts, we have to hunt them before they become too powerful. Then we will become stronger ourselves. While Zhang Yunzheng was talking, he dialed Ms. Lu, the head teacher. At that moment, Lu Ru was also tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She kept checking the news online. Numerous violent, bloody videos were appearing all over the net. One thing could be confirmed: the entire country had essentially fallen, except for those who posted videos claiming to be vegetarians and showing no signs of mutation. Everyone else had shown varying degrees of mutation, and quite a few had died in agony during their transition. What made people feel most desperate was that the animals also showed signs of mutated evolution, and then started attacking humans like madmen. The most common cases were cats and dogs that grew to gigantic sizes with enhanced strength. Whether it was house pets or stray cats and dogs, after mutating, they all posed a serious threat to mankind. It was now extremely dangerous outside. Every major news account was urging people not to go out, not to turn on any lights at night, stay quiet, and wait for instructions from the authorities. Just then, Zhang Yunzheng's call came in, asking if he could borrow her kitchen. Lu Ru thought Zhang Yunzheng and the others were just starving, and wanted to come over and cook a meal. However, when she opened the door and saw Zhang Yunzheng and Zhao Bin lugging a massive dog, she was completely dumbfounded. She nearly screamed. Zhang Yunzheng was quick-witted. He urgently whispered, "Chut, let us get inside first," to avoid attracting attention from other teachers and students. Their behavior was like sneaking around like thieves. Just as the news media accounts advised everyone to keep doors and windows locked. Do not turn on lights at night, otherwise it would attract the attention of mutated beasts. Therefore, even if they were openly moving the mutated carcass inside, nobody would be able to see it. Lu Ru now possessed night vision. After she closed the door, she whispered a question. "What is with this dog?" Zhang Yunzheng replied, "We just got back from hunting." Lu Ru asked suspiciously, "Are you guys trying to get yourselves killed? Didn't they warn you to stay in the dorms? Do you have any idea how chaotic it is out there right now? How dangerous it is?" Zhang Yunzheng stated, "We went out to hunt beasts precisely because we want to stay alive. Otherwise, if these beasts keep evolving, then we will truly be just sitting ducks, waiting to die." Lu Ru asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Zhang Yunzheng relayed the message Qin Shou had given him. Upon hearing it, Lu Ru's eyes filled with fear and worry. If that is really the case, then should not we organize all the teachers and students, and the locals nearby, to hunt them down while we still can? Zhang Yunzheng shook his head. "Teacher, your heart is in the right place. Humanity only stands a chance if we unite. But only by working together can we weather this apocalypse. But have you considered this? Since the beasts can keep evolving by devouring others, and humans can strengthen themselves by eating these beasts, doesn't it follow the same logic for humans? Especially since we are already half-beast hybrids now. We are not even really considered human anymore. So, once this news gets out, trust between people will go extinct. At that point, everyone will scramble to hunt down these beasts, and eventually descend into killing one another. After all, if killing and eating others grants power, do you really think some people would risk their necks hunting dangerous, high-level beasts?" Zhang Yunzheng's words left Lu Ru completely stunned. Zhang Yunzheng continued, "And the stronger someone is, the more likely they are to be a target. After our transformation, we are now far more powerful than the average person. Once word gets out, I reckon our situation will be even more dangerous than those beasts out there. For all we know, there will be plenty who try to hunt us down as if we were just fodder, to consume our flesh and grow stronger." At this, Zhao Bin chimed in, "I have seen videos online. Many people have become bloodthirsty monsters. Total disregard for law and order. Rampaging, looting and killing. Absolute chaos. In the process of our hunt earlier, we already bore witness to the brutality of the end times. Many shops have been picked clean, and so many bodies litter the streets, gnawed down to the bones by those creatures. So we must never underestimate the depths of human depravity, especially now that so many are not even human. They are just wild beasts. Think of it like those Doomsday novels, where only the selfish and ruthless stay alive long. Being soft-hearted or too kind just earns you a faster, uglier death." Huang Wenchao nodded in agreement. "Exactly, especially since teacher, your beast form is not gruesome like ours. So now that the social order has collapsed, and the laws are no longer effective, your appearance, your rabbit girl-like traits, only make you an easier target for predators." Lu Ru, finally, she understood. Zhang Yunzheng and the others were trying to teach her a lesson, making her face the grim reality. Lu Ru took a deep breath, and replied slowly, "I have eaten more salt in my life than you have eaten rice, so I catch your drift. if what you said is true, that eating these mutated animals makes you stronger, then we should leave the school as soon as possible, kill as many mutated beasts as we can to power ourselves up, and then head back to save our families. Lu Ru is a good teacher, but that does not make her a saint. She understands what Zhang Yunzhang and the others mean, and she knows the consequences if this news leaks out. Let me tend to the wound first. You guys go skin the dog, and remember, do not turn the lights on. We can see just fine in the dark anyway. Zhang Yunzhang was the only one injured. His left shoulder got bitten by that mutant beast. It is still bleeding, but luckily, that alligator skin mutation gave him high resistance. It did not hit the bone. Only after he took his shirt off did Lu Ru see the wound on his shoulder. Hurry up and get the first aid kit to bandage him. It is a good thing Qin Shou fed us that alligator meatball at lunch. It made our skin as tough as an alligator's hide. Otherwise, I would have been mauled to death by that dog. Zhang Yunzhang was still shaken. Lu Ru asked the three of them, "Are you guys hurt?" Zhao Bin, busy skinning the dog in the kitchen, answered back, "We are fine. That mutant beast was being held back by Zhang Yunzhang, so we just beat it to death. Only Zhang Yunzhang took a bite. The rest of us just got a few scratches. Didn't even break the skin." Lu Ru suddenly had a thought. Right, in this situation, should not he get a rabies shot? Zhang Yunzhang paused. Probably not necessary anymore, right? Lu Ru felt, to be on the safe side, we should check a hospital tomorrow. Though in this mess, the doctors and nurses have probably already bailed. Just then, while Zhao Bin was slicing open the mutant dog's stomach, he found a pale gold, marble-sized orb. Zhang Yunzhang, there is a weird orb in this dog's gut. Maybe it swallowed a marble by mistake. Zhang Yunzhang leaned in for a closer look. Zhao Bin shook his head. Not a marble. Definitely not glass either. Because holding this thing in my hand gives me a strange feeling. Zhang Yunzhang walked over and picked up the beast's spirit orb from the creature's body. He realized there was indeed something odd about it. It seemed to contain some indescribable power. Let me ask Qin Shou. See if he knows what is going on. Zhang Yunzhang sent a message to Qin Shou, then tried calling him, but there was no response. Damn it. Qin Shou has not replied to the message. And he is not picking up the phone. He is not in trouble, is he? Everyone started to worry. Little did they know, Qin Shou at the moment was already in a killing frenzy at the zoo. He did not even have time to check his phone, which was on silent anyway. Zhang Yunzhang had a wild idea. You think this orb might be a crystal that forms inside them after mutation, housing their mutated power. Kind of like a golden core for cultivators in those novels. This is where being a book nerd comes in handy. Zhao Bin added, I was thinking the exact same thing. Many apocalypse novels feature zombies, or mutant beasts creatures with evolution crystals inside them. Swallowing those lets you keep evolving and getting stronger. Zhang Yunzhang gathered his courage, ready to take the first bite. I am going to swallow this, and see if it does anything. Lu Ru almost tried to stop him, but Zhang Yunzhang was just too quick. Before she could speak, he popped the orb straight into his mouth. She exclaimed in surprise. That was way too reckless. What if it is poisonous or has some nasty side effects? Just then, Zhang Yunzhang's eyes lit up. He said, I have not even started swallowing yet, and the orb is just melting in my mouth. Zhao Bin asked anxiously, how's the taste? No taste at all. It is just like drinking warm water. As he spoke, Zhang Yunzhang suddenly felt his body growing hot. He said uneasily, damn it, it is already kicking in. My body suddenly feels feverish, like there is a fire burning in my gut. Lu Ru asked with a frown, does your stomach hurt? Are you uncomfortable? Zhang Yunzhang shook his head. My stomach does not hurt, but my whole body feels weird, like countless bugs are crawling inside me. Just then, Huang Wenchao stared, dumbfounded. Holy crap, it is not bugs crawling all over you. You are growing tons of dog hair. Zhang Yuji was shocked. You are undergoing a secondary transformation. Do you feel stronger? If so, it means the orbs you get from mutated animals can keep fueling our mutations and power. Zhang Yunzhang looked at his alligator-like skin, as thick fur sprouted over his hands. With a mix of disgust and excitement, he clenched his fists and said, feels like my strength grew even more. My senses are definitely heightened. Zhao Bin said excitedly, that just means from now on, we should hunt more mutated beasts, absorb more orbs, and we will just keep getting stronger. Huang Wenchao suggested, we should not delay. Let us stock up on some more power first, then head for the zoo. There are bound to be plenty of mutated animals there. Lu Ru asked, won't that be too dangerous if there are too many of them? Zhao Bin replied, no risk, no reward. The zoo is guaranteed to be packed with creatures, and honestly, many do not even have night vision. But since we do, we can launch surprise attacks at night and easily take out the ones that can't see in the dark. Zhang Yunzhang nodded in agreement. Hitting the zoo is a smart move, even if it is dangerous. We have to take that risk, because I can feel it now. I think there should be one of these inside me too, which means we might end up just like these beasts if others figure out the truth about these orbs. Once the word gets out, it is going to be every man for himself, because people won't need to be cannibals. They just have to hunt down others, rip out their orb and use it to evolve. Upon hearing this, everyone grew tense and uneasy. Keep a low profile. A treasure brings its own demise. The stronger you look, the more likely you are to be targeted and offed by others. Zhang Yunzhang nodded in agreement. So we must seize this chance, before the word gets out, to power ourselves up as fast as we can. Otherwise, once the news spreads, the weak will only be cannon fodder for the strong to level up. 4 hours later, 3:30 a.m., the four of them biked through the night. After an hour, they finally reached the outskirts of the zoo. Even though our teacher, Lu Ru, is stronger than most since the transformation, she is still a woman after all. To avoid being a burden, she wisely stayed behind. Who would have thought a fire broke out here? So many buildings burnt down. Looks like the fire department could not even save themselves. Even though the fire was out, Zhang Yunzhang and the others could still feel the scorching heat lingering in the air. Let us move. The main gate is just a right turn ahead. Keep your eyes peeled. Don't get ambushed by the mutated beasts inside. Just as the four of them snuck their bikes into the unmanned, unlocked zoo gates, a shadow suddenly soared into the sky. Holy crap, that is a huge bird. Zhang Yuji stared as the massive dark figure took off towards the north. He could not help but gasp. Zhang Yunzhang stared, confused. That is no bird. That is a human. No, wait, I should say it is a birdman with wings. Zhao Bin sounded envious. If only we had wings too, how cool would that be? We could just fly straight to wherever we want. Huang Wenchao realized something. He spoke up. That birdman just flew out of the zoo. Don't tell me he knows about the beast spirit orbs inside and beat us to the punch. Zhang Yunzhang watched the silhouette disappear into the distance. He replied, unlikely. There are so many animals in the zoo. Even if half killed each other off, and half ran away, there should still be at least 100 mutated beasts trapped inside. So, even if this birdman has the same goal as us, there is no way one person could kill that many, especially with tigers and lions, those predators, which are insanely dangerous once they mutate. The four of us barely stand a chance against a single mutated beast, let alone a guy all on his own. Fair point. Huang Wenchao nodded slightly. Earlier, it was tough enough for the four of us to take down that 2-meter beast. It was already such a struggle. If we were up against tigers or lions, those bigger, more dangerous predators, all they would be doing is running for their lives. Therefore, they risked coming to the zoo, intending to use their night vision to ambush weaker beasts that lacked that ability, gathering bits to eventually make much. By consuming more mutated beasts, the beast spirit orbs would constantly evolve and strengthen them, and eventually, they would hunt the truly powerful predators. The four of them parked their bikes at the zoo's main gate, then grabbed their kitchen knives, iron rods, and a frying pan as weapons, cautiously stepping into the zoo. Zhang Yunzhang led the way. Huang Wenchao and Zhang Yuji flanked him on either side. Zhao Bin brought up the rear. The four of them worked with clear division of labor, scanning their surroundings with 360-degree vigilance. Soon enough, they spotted the first set of remains in the zoo. The body of a tourist. Then came the second and the third. One of the bodies was missing an entire arm. The abdomen looked like it had been ripped open by a beast. Entrails and internal organs were spilling out. The sight made all four of them nauseous with dread. Zhang Yunzhang turned pale and muttered, "Looks like my theory was right. Once humans transform into beasts, they follow the same rule as other mutated animals. They develop a beast spirit orb inside that contains mutated power. That is why these tourists' abdomens were mostly chewed up by the mutated animals." Zhao Bin's gaze fell upon the hand of the corpse clutching a half-empty bottle of liquor. Puzzled, he asked, "Tourists should not be allowed to bring liquor into the zoo, right? Or perhaps no tourist would ever bring alcohol here on purpose." Huang Wenchao also noticed the anomaly. He speculated, maybe they were not dead yet when they arrived. Then, their family or friends who were visiting the zoo with them probably gave them a bottle of liquor to ease their suffering. It was meant to be their final drink. Zhao Bin stopped overthinking it. He warned them, seeing all these tragic deaths appearing here, it means some mutated animals have already escaped their enclosures. We must be extremely cautious. Zhang Yunzhang noted, "We are here for a sneak attack. For any mutated beast lacking night vision, if we encounter tigers or lions, creatures that do possess night vision, don't hesitate at all. Turn around and run immediately." Before long, the four arrived at the monkey enclosure. Zhang Yunzhang stared at the iron mesh and said, "It has been ripped open, leaving a huge hole here. Must be that the monkey's strength increased drastically after mutation." Then they ripped through the mesh and ran out. Zhao Bin kept his guard up, while asking, "Do monkeys have night vision? Should we go in and check if there are any mutated monkeys hiding inside?" Huang Wenchao had checked online before. Monkeys do have night vision. They can see just fine at night. Zhang Yuji noticed something. Looks like there are a few dead monkeys inside, probably killed by other mutated beasts. Let us head in and see if we can scavenge anything. Once they got inside, they discovered the dead monkeys had all been gutted, and the remains were dry. as if all the moisture had been sucked out of them. Zhao Bin made a new discovery. This horned monkey's head had been cracked open. It looks like its brains were taken out. Huang Wenshao frowned. That does not feel like the behavior of a wild beast. It looks like it was dissected by humans. Zhang Yunzhang suddenly noticed a broken-handled sledgehammer nearby. He could not help but think of the tool Qin Shou had tied to the back of his motorcycle at noon, the one specifically used for demolishing walls and smashing concrete at construction sites. He did not doubt Qin Shou. After all, Qin Shou mentioned being near the high-speed railway station, and this type of construction hammer is very common. You can basically buy one at any hardware store. He picked up the broken hammer to examine it. He concluded this horned mutated monkey was smashed to death by someone using this hammer. It seems someone else discovered that mutated beasts carry the orbs that make people continuously evolve and grow stronger, and they beat us to it, killing these monkeys and cutting them open to get the orbs inside. Still one more monkey brain left. Zhao Bin grunted, annoyed. Could it be that birdman who just flew by? It is highly likely. Zhang Yunzhang speculated, but a person's strength is limited. I think these mutant monkeys must have been cornered and slaughtered by a gang, just like how the four of us team up, hunting down mutant beasts. So, if we run into them inside, it is best we keep our distance. Live and let live. Leaving before being intercepted. The monkey enclosure has nothing left to offer. Zhang Yunzhang's group arrived shortly after, to the place where the feathered tiger and ant-eater were slaughtered. The same spot, also the place where Qin Shou had his tiger meat hot pot and ate monkey brains. Zhang Yuji, in charge of keeping watch to the right, suddenly spoke up. It looks like there is a tiger carcass over there, and an ant-eater too. The four of them felt something was off. They quickly went over to investigate. This tiger had actually grown chicken feathers after mutating, and its belly had already been sliced open. Even one leg had been roasted off. The ant-eater's belly was also opened up. Even its head had been split open. There had been a fire here, too. There were packets of hot pot seasoning nearby, and empty mineral water bottles, which means someone was having a hot pot party here. Damn it, we are too late. The four of them felt incredibly frustrated. Zhang Yunzhang stared at the feathered tiger's carcass. He took out his knife and started cutting. Then he said, sure enough, there is no fresh blood in the meat left. The monkeys from before, as well as this mutant tiger and the ant-eater's carcasses had all been drained of blood, but there were bloodstains on the ground, which proves they were killed first and then drained of their fresh blood. This looks pretty creepy, does not it? Zhao Bin said, feeling uneasy. Could someone have mutated into a vampire? That birdman from before, did he eat a bat and then mutate into a vampire? Zhang Yuji, holy crap, don't even say that. It is actually possible, but that birdman's wings seem to have feathers on them. Doesn't look like he got bat wings from a mutation. Anything we can think of, others can think of too, and they are a big step ahead of us. Zhang Yunzhang sighed. Let us move. Keep going and see what is ahead. Such a huge zoo. There must be quite a few mutant animals still alive. Result, no exception. They had been in the zoo for half an hour, and did not find a single living mutant animal. Yet all the mutant animals they found that were already dead had basically been drained of blood. Their bodies were cut open to dig out the beast spirit orbs. Damn it. These are real animals, are not they? Huang Wenshao could not help but curse out loud. During this time, they found some deviant animal carcasses that had not been cut open. They thought they could finally scavenge something, but after all their hard work to open them up, in the end, they could not even find a single beast spirit orb. Zhang Yunzhang inspected them and discovered that the animal carcasses, which were not dissected, had distinct puncture marks on their bellies and heads. It means the blood inside these animals, and their brains had been sucked dry just like that, and the orbs inside were likely devoured too. Zhao Bin was so mad he could vomit blood. Damn it, that is so disgusting. That guy is absolutely ruthless. He did not even leave a single mutant animal alive for us to deal with. Before long, they found the carcass of a giant gadfly. They were all stunned. Zhang Yuji gasped, holy cow, is that a fly? How is it so huge? Huang Wenshao thought back to the drained carcasses they had seen earlier, and realized, it should not be a housefly. It is a gadfly. They look similar to flies, and gadflies feed on blood. All those carcasses we saw before must have had their blood drained dry by this giant gadfly. Zhang Yunzhang finally understood too. No wonder such a small bug could evolve into something so massive. Now it all makes sense. That bull ahead, which was drained of its blood, and had a huge chunk of meat taken from its belly, must have been the first one to die here, by the beast's hand. Then its gadfly absorbed the bull's blood, triggering an evolution through the orb within its body, eventually setting its sights on other animals, frantically draining their blood, and evolving into this towering monstrosity. Zhao Bin looked at the knots tied around the gadfly's neck, and the rope secured to its torn wings, and sighed, it is a shame someone beat us to it, and killed this giant bug. Zhang Yunzhang added, whoever killed this giant beast probably butchers it right there. He must have swallowed the orb inside its body, gaining the gadfly's blood-sucking abilities, drained every drop of its blood, and did not even spare its brains. Huang Wenshao concluded. Damn it. It must be that birdman who flew past earlier. He has snatched up all the good loot. Following his lead, we are not getting anything. Zhang Yuji grumbled. I hope his appetite evolves to match a fly's or a gadfly's. And he has to eat crap for a living. A fey. In the air. Qin Shou suddenly sneezed, waking up the newborn panda cub tucked in his backpack, that had not even grown full fur yet. Who is thinking of me? Qin Shou muttered to himself, while continuing to fly toward the capital city. After raiding the zoo, Qin Shou had a fruitful haul. Except for turtles, crocodiles, and snakes, he did not wipe out everything else. He had eliminated most other mutants that possessed decent talents. He spared the turtles and crocodiles because the spikes on his tail could not pierce their defenses to drain them, and his bone cleaver could not crack them either. Their armored hides were just too tough, so he could not be bothered to waste his time and energy hunting those crocodiles and turtles. As for the snakes in the reptile house, they made his skin crawl just looking at them. He would had an innate fear of snakes since childhood, so he ignored the snakes in the zoo. However, the one that escaped, and had eaten many birds, had already grown quite large. The beast snake was actually quite a shame. He would worked hard to overcome his fear to hunt that giant, but after he dealt a heavy blow, it suddenly escaped and hid in the lake. Qin Shou was forced to let this giant python off the hook. The most regrettable part, after raiding the zoo, was not finding a second beast tiger besides the feathered tiger. It meant the titan giant tiger that evolved so powerfully in his past life had already left the zoo. Still no idea how that titan giant tiger that rampaged through the city in my past life managed to evolve into such an absolute beast. Besides, this zoo does not really have much variety. No cheetahs famous for their speed, nor any grizzlies or massive gorillas. After cleaning out this entire place, I flew straight north, heading to the provincial capital's biggest wildlife park, to hunt down some rarer, more powerful variants. After an hour of flying, I touched down in a neighboring city, to catch my breath on top of a skyscraper. Little did I know, Zhang Yunzhang and his group had just arrived at the zoo, right as I was leaving, and they are losing their minds right now. Seeing the panda cub had finally woken up and was fussing with hunger, I lifted it onto my hand, then reached into my chest pack and tossed it a beast spirit orb. I want to experiment a bit, see if I can raise this little guy into a legit iron-eating beast and train it to be my hunting companion. This zoo sweep netted me a ton of beast spirit orbs. I have collected 73 orbs from common mutants alone. As for the stronger ones, any variant with a talent I liked got taken out on the spot. I did not even bother with the mess. I just used my tail to drain their blood, brain fluid, and spirit orbs dry. The energy surging in me now is getting out of hand, so much so that my mental focus is slipping. I can't even suppress the energy release anymore, leaving me stuck between my human and beast forms. Transformation signs are appearing all over my body. I have got a pair of horns on my head, serrated like an animal's but sharp as blades. Those sharp eagle eyes have shifted into compound ones, upgrading my vision, giving me a much wider, further reach. My facial features are still human, but now I have got 4 razor-sharp fangs. My skin has scaled over with chitinous armor. Even people who know me would not recognize this version of me. On top of that, I have got a pair of heavy-duty wings, with a wingspan of over 4 meters. Every single feather glistens with a metallic silver-black sheen. They look like giant bird wings, but the bone structure and feathers have merged with the durability of an ironclad beetle. They are basically wings of steel, and these steel wings look heavy as hell. But each feather is actually light as a feather, as thin as a dragonfly's wing, incredibly nimble. That is why I could fly for 7 full hours before finally feeling drained. Besides that, the piece of body mutation I am most satisfied with has to be this tail sting hiding behind me. It can inject toxins, draw blood, suck brains, and extract spirit orbs. It is because I swallowed a horsefly variant's beast spirit orb that my tail gained these mutated abilities. That is also how I managed to evolve this far in such a short amount of time. Watching the panda cub scarf down that orb, I am getting a bit hungry myself. I plopped the cub onto the ground, letting it finish its snack, while I pulled some energy drinks and snacks from my bag. Wonder if this little cub will balloon in size once it finishes that orb. It was just born, after all. Even the umbilical cord was cut by Qin Shou to help the panda cub. When Qin Shou found it, its mother had already become a cold, mangled carcass. But this little guy was incredibly lucky. Its mother gave birth to it prematurely before dying, and the mutant beast that killed its mother actually had a shred of conscience. It did not kill it or eat it, so after Qin Shou found it, he decided to take it with him. Then he used the low-quality beast spirit orbs that he did not want to consume himself to feed it, to see just how much this panda cub can evolve, by following him around and eating leftovers. Right now, what Qin Shou is feeding it is the beast spirit orb from a feathered tiger. because in his past life, he turned into a total weakling after the transformation. Qin Shou now feels nothing but disgust for anything related to chickens. He did not ingest the orb extracted from the feathered tiger to avoid developing any chicken-like traits himself. Very quickly, the baby panda finished eating the entire beast spirit orb. Then it fell into a deep, comfortable sleep. Qin Shou started observing the changes in its body. He saw that the cub, which was only 10 centimeters long, with its soft pink body, was suddenly growing like it had a cheat code for rapid aging. Its once soft and tender body began to grow rapidly, and the black and white fur gradually became thick, revealing its distinct panda features. In less than a minute, the little critter, originally only 10 centimeters long, suddenly grew to over 30 centimeters long. It was like it had aged a month or two in an instant. Normally, a panda cub needs over a month to even open its eyes. But now, after eating that one beast spirit orb, the little guy started mutating and growing, and it was already beginning to open its eyes. The process of mutation and evolution is always a bit painful. So, the panda cub that had fallen asleep after eating could not help but let out baby cries. After it tried opening its eyes, the first thing it saw was Qin Shou curiously checking it out. Maybe it thought Qin Shou was its mother. So it waddled over and rubbed against his foot. Strange. How come it only grew a few times its size, but did not show any traits of the feathered tiger? Qin Shou picked up the small panda and inspected it closely. He confirmed that the little guy was entirely a panda, with not a single sign of a chicken, nor any trace of a tiger. Is it possible the panda's DNA is just that op, that even the beast spirit orb could not alter its genetic features? While Qin Shou was busy guessing, the small panda he was supporting in front of him suddenly reached out and licked his cheek. Pretty clingy and quite the charmer. Qin Shou rubbed the little guy's fluffy head and said, "I hope you can bring me a surprise and become a beast pet that actually satisfies me. Otherwise, your fate will be just like that ox's. Once you are fattened up, you are getting finished off." Got it. The little guy could not understand human speech, so it just kept happily licking Qin Shou's cheek. All right. We need to hit the road again. I will try to finish clearing out the wildlife in the provincial capitals. Zoo before daybreak. Qin Shou stuffed the panda cub into the outer pocket of his backpack, letting its head peek out. Then, while gently petting it, he flew off towards the provincial capital. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunzhang and his group, who were running for their lives, were desperately fleeing for their lives inside the zoo. Their pursuer was that giant python, the one Qin Shou had almost finished off earlier, before it hid in the lake and refused to come out. Damn, what kind of monster is this? It must be a mutated python. I never expected it to mutate into such a massive beast, with 4 giant claws, and that thick layer of feathers on its back. Is this python trying to turn into a phoenix? Or a dragon? Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. It was hard enough finding a few mutant turtles. Before I could kill them, this giant mutant python had to show up. It is an opportunity. Let us ditch this thing first, then find some rope to set a trap and pin down its claws. We will be able to contain it then, and finish it off. Zhang Yunzhang was terrified too, but he immediately came up with a way to hunt down the mutant python. Where are we going to find rope? Zhao Bin asked while running. Zhang Yunzhang replied, lots of places have rope and wire tied to the railings. There is a fire in the building nearby. The power is out here anyway. We can pull down the electrical wiring and use that. After shaking off the mutant python, the 4 of them scrambled to gather rope, steel wire, and power cables. Then they twisted and braided them all together, crafting a heavy-duty, reinforced cable. At over 10 meters long, the giant serpent, thicker than a standard water barrel, was not used to moving with its limbs yet, so it could not catch up to the 4 of them. It had no choice but to devour the carcasses Qin Shou had already cleared. Even though those mutant beasts were missing their beast spirit orbs, and most had already been drained of blood and brains by Qin Shou, the giant python was not picky. It went on a feeding frenzy with the remaining carcasses. Waste not, want not. Even the scraps of these mutant beasts could replenish its energy and strengthen its constitution. Earlier, it was severely wounded by Qin Shou, leaving its body incredibly weak and starving. These carcasses were just enough to satisfy its hunger, just as the python was gorging itself, full to the point of being unable to move. Zhang Yunzhang and the others mustered the courage to turn back for a counterattack. Huang Wenchao said with a shudder, "That is terrifying. How much did it actually eat? It looks like it is going to burst." Zhao Bin breathed deeply and said, "This is a great chance. The fuller it gets, the harder it will be for it to move. So it is our turn to hunt it down." Zhang Yunzhang warned, "Don't underestimate it. One bite from that giant mouth could swallow us whole, and those jaws are lined with sharp fangs. If we get bitten, even if our skin is as tough as an alligator's, it probably won't hold up against its bite force." Zhang Yuji interjected, "The fact that it could mutate and grow so huge, in just a few hours, proves that in the zoo, it is clearly the big boss. We have to be smart about this. Otherwise, if it bites or coils around us, we are dead for sure, Zhang Yunzhang declared. I will draw its focus. You guys figure out a way to tie up its front claws, restrict its movement, and then find an opening to bind its head. As long as we can neutralize the beast's mobility, we can boil the frog slowly, and take that giant snake down once and for all. While they were matching wits and courage with the beast, Qin Shou was heading north, guided by the compass on his watch. He flew over the provincial capital, but he was not sure exactly where the provincial wildlife park was located, so he pulled out his phone to navigate there, only to see a notification from 4 hours ago. Zhang Yunzhang called. A message came through. Qin Shou took a look. He muttered to himself. Still capable, are not we? Zhang Yunzhang initially asked him if he knew what was the deal with this orb inside the mutant animal, but at that time, he was on a killing spree in the zoo, and his phone was on silent battery saver mode, so there was no reply for a long time. Then, half an hour later, Zhang Yunzhang sent another message, saying that after he swallowed this Shoaling Zoo beast spirit orb, his body underwent a second mutation, becoming even stronger. Qin Shou feigned surprise, and replied, damn, so that means this orb is the most valuable thing in a mutant animal. Is it the most valuable existence within mutant animals? After replying to the message, Qin Shou opened the map and searched for the Wilderness Animal Park. The driving distance was 32 kilometers, located in the eastern part. My flight path should be less than 10 kilometers. I can probably fly there in a few minutes. Qin Shou looked at the compass on his watch. He turned to face the eastern direction. Then he slightly crouched down. His feet suddenly pushed off, launching him 5 or 6 meters high. At the same time, the steel-like wings on his back rapidly unfolded. Flapping, he soared into the sky, quickly flying towards the east. Inside the backpack, Panda Baby was startled awake by the sudden ascent into the sky. The airflow and the feeling of weightlessness startled it. It poked its little head out, crying. Qin Shou was afraid it would crawl out and fall, so he gently caressed its fuzzy little head with his right hand. Feeling the maternal-like touch, the little guy finally quieted down. Closing its eyes, it went back to sleep. 3 minutes later, Qin Shou saw a large forest ahead from the air. That must be the provincial wildlife park. At this moment, amidst the howling wind in his ears, Qin Shou immediately hovered in the air. The bang 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 sound then became clearer. Qin Shou was very familiar with it, because it was the sound of gunfire. Following the direction of the sound, Qin Shou immediately pinpointed the location of the gunfire. Then he spotted a mutant black bear, referencing the buildings. The mutant black bear was estimated to be over 3 meters tall. Standing up, it was almost as tall as one story of a building. Bullets were furiously hitting its body, but they failed to inflict fatal damage. This indicates that this mutant black bear, during its Shobian beast transformation, its skin defense became even stronger after the catastrophe struck. That said, besides loving honey, black bears also like to eat ants and insects. So, before the Shobian beast transformation catastrophe struck, if this black bear had eaten ants and insects, then after this black bear's transformation was complete, it would gain the power talent of ants and the talent abilities of insects. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Just as Qin Shou was hovering in the air, observing, an explosion rang out, unknown if it was a grenade or other artillery shells. After the explosion on the ground, and the thick smoke disappeared, the huge mutant black bear remained completely unharmed, and it charged straight ahead, angrily rushing towards the people who had attacked it. This black bear is quite fierce, huh? High defense, fast speed, and a strong appetite. Ordinary guns and cannons can no longer harm it. If I let it continue hunting and evolving, in a few days it will become just as terrifying as the Titan giant tiger from my past life. Qin Shou swiftly swooped down. With his current strength, taking down this mutant black bear is not difficult. Qin Shou first landed on the roof of a high rise, setting down his backpack and the panda. The beast spirit orb from this mutant black bear is actually perfect for cultivating the panda, but Qin Shou feels like it is too much of a waste. The panda is eating leftovers with me. Eating beast spirit orbs from common mutants is enough. As for what level of mutation it reaches, that depends on its luck. This kind of powerful, ferocious beast spirit orb is better off kept for myself. Rage. The consequences of the black bear's fury are severe. With its immense strength, it can easily tear cars apart. It grabbed a car and smashed it forward. Fall back, fall back. Bullets can't hurt it at all. We need heavier reinforcements. Report. I just spotted a giant black shadow sweeping across the sky. It must be a giant mutant bird. As he spoke, the giant bird appeared again. The soldier reporting was terrified. The soldier raised his gun and fired. The bullets flew right past my body. Several of the rounds hit Qin Shou, but they could not even scratch him. In terms of tankiness, the current Qin Shou is even more badass than this mutant black bear. Qin Shou glided toward the mutant black bear like a hawk hunting prey, then kicked it squarely in the back of the head, sending the massive, thousands of pounds bear flying, crashing into a car parked on the road. In an instant, the few surviving soldiers were stunned. They even wondered if they were dreaming. something, but Qin Shou's voice snapped them back to reality. Friendly fire. Stop shooting. Geez, rushing down at such high speed. And I still managed to get hit by a bullet. Qin Shou kicked the mutant black bear away, landed on the ground, and stared at the soldier who had shot him. Good thing my skin has already ossified, reaching the point of being blades and bullets proof. Otherwise, taking a dozen shots would have been fatal, even if I did not die. I saw that the one who fired and hit Qin Shou was a soldier who had mutated with bull-headed features. After hearing Qin Shou's voice, he was both shocked and embarrassed as he asked, "Comrade, were you hit?" I thought it was the mutant giant bird flying over, so I fired a few shots by mistake. Qin Shou did not reply, just speaking calmly. "This black bear is not something you can kill. The zoo is very close to here. There will definitely be even more powerful mutant animals escaping to hunt humans. So if you do not want to get eaten by them, hurry up and get out of here." Qin Shou does not want to see the army coming to seize the mutant animal resources as beast spirit orbs. Although ordinary firearms and explosives can't kill highly tanky mutant beasts at all, if you use armor-piercing rounds and heavy artillery, there is still a chance to pose a fatal threat to these beasts in the early stages. That is why those who rose quickly in the early days were mostly military personnel, along with high-ranking officials. However, it won't be long before their power and status will vanish like bubbles. After all, once order completely collapses, it will be very difficult to restore. Furthermore, all over the country, various powerful and dangerous mutant animals have appeared. The military government simply lacked the manpower and had no way to quell the chaos rapidly. That is why Qin Shou in his past life never lived to see humanity rebuild civilization or any hope of restoring social order. And what was most desperate was that once the news broke that beast spirit orbs could make one evolve and grow stronger, humanity began to lose its soul. They devolved completely into wild beasts, all to become stronger, discarding their very humanity, killing frantically to hunt and consume the orbs. It was precisely because he lived through those utterly dark and hopeless end-of-the-world days that Qin Shou had to make himself invincible this time around. The bull-headed soldier stared at Qin Shou, who had folded his wings, and asked, "Officer, how did you become so impossibly strong? Did you discover a trick to this mutation process? Animals mutate with varying degrees of strength. Humans are no different. I just got lucky, turned out a bit tougher than the rest. There is no secret path to power here." As Qin Shou spoke, the black mutated bear already clambered to its feet. It glared at Qin Shou with bloodshot eyes, letting out a terrifying roar. The black bear was truly enraged now. The soldiers in front opened fire, but its hide did not even flinch. Yet that kick from Qin Shou almost shattered its skull entirely. "Look out!" Watching the massive bear lunge at Qin Shou, the bull-headed soldier shouted in alarm. Yet Qin Shou suddenly grabbed a nearby car with one hand and hurled the wreck right at the bear. The car slammed square into the beast, forcing it back several paces. The scene left everyone stunned into silence. Is this guy even human? He lifted a 2-ton car with one arm and threw it that far with such speed. We are all human. How did he mutate into such a freak of nature? Professor Chen said that what we eat before mutating determines the traits and abilities we gain. He has a pair of bird wings, which means he probably ate a bird before he transformed, and that immense strength. He must have preyed on something with great power. Professor Chen has already proven that mutated beasts can continue to evolve by constantly hunting and feeding. Humans should also be able to hunt mutated beasts to gain greater power. So he became this strong, most likely because he has been hunting other mutated beasts. Under the soldier's watchful eyes, the bear, pushed back by the car, roared and lunged at Qin Shou again, intent on devouring him alive. But what infuriated the bear even more was that Qin Shou was waiting for it to strike, then just unfurled his wings and flew straight to the rooftop. The bear was livid, looking up with impotent, wild rage. It clawed frantically at the wall with its massive paws, shredding the concrete as if it were tofu. "Run." That guy really pissed off the black bear. Since it can't kill him, it is going to vent its rage on us. Hardly a second passed before the black bear did exactly that, chasing them down. Seeing the bear after those soldiers, Qin Shou swooped down again and kicked the bear. That blow surged with over 1,000 volts of high-voltage current. The black bear's fur stood on end, and a distinct smell of burning flesh filled the air. That kick left the black bear both in pain and stunned, but it was not enough to be fatal. It did not even deal critical damage to the beast. While the black bear was still dazed from the electric kick, Qin Shou seized the brief opening, grabbing its short, thick tail. He hauled it straight up, tossing the massive bear, weighing at least a ton, into the air. Holy s*******. It looks like he just carried the black bear into the sky. Where'd he go? Where did it fly off to? No clue. It is too dark out here. The night vision goggles can't catch his silhouette. I can't see him. He took that mutated black bear with him. Then how are we supposed to report back? Just as the soldiers were searching for traces of Qin Shou and the bear, a deafening boom suddenly echoed from not far away. It scared everyone out of their wits. Near the intersection, the black bear had been hoisted high into the sky by Qin Shou, and then crashed down in a freefall. The asphalt road was crushed into a giant crater by the bear, which was over 3 meters long. The impact left the black bear bleeding from its eyes and nose, nearly dead. To think it could still crawl up after a free fall from 300 or 400 meters. Watching the trembling black bear pull itself up, Qin Shou had to admire the brute's defensive power. However, the bear was now at the end of its rope. Its internal organs must have been ruptured from the fall. Many of its bones were shattered, too. Even if Qin Shou did not finish it off, it would not last long. This time, Qin Shou grabbed it like a puppy, holding it by the scruff of its neck, and flew up to the rooftop where he would left his backpack and the panda cub. He carefully set down a heavily injured black bear, which no longer had the strength to resist. To prevent any last-ditch counterattack, Qin Shou zapped it one more time. Since the body had suffered such severe internal and external injuries, the current made the black bear roll its eyes back instantly. Smoke even started rising from its mouth. The panda cub squeaked and crawled out of the backpack, seemingly very interested in the big black bear. Back off. This one is mine. Qin Shou kicked the panda cub aside, defending his meal. Then the stinger at the tip of his tail pierced into the black bear, frantically devouring its blood. He then located the beast spirit orb inside the bear, and his tail stinger punctured it precisely, draining the orb completely. He did not even spare its brain. Just like that, the once incredibly robust black bear suddenly withered to skin and bone. Qin Shou underwent another mutation and enhancement. His body grew even stronger. His muscles were now as explosively powerful as the black bear's. His hands also beast mutated, showing bear claw traits. His 10 fingers became even more powerful and deadly. Qin Shou picked up the curious panda cub again, feeling like if he squeezed, this little thing would burst in his grip. Let us go. I will let you have the next bear's beast spirit orb. Qin Shou had overheard every word those soldiers spoke earlier. It was highly likely that Professor Chen had already discovered the secret of the beast spirit orbs. That is why these soldiers were fully equipped, out hunting mutated beasts all night. So he had to hurry. He had to beat the military to as many strong beasts as he could. He had created that crater by taking the mutated black bear to high altitude, and then letting it free fall. Judging by the deformation and damage to the road surface, as well as the blood splatter, that black bear was most likely dead from the fall. This guy's strength is insane. That mutated bear must have stood nearly as tall as a building, meaning it weighed at least over 1,000 kilograms. He is not only capable of kicking it away, he can even grab that black bear and fly off. He must already know that by eating the flesh of mutated animals, one can continue to evolve and grow stronger. That is why he took that mutated black bear with him. That is how he became so powerful. We finally found such a powerful mutated beast, only to have it snatched away from us. It is infuriating just to think about it. Our skills just are not up to par. Failure is the original sin. Even if he had not intercepted us, we would not have had a way to hunt down that mutated black bear anyway. Let us go. We are returning to restock our weapons. Ordinary guns and tranquilizer rifles can only deal with weak mutated animals. To hunt such powerful savage beasts, we must equip ourselves with weapons that pack more punch. At this moment, Qin Shou has already flown into the zoo, starting to indiscriminately hunt the mutated animals he encounters. Sheep and deer are the most common animals in the zoo, and they are plentiful. Although these mutated, evolved sheep and deer are weak, Qin Shou did not let them off the hook, because in situations where little grows into much, absorbing a large number of low-level beast spirit orbs can still make a person much stronger. Qin Shou does not need to use his tail, or his horsefly ability to drain blood and spirits this time, mainly because the black bear he just swallowed is still being processed. Its blood and essence orb have not been fully digested. His body is still undergoing constant evolution and reinforcement. Besides, as for the beast spirit orbs inside ordinary mutated beasts and their inherent abilities, he is no longer interested. Therefore, he just uses his tails, sharp spikes to pierce through and drain the beast's brains, and then tears through their hide with his bear claw-like hands, taking out the beast spirit orbs and placing them in his pack. In the future, beast spirit orbs will become the most sought-after and important resource in this world, regardless of the beast's species or the quality of the orbs. Countless people will scramble to get their hands on them. So even if he looks down on them and does not want to consume low-grade beast spirit orbs, he will still collect them. They will be very useful in the future. Furthermore, he is currently raising a little panda, so these low-grade beast spirit orbs can be saved to feed the cub. Who knows, in this gather little to make much scenario, maybe this little panda will also evolve and become exceptionally powerful. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed, followed by the distinct sound of helicopter rotors. Qin Shou has sharp hearing now. He dug a beast spirit orb out of the mutated deer's stomach, flicked the bloodstains off his hand, then turned his head in response, looking toward the rear left. As expected, a transport helicopter suddenly appeared in the dark night sky. Below it, thick steel cables were suspending a massive iron cage. Inside the cage were over a dozen mutated beast carcasses. They were all quite common: cats, dogs, sheep, and deer that are easily hunted with guns in the early stages. Qin Shou knew, once the squad of soldiers leaves, it won't be long before they equip themselves with better weapons to hunt down even stronger mutated beasts. Because of this, he quickened his pace, searching through the zoo for the speed-fabled mutated cheetah he wanted to hunt most, as well as the platypus, which has sensory capabilities that rival radar, allowing it to easily pinpoint its prey. It possesses many ancient skills. 2 hours later, the sky was about to brighten. Qin Shou checked his watch. 5:17 a.m. Red and white light had already begun to appear on the eastern horizon, signaling that the sun was about to rise above the line. This is the first sunrise since the apocalypse of the beast transformation descended, and from this day on, the daylight will also take on a faint red tint, shrouding the earth in a faint infrared-like veil. At this moment, Qin Shou heard the sound of helicopter rotors again. Looks like the squad that left earlier has circled back. Qin Shou was busy munching on a piece of freshly roasted lion leg. Beside him, having already gobbled up 3 beast spirit orbs, the little panda had mutated and grown to 40 centimeters tall. It was holding a stalk of bamboo, which Qin Shou had snagged from the zoo, chewing it slowly. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Qin Shou would not believe that this was actually a panda cub born just half a day ago. The biological energy contained in those beast spirit orbs is truly sci-fi stuff. They do not just trigger rapid mutation and evolution, changing appearances and body structures, but they can also accelerate growth, turning a tiny panda cub into a 40-centimeter tall specimen in a heartbeat. What surprises Qin Shou, though, is that the little panda has already swallowed 3 beast spirit orbs, one from the feathered tiger, and one's from a mutated goat, and a mutated deer. Yet, after the little guy swallowed them, there were clear changes in its growth, but its physical features remained purely panda. Not a single tiger characteristic appeared, and no features of the goat or deer showed up either. This has Qin Shou particularly curious. Before the beast transformation, if a tiger ate a chicken, it would develop chicken traits, growing feathers or wings. But this panda cub ate the beast spirit orbs of other creatures, and it only accelerated its growth, with no signs of foreign traits appearing whatsoever. Not sure if it will be able to gain those other creatures' special abilities. Qin Shou is becoming even more intrigued. Weird. Does he eat lion meat or not? He tore off a piece of lion meat and offered it to the panda, who was sitting nearby gnawing on its bamboo. The little guy sniffed it, took a deep breath, then shook its head to decline, and went back to chewing its bamboo. Doesn't eat raw meat. Doesn't eat cooked meat either. Looks like after swallowing the feathered tiger's beast spirit orb, it did not inherit the tiger's instincts or talents. Qin Shou continued eating his lion meat. This was his biggest haul from the wildlife park. This mutated lion was twice the size of the feathered tiger that the ant-eaters slaughtered. It was originally a highly mutated, powerful beast capable of wreaking havoc, ruling over its domain, but it happened to run into the cheat-coded Qin Shou. So, before it could even start its journey to beast dominance, it died by Qin Shou's hands, and even after death, its blood was drained by Qin Shou's tail, and its brain matter sucked dry. The beast spirit orb inside its stomach, packed with immense density, was also devoured by Qin Shou, and now, even its carcass has had 2 legs ripped off for a roast. Just plain miserable for it. Before long, the sound of the transport aircraft faded. Evidently, it landed somewhere not too far away. Qin Shou tossed aside the bone he had finished picking clean, stood up, grabbed his fully loaded backpack, and then picked up the other roasted lion leg. He said to the little panda, "Let us go." The little guy saw this, immediately clutched its unfinished piece of bamboo, and scampered after Qin Shou like a loyal sidekick. At this point, Qin Shou no longer had those steel-like wings on his back. After consuming the brains of numerous mutated beasts, his own brain had evolved significantly. The average human utilizes only a few % of their brain. Very few people ever manage to push past 10%. Qin Shou figures that his brain now might have reached 50%. Perhaps even higher, which is why his mental capabilities have surged so dramatically. He can now suppress the beast spirit orb energy within his body again. He can undo these beastly transformations on his body. It is just that the beast spirit orb energy in him is simply too powerful. Therefore, he can only suppress the transformed states of specific parts. He does not have enough mental energy yet to fully negate the effects of the beast spirit orb on his body. That is why he only suppressed the 2 horns on top of his head, along with the transformed states of his wings and tail. the rest of his body still shows clear signs of beast transformation. Keep it moving. Qin Shou kept checking behind him every few steps, urging the little panda to hurry up. The little guy has short legs after all, and it just learned how to walk. It was rolling and crawling while hugging that bamboo, so naturally it could not keep up with the fast-paced Qin Shou. Left with no choice, Qin Shou stopped and grabbed the back of its neck, lifting it up to ride on his shoulder. Let me carry you for now. Once you evolve into a giant beast one day, then it will be my turn to ride you, Qin Shou muttered to himself. Meanwhile, back at Qin Shou's zoo, Zhang Yunzhang and the other three had a hell of a fight, finally killing the wounded giant mutant beast, the one that escaped into the lake and would not come out. After battling for over 3 hours, the four of them finally finished it off in the zoo. It was over a dozen meters long, thicker than a water barrel. This giant mutant python, having swallowed plenty of animals that had not even been fully digested, had finally been ground down to death by the four of them. Snake gallbladder should be quite nutritious. I have already swallowed the gallbladder. Why do not you guys play rock, paper, scissors to decide who gets to eat the orb inside this giant python? Zhang Yunzhang had already consumed the beast spirit orb from the mutant dog, so he voluntarily stepped aside this time, letting the other three try their luck. As for the beast spirit orb inside this giant python, Huang Wenchao immediately said, "Count me out. Just the thought of swallowing this orb, and I will likely end up looking like a snake person. I would feel like my whole body is crawling with ants." Zhang Yuji also wanted to get stronger, but he was equally disgusted and repulsed by the thought of becoming a snake. He said, "Then just give it to Zhao Bin. Anyway, I would rather eat an orb from a tortoise, even if it means growing a shell on my back, than end up looking like a creepy snake." Zhao Bin did not stand on ceremony. He took the beast spirit orb that Zhang Yunzhang handed over. "You guys gave this up yourselves. If I end up becoming even more powerful, do not come crying to me later." Having said that, he suppressed the urge to gag, and shoved the orb, now bigger than 2 ping-pong balls combined, into his mouth, just as Zhang Yunzhang said earlier. Once the orb hit his mouth, reacting to his saliva, it immediately turned into a tasteless, slick, warm flow, sliding right down his throat. Meanwhile, he could vaguely feel the beast spirit orb's presence inside him. Once the energy from the giant python's beast spirit orb was fully absorbed and integrated, Zhao Bin's body started showing new signs of transformation. His skin, originally as tough and rough as an alligator's, suddenly transformed into smooth scale-like armor. His round pupils also began to change into snake-like vertical slits. The back of his shirt suddenly bulged, and then a pair of medium-sized, gray feathered wings sprouted out, completely tearing his shirt to shreds. Holy crap! Huang Wenchao immediately regretted his decision. Zhang Yuji also sighed in regret. What the hell, it even gives you wings. I would not have been so snobbish about the snake thing if I knew it had wings. Zhang Yunzhang guessed. The mutated giant has a ridge of feathers on its back. It has not grown wings, possibly, because there are no wing bones in its body. But we have the humerus in our backs, so we can sprout wings after mutation. Zhao Bin collapsed onto the ground in agony. His beast transformation was not over yet. His pants began to bulge at the rear. Then a tail shaped like a crocodile's emerged, but the skin was as smooth as a snake's, and covered in reptilian scales. The thick tail suddenly shot out. Huang Wenchao and the others were terrified, although Zhao Bin seemed stronger. After this mutation, he was also looking less and less human. Zhang Yunzhang hurriedly pulled out his phone, recorded Zhao Bin's transformation, and sent it to Qin Shou. "We killed a mutated giant in the zoo, and a bin ate the orb from its body, turning into this." At this moment, Qin Shou, having finished clearing out the wild animals in the zoo, was heading toward the aquarium. In his previous life, he had not seen marine beasts in person, but after the beast transformation disaster struck, he saw plenty of them through social media. After all, many influencers online specialized in raising ocean creatures, and after the disaster, they still kept updating their videos. That was how Qin Shou learned about the marine beasts. The one that left the deepest impression on him was a video about a pet shark. It was originally just a small tiger shark, only about a meter long, but after mutating, it ate all the fish, shellfish, and seaweed in the tank, becoming a giant shark nearly 3 meters long, and turned extremely aggressive. Right after mutating, it smashed through the tank, made of reinforced glass, and escaped. Unfortunately, it could not eat the turtles and amphibians like crocodiles, nor could it eat the terrestrial animals. So, a shark unable to breathe on land, even if it becomes incredibly powerful after evolution, will ultimately die due to suffocation after leaving the water. That is why, after sweeping the zoo, Qin Shou deliberately entered the adjacent aquarium. He wanted to see if there were any exceptionally powerful marine beasts, like sea lions, seals, or polar bears, creatures with natural swimming talent and powerful innate abilities. Besides, these animals in the aquarium were caged up. Unless they gained massive strength post-mutation, they would not be able to break the reinforced glass, and would remain trapped inside. For Qin Shou, that was great news. Once inside, he could just fish them out like shooting fish in a barrel. Unlike the zoo outside, where, apart from those in glass exhibits, birds, small animals, snakes, and turtles, the vast majority of animals had broken out of their cages and escaped. Just then, Qin took out his phone to check the news. He saw several messages from Zhang Yunzhang sent 5 minutes ago. He clicked on them and was stunned on the spot. Damn it, they actually went to the zoo. And they even finished off that giant python that I had heavily wounded and drove into the lake. While shocked, Qin did not know whether to say they were lucky or unlucky. After all, in this zoo, most of the animals had already been hunted by him. So for the 4 of them, that was the limit. I will only hunt what they have not bothered to kill. Turtles trapped behind glass with no escape, scorpions, venomous snakes, and those lucky enough not to get smashed to pieces during the beast transformation. Aside from that, any animals that have not left the zoo yet have basically been wiped out by me. So they are just unlucky. There is so little prey left in the zoo to choose from, but they are also fortunate. If I had not crippled that giant python, with the strength of the 4 of you, it would be impossible to take down such a beast that has devoured so many and mutated so powerfully. Qin replied, "Don't make me look ridiculous, man. Zhao Bin is becoming invincible. Crocodiles are amphibians. Now he even has wings. Wouldn't that make him untouchable on land, air, and sea? And with so many animals left in the zoo, if you guys kill them all and consume their beast spirit orbs, you will truly be unstoppable." Zhang Yunzhang replied quickly, "We were one step too late. Many animals in the zoo already escaped. The ones that did not seem to have been wiped out by some freakish birdman. We have only been inside the zoo for a few hours and we only managed to kill 1 giant python." Qin, that freakish birdman he mentioned could not be me, right? So the moment I flew off, they walked into the zoo. Life really has a twisted sense of humor. Qin did not want to expose himself. His plan this life was simple, steady growth, secretly become invincible. So he replied, "By that logic, we are still a step behind some people, even though it has not hit the news yet. The government, the military, and those with connections probably already know the secret that devouring the orbs inside these mutated beasts allows you to continue mutating and growing stronger." Zhang Yunzhang replied, "We figured as much. Others have already started acting, so we can only follow along and pick up the scraps. Check if there is anything else inside that has not escaped the zoo yet. Once we grow stronger, we will come to the provincial capital to find you. By then, if you consume these orbs, you will surely be just as strong as we are." Qin muttered to himself, "Strong sure, but half human, half beast. You guys look terrifying." Zhang Yunzhang was speechless for a moment. Then he said, "It might look a bit ugly, but in this world, power is king. If you do not become powerful, you are just waiting for the end." Qin did not reply. He put his phone back in his pocket. The aquarium gates before him were locked. It must have been empty before the beast transformation hit last night. And while sweeping through the zoo, Qin had not found any human remains, which meant the aquarium closed at 5, and the tourists had already left. Unlike the zoo in my old city, where they did not close until 5:30 in the summer, which resulted in many tourist remains inside. Qin looked at the U-lock tight on the main entrance, and with a quick hand, he easily popped the lock open. Absolute power means you can do whatever the hell you want. I pushed through the entrance. Perhaps it was after the beast transformation catastrophe struck that mutant animals went on a rampage and severed the power lines, leaving the entire zoo in complete blackout. That is why the aquarium was pitch black. The light switches at the entrance did not do jack. But for Qin, who possesses super night vision, the lights did not matter. I could see everything crystal clear anyway. Stepping into the aquarium, what first caught my eye was the most attractive part, the underwater viewing tunnel. Back in the day, when you would come for a visit, the tunnel would be lit with ambient blue lights, giving visitors an immersive, breathtaking view of the underwater world. They kept thousands of fish species here, except for the great white sharks and blue whales. Pretty much all other common, non-gigantic ocean life could be found in these tanks. However, what I saw was just murky, stagnant water. I did not even spot a single small fish at first glance. I know that after the beast transformation hits, the ocean will be the most brutal, the most terrifying place of all, because there is simply too much marine life. So the potential for the beast transformation in ocean creatures is virtually infinite. That is why the future sea monsters will be the greatest threat to human survival. Land beasts have evolved into such massive sizes after just a few days of predatory evolution, and with the sheer volume of ocean life, these marine beasts will keep hunting and evolving, only to become even more absurdly powerful. So eventually, there will be plenty of sea monsters larger than aircraft carriers. And once these monsters eat crabs, seal, sea lions, or even mutated humans. They could very well evolve into amphibious horrors, not just dominating the seas, but also the land. By the time that happens, only powerful nukes will be able to deal with them. And once we have to resort to nukes for these supergiants, it will mean humanity is well and truly finished. Just then, I looked up and saw a large fish swimming over from the distance. That is one huge fish. It looks like the fish in here has all been eaten by it. Judging by its appearance, this is a mutated shark beast, because its overall body shape still bears the traits of a sand tiger shark, especially those sharp exposed teeth. Plus, a sand tiger shark is naturally 3 to 4 meters long. After the transformation, it must have grown massive, and sand tiger sharks love to hide in caves during the day, then hunt at night. So this one definitely has the edge. By hunting and consuming countless other fish, it is mutated and evolved into what it is today, a monster about 20 meters long, and its body also appears to have hardened, turtle-like armor plating, likely gained from devouring sea turtles. Besides that, you can see multiple bite scars on its body, probably from fights with other sharks. After all, in this aquarium, the only predators that grow this large are the sharks. The shark charged straight at me at full speed, its armored shell head-butting the tunnel glass with a heavy thud. I was actually worried it might shatter the glass with that impact, and then the whole place would be flooded. A watery disaster. Don't get hasty. Once I leave, I will find a way to drag you out and finish you off. I started wondering, with my current level of insane strength, could I use my ultimate transformation form to punch through the very glass this giant shark could not break? Once they come out, he will have to give it a shot. After all, that is one massive mutated beast. I can't just stand by and let such a shark go to waste. Passing through the aquarium's underwater tunnel, Chin-Shou followed the map and reached the penguin pavilion. Then he looked through the glass, seeing countless penguin carcasses scattered everywhere. They must have all died during the beast transformation. The smaller the animal, the lower the chances of a successful transformation, unless they were lucky enough to have a massive energy source stored up. Otherwise, smaller animals would fail, as the life energy within their bodies could not sustain the mutation process, leading to their explosive death. Dozens of penguins, all blown to bits. Chin-Shou regretfully left the penguin pavilion and headed toward the sea lion pavilion. Animals that die during the transformation process do not produce a beast spirit orb, so they were just a bunch of ordinary penguin corpses, utterly worthless to him. Soon, Chin-Shou made a discovery at the sea lion pavilion. There were 12 sea lions here initially, but only 2 have survived. They killed and devoured all their own kind. Their bodies mutated to an absurd size. The largest one is over 4 meters long, staring prowling-like from the edge of the pool, at the other, slightly smaller sea lion in the water, occasionally tearing at a dead carcass. Sea lions are highly intelligent and possess exceptional diving skills. That is why people train them for diving missions, like salvaging wreckage from the seabed, or even underwater military reconnaissance and search and rescue. Looking at such enormous, thick-skinned behemoths, he was not sure how to hunt them down. Ordinary blades and guns would not even scratch them if he went at them empty-handed. Chin-Shou did not think that even with his raw strength, striking through that thick layer of blubber would even make them flinch. But these clumsy beasts were not a threat to him either. So, after breaking into the pavilion, he took the little panda off his shoulder, sat it down in the spectator stands, and unzipped his backpack, then went to test his luck hunting these 2. The little panda sat obediently in the stands, munching on bamboo, watching the show. From the moment Chin-Shou broke in, the 2 sea lions were already on guard, so when Chin-Shou approached, the mutated beast on the edge immediately stopped eating. It let out a warning roar. Chin-Shou rushed forward, faked a strike and dashed behind the beast, planning to grab its tail and smash it to death. However, he had underestimated their strength. No sooner had he grabbed the tail than he was whipped away by a casual flick, flung 3 or 4 meters away by that monstrous power. He almost hit the ground. Guess I will have to go all out. Chin-Shou stopped holding back. He unleashed the full energy of the beast spirit orb. Once he stopped suppressing the orb's surge, his body immediately underwent a massive and brutal full-body transformation. In an instant, his height shot up from 1.75 meters to 2.45 meters. His frame became infinitely more robust, with sharp defined lines and bulging muscles radiating raw power. His hands turned into massive powerful claws. His nails hardened into sharp and lethal talons. Then, serrated horns sprouted from his head, and metallic wings rapidly extended from his back. Meanwhile, a long agile brown furred tail sprouted from his rear. In my ultimate beast form, I, Chin-Shou, feel the energy from the beast spirit orbs I just consumed burning away at a rapid pace. But my strength has received an extreme all-around boost. This transformation process has not only stunned the two mutant sea lions, even that little panda in the spectator stands, munching on bamboo, was dumbfounded. It reached out a tiny paw to rub its dark circles, looking as if it were saying, "Is that my mom?" After unleashing my ultimate move, I charged back at the sea lion on the platform. This time, I chose a head-on frontal assault, and relying on my superior speed, I delivered a strike right into its gaping maw, slamming its head hard into the ground. With a loud thud, the sea lion's chin had a violent, intimate encounter with the floor. At the same time, my body, now a fully charged battery, released a surge of high-voltage current from my cells, sending the sea lion into agonizing shrieks. Its body suddenly stiffened, then began writhing in pain on the ground. I know that my full-powered, high-voltage current can insta-kill common mutant beasts, but against a tank-like behemoth like this, it only causes paralysis and heavy damage. So I pressed the attack, curling the fingers of my bare-clawed right hand, and like a hawk striking prey, I lunged into the sea lion's back, violently tearing out 5 bloody gashes. A split second later, my tail lashed out. I sat squarely on its back, pinning its head down with all my might, then drove the spike on my tail, deep into the sea lion's flesh, frantically draining its fresh blood. Once the paralyzing shock from the high-voltage electricity wore off, the sea lion started feeling the excruciating pain from its back. It struggled with everything it had, only to find its head pinned as if under the weight of a mountain. Even lifting its head felt impossible, and its tail could only thrash left and right, completely failing to hit me sitting on its back. Soon, excessive blood loss caused the sea lion to gradually lose the strength to struggle anymore. Finally, it collapsed on the floor, lifeless. In the pool, the wounded sea lion was badly shaken. Terrified to face me, it grew increasingly uneasy. That invincible predator had just been effortlessly taken down by me. It was filled with nothing but despair. It suddenly swam to the opposite shore, attempting to flee through the back exit. 2 minutes later, my tail had drained every last drop of blood and brain matter from that sea lion. The stamina I expended earlier had been largely restored. Then I flew over to where it had swum to the other side, trying to find an exit to escape. I made short work of that second sea lion, too. The job was surprisingly easy. I could not help but admire the raw power of these bare claws. I tore into the bellies of both mutant sea lions with my bare hands, reached in and retrieved the beast spirit orbs. The sea lion's incredible diving talent was the ability I wanted to acquire. I will be able to absorb and integrate their orbs. Beyond the beast spirit orbs from these two, I also found a smaller one inside the one that had been half-eaten. A bead with a lower purity of energy. "Here, little one, this is for you." The little panda had finished its bamboo. I saw it watching the show obediently, without causing any trouble, decided to give one of the 3 sea lion beast spirit orbs, the trashiest one, to the little panda. The cub had already consumed 3 beast spirit orbs before. Even though those orbs have no taste, it could clearly feel its strength surge afterward. Its body was growing. That is why it happily grabbed the ping-pong ball-sized orb and started devouring it. Chinsho suppressed his own beast traits once more. The horns on his head, the wings on his back, and his tail slowly began to retract into his body. He picked up the leftovers of the roasted lion leg and started munching on it, replenishing his energy and stamina, while keeping a close watch on the little panda's changes. The result? Still absolutely nothing. Chinsho was truly at a loss. Why did this little brat gobble down 4 beast spirit orbs, yet show no signs of any other animal mutations? The little panda had grown a bit larger now, from about 40 centimeters, up to 50 or 60 centimeters. Chinsho just watched it grow. A panda with 0 mutations. Resigned, he picked it up and tossed it over toward the pool. Mid-air, the cub squealed in fright. Then, falling in a graceful arc, it splashed into the fishy, salty water. Pandas can naturally swim, right? So this probably won't tell me if it is mastered the sea lion's innate ability. As Chinsho spoke, the pool began to bubble incessantly, just as he thought the furball was going to drown, and was hesitating whether to jump in and save it. The little panda popped its head out of the water. Doggy paddled back to the side and snorted continuously. Chinsho glared. A fey, what a complete waste of resources. If I would fed 4 of those orbs to a dog, it would have evolved into a formidable beast by now. And here you are, having eaten 4 of them, showing neither mutated physical traits, nor any rapid growth into a giant beast. Chinsho could not help but grumble. Raising a dog would have been better than raising you, but I have already invested 4 orbs in you. Giving up now feels like such a huge loss. So Chinsho had no choice but to see this through. He prayed the little panda was unique, and that it might bring him some unexpected surprises later. Let us go. A fey. Fae, Qin Shou had given the cub a name that fit it perfectly. A Fae, still resentful over being tossed into the pool just now and nearly drowning, was snorting in petty anger. It turned its head away, ignoring Qin Shou, refusing to budge unless he came over to coax it, or give it some pets and cuddles. Qin Shou ignored the dramatic panda, tossed the remaining 2 sea lion orbs into his bag, and zipped it up. His backpack was packed solid. The snacks and water were almost gone, replaced by a pile of beast spirit orbs. He had over 100 orbs in there by now. Qin Shou reckoned this oceanarium should be able to fill his whole bag. He was not greedy. Once he hit 300, he would be satisfied, and then it was time to leave the zoo for good. Bag in hand, Qin Shou headed out. A Fae, despite its name, was still afraid of the dark and the unfamiliar environment. Eventually choosing to forgive Qin Shou for the moment, it scurried after him. Meanwhile, over a dozen soldiers with various beast mutations, fully geared up, were stealthily infiltrating the zoo. The animals inside were mutating. Most of them have already made it out. If we run into a powerful mutant beast, focus fire and take it down. If it is just an ordinary mutant, as long as it does not attack us first, we leave it alone. In short, we only have one target on this mission: the mutated marine animals in the ocean exhibit. Got it. Stay sharp. Watch for beasts. This mutated deer was just killed. The blood has not even clotted yet. Wait, it does not look like a beast killed it. Aside from the ripped open belly, there are no bite or claw marks anywhere else. Its eyes are bloodshot and bulging. There is a sunken bruised wound on its forehead. It looks like it died from a heavy blow to the head. There is even a hole in the middle of the wound, as if after it was bludgeoned to death. Its skull was pierced through with a steel spike. The mutated deer had died in a grotesque way, leaving this squad that slipped into the wildlife park on foot of beast-transformed soldiers completely baffled. The beasts Qin Shou hunted in there were almost all killed in one hit. He did not even bother drinking the blood. He only absorbed the brain matter, ripped open the belly, and took the beast spirit orb inside. Cases like this, numbered in the dozens across this wildlife park, especially among the herbivores. After they mutated and evolved, most of them never left the zoo. Instead, they stayed inside and frantically ate grass and tree bark to make up the energy and stamina drained by the transformation. That is why quite a few herbivores were hunted down by carnivorous mutant beasts, and the ones that still had not left. The herbivore mutants in the zoo were basically doomed once Qin Shou found them. Among the herbivore mutants, the biggest haul was 2 mutant elephants. So when the squad of soldiers found one of the mutant elephants Qin Shou had killed, they were stunned all over again. This elephant died the same way as those deer. Its belly had been cut open. Its head had taken a crushing blow. Its eyes were bloodshot and bleeding. One eye had even been pierced by a long, sharp object. In theory, an elephant mutated to this size would be hard to kill even with guns. Could this have been done by that Birdman Captain Lee mentioned? They said that Birdman could, with one kick, send a mutant black bear weighing 1 or 2 tons flying, and even grab it and fly away. If they were not exaggerating, then with that bird mon's strength, he really could have beaten this elephant to death by brute force. According to Professor Chen, how strong we become after beast transformation depends on the animal meat we consumed before transforming, and among the meats people can normally get, the strongest is basically crocodile. But even after gaining crocodile strength, without powerful weapons, there is no way to match a giant mutant beast like this. Even if eating mutant animals lets you keep getting stronger, that still takes time and builds up little by little. There is no way in just a few hours to become that insanely strong. So what puzzles me now is, why after killing these mutant animals, he did not cut off the meat and eat it, but instead dissected all of their bellies. Come to think of it, earlier I saw Professor Chen when he was studying the corpses of these mutant animals. He cut open their bellies too. Could it be that these mutant animals hide the secret to growing stronger in their bellies? Hearing that, the captain leading the squad suddenly frowned, and a seed of suspicion was planted in his mind. We have been hunting down mutated animals all night long. By all rights, with this many mutations, we should have enough for Professor Chen to study for a long time, and enough for everyone to feast on for ages. But the Chief and Professor Chen are still not satisfied. They keep making us track down powerful mutant beasts, and this time, they even sent us all the way here, to the aquarium, just to hunt down large sea creatures. The more we think about it, the more wrong it feels. At first, we did not think much of it, and as soldiers, we just do as we are told and follow orders. But with the world turned into this shithole, our faith is starting to crumble, especially now, with the seeds of doubt planted in our minds. Right then, another soldier made a suggestion. How about we find and hunt down one of these mutant beasts, and cut open its belly to see if there is anything special inside. Half an hour later, at the break of dawn, infiltrating the zoo, the soldiers tasked with hunting large sea life at the aquarium managed to take down a stray mutant goat outside and use their military knives to rip its stomach open. It did not take long before they found a beast spirit orb inside. So this is that glass bead people were mistaking for food. It looks like one, but this orb was encased in organs, still connected to blood vessels and intestines. This is not just some ordinary bead, nor is it some random swallowed glass marble. Captain Wong, who personally extracted the beast spirit orb, suddenly turned grim-faced, because he could vaguely feel the power emanating from this beast spirit orb. Without a second thought, he gambled and swallowed it right then and there. At first, swallowing it whole nearly choked him, almost killing him on the spot. But very quickly, whatever was stuck in his throat dissolved into a warm flow, coursing down his esophagus. The soldiers nearby were horrified, their scalps tingling. After all, this was something ripped from a goat's stomach, and Captain Wang's hands were still dripping with blood. Yet he just shoved it into his mouth and swallowed it. Though it looked nauseating, they were still dying to know the result. How does it feel? Captain Wang immediately felt his body brimming with energy. So, while feeling excited, he gritted his teeth and growled, "Guess we have been treated like dogs after all." As the words left his lips, his body started showing signs of a secondary beast transformation. The guy who originally had bird feather and cowhide traits suddenly shed his feathers, sprouting goat fur instead. The muscles in his legs grew significantly stronger, and his ears transformed into goat ears. Seeing this, the other soldiers realized what was going on. Damn it, no wonder we have killed so many mutated hounds, and hunted so many other mutated animals. Yet it was never enough. They kept sending us out, and even specifically ordered us to hunt powerful mutant beasts. So they knew all along that eating the meat only makes you a little stronger. If you really want to see immediate results and evolve further, you need the orbs inside them. Captain Wang gave a cold, bitter laugh. What a damn sick joke. They act like we are sharing resources, that we are all eating meat to get stronger, when behind our backs they have been using us as lab scraps. Damn it. Captain Wang had only swallowed one orb, and he was already showing new transformation traits. Yet those hounds we killed last night, combined with all the other mutant animals we hunted, must have totaled well over 1,000. Those damn beasts. Let us go. We are going back to deal with them. It is time to reveal the truth. Captain Wang waved his hand and sneered, "No rush. Since we are already here, we will hit the aquarium first and hunt those beasts. We can deal with those mutated animals later." The fact that those animals did not show the same mutation as the ones we have seen means they have not devoured those orbs yet. They are probably scared that consuming them would cause non-stop mutations and make them stronger, drawing unnecessary suspicion from everyone else. So they are not rushing to feast. Instead, they are secretly using us to collect more orbs, planning to hoard and absorb them slowly later. After speaking, Captain Wang added, "Of course, it is also possible they have been secretly taking them home for their own families to consume. Regardless, we know the secret to evolving now. When we get back, we will take them down. We will let them experience the agony of collecting all those orbs, only to be unable to consume them." The group moved quickly and furiously toward the aquarium. Inside the aquarium, after an hour of intense effort, Chin Shou was almost finished clearing the place out. 2 sea lions, 3 leopard seals, 1 polar bear, 2 elephant seals. This was the tally of mutated beasts Chin Shou had successfully hunted. Within just 1 hour of entering the aquarium, aside from the fish in the entrance's touch pool, every other exotic creature like the sea lions and leopard seals had been wiped out by Chin Shou. Because these beasts had incredibly high defense and strength, it had taken quite a lot of effort to take them down. Even extracting the beast spirit orbs was an exhausting task. He consumed the polar bear's orb on the spot, using the energy from the beast spirit orb to replenish his stamina, while simultaneously strengthening his beast transformation abilities. Now Chin Shou's half-beast form looked quite dashing. Since the fur on his hair and tail had turned pure snow white, he looked a lot more noble and aloof. All that was left were the dolphins in the dolphinarium, and the remaining fish in the aquarium section. Dawn was about to break. Chin Shou raced against time, heading toward the final dolphin pool. He would need to fully release the beast spirit orb's energy, and enter his ultimate beast transformation state. Otherwise, he was not sure how he would manage to kill the dolphins inside, because dolphins were massive, and more importantly, they are the smartest animals on this planet. An average human's brain development is less than 10%, whereas a dolphin's can exceed 20%. Sometimes reaching as high as 43%. That is why dolphins were the mutated creatures Chin Shou most wanted to hunt. Since entering the aquarium, he needed to consume the mutated dolphins, their beast spirit orbs, and their brains. His own brain would surely undergo a qualitative change, drastically boosting his mental power, granting him perfect control over the beast spirit orbs. Pushing open the doors to the dolphinarium, Qin Shou immediately heard their piercing cries. In the darkness, Qin Shou used his enhanced night vision to see the two dolphins in the 7 pool that had already mutated, though they had only grown slightly in size. According to the posters outside, those two were originally 4 or 5 meters long, but now they had mutated to reach 6 or 7. Qin Shou was stunned that they had not started killing each other after their mutations. Then he sighed and said, "What a shame. I am not here to feed you fish today. I am here to send you to your graves." Since those two dolphins mutated, they had been trapped in the pool with no food supply. Weaklings can only stay and wait for death. Qin Shou immediately activated his ultimate beast form. He tossed the 2 mutated porpoises out of the water, the natural power of ants, plus the 7 devour ant beasts he consumed earlier, black bear, lion, and the beast spirit orbs from those strength-type mutant beasts like the polar bear. The power Qin Shou held in his ultimate beast state was so overwhelming that it could only be described as terrifying. At least 7 or 8 tons of mutated porpoise were effortlessly tossed by him into the spectator stands. The little panda was so frightened it quickly scrambled away and started whimpering as if it were pitying those 2 porpoises. Qin Shou was now a cold-blooded hunter devoid of emotion. He said to the little panda, "A Fei, don't feel pity just because other animals look pathetic, or because they are making painful cries, and decide to be soft-hearted and let them go. This is a world of survival of the fittest. You think they look pathetic, then are not the animals they eat also pathetic? With such massive bodies like theirs, how many fish do they have to eat in one sitting? How many lives have to be killed? So, there is genuinely no such thing as a pitiful animal in this world, only weak ones." These words from Qin Shou were not meant for a panda. They were more like a reminder to himself, to make himself more unwavering and resolute. He killed the prey before him with cold indifference. "If I do not kill them, they will just starve to death, or get found and killed by others anyway." As Qin Shou spoke, he bashed the 2 mutated porpoises to near shreds. Finally, after much effort, he managed to open their abdomens, and found the hidden beast spirit orbs. After extracting the orbs from the porpoises, Qin Shou exerted quite a bit more effort. Using the spikes on the tip of his tail, he pierced into their brains to devour the marrow. Feeling his mental energy clearly recovering and strengthening, Qin Shou suddenly realized his vision and hearing had also significantly improved along with it. Even his body's sensory perception received a clear boost. This was only from devouring the brains of these 2 beasts. The effect was already so obvious. If he were to absorb their beast spirit orbs too, then his brain would truly undergo a qualitative evolutionary leap. Qin Shou could not wait any longer. He swallowed one of the orbs directly. Then he felt the signs of beast transformation appearing on his body. This time his senses and skin did not manifest any of the porpoise's beastly features. However, a dorsal fin sprouted beneath his wings. Other than that, his head was aching a bit, as if his head circumference had grown a bit, followed by a sensation in his mind, as if a stream. His mental power suddenly expanded like raging rivers, and converged into an ocean within his mind. Qin Shou felt his mental power was so full, it was about to overflow. This feeling of mental abundance was just exhilarating, full of energy, too strong. I have finally mastered the control over the beast spirit orb's energy, and I can even channel the energy directly into specific parts of my body. With a thought from Qin Shou, his tail, wings, and fin immediately shrank and retreated back into his body. He transformed back to his normal human appearance. This sight left a Fei dumbfounded once again. The panda rubbed its dark eye patches again, then looked naively at the familiar yet strange Qin Shou. Its slightly open mouth looked like its jaw had dropped. "Good. Now I have truly achieved the ability to switch back to human form on a whim, and with another thought, I can switch into a half-beast, or my ultimate beast transformation." Qin Shou could not hide his excitement. After switching back to human form, the drainage of energy and stamina was not nearly as intense. And the most interesting thing is, maintaining a human form while turning his fur snow white, Qin Shou was in complete control, transforming his appearance at will. The natural sonar-like abilities of a dolphin allowed Qin Shou to detect them from afar, and pinpointed a key piece of information. Someone has entered the oceanarium. Looks like 11 people total. This sonar-like tracking ability really got Qin Shou fired up. "A Fei, time to go. We are heading out." Qin Shou grabbed his backpack and stashed away the last beast spirit orb from the dolphin. "I will consume it later." The moment he shouldered his pack, a Fei scrambled onto his back, clutching onto his white hair, and sat right on his neck. "A Fei, forget it. Seeing as you are just a baby panda cub, I won't hold it against you this time." Qin Shou left the oceanarium, heading out toward the entrance. He figured the guys who just entered must be the soldiers that landed in the nearby transport. Looks like the military already knows about the beast spirit orbs, and they know that consuming them grants further evolution and strength. That is why they are targeting the zoo. They have sent soldiers here to hunt It was precisely for this reason that the ones who rose to power fastest in the last life were either the military or those with military ties. But in this lifetime, Qin Shou has already won the head start. No one will be able to catch up to him. Moments later, the soldiers advancing deeper into the oceanarium started to discover the sea lion carcasses. There is someone in there. Same method too. Their bellies have been gutted to take the beast spirit orbs. As the words left his mouth, they heard a series of heavy, thudding footsteps approaching from deeper within. Captain Wang signaled for caution. The team immediately split to both sides of the corridor, then picked up their weapons, aiming their muzzles directly forward. Out of the darkness, Qin Shou strolled out calmly. The 11 beast-transformed soldiers all pointed their guns at him. In an instant, several red laser sights were fixed on him. In addition to that, the tactical flashlights lit up the hallway. Qin Shou made a grand entrance, right in the spotlight. These blinding lights did not affect him at all. He did not even blink, continuing to watch the platoon of soldiers with a steady gaze. At the back, 2 soldiers were kneeling, cradling heavy sniper rifles, their red laser sights trained directly on his head, ready to fire at any moment. Qin Shou was not afraid of these weapons, but still raised his hands in surrender. Feigning alarm, he called out, "Hey guys, hold your fire. I am a good guy." A Fei, the panda perched on his neck, saw so many people at once. Seeing Qin Shou raise his hands, it decided to follow suit and put its paws up too. But that move was a bit too aggressive, and without its grip on his hair, it instantly lost its balance and toppled backward. With a soft thump, it tumbled onto the floor. The soldiers' expressions and gazes showed a collective, stunned reaction. Everything was aimed at a Fei, even though it was just a 50 or 60 centimeter, seemingly harmless creature, a cute and dorky little panda. Sensing the pressure from the 11 people across, a Fei felt the biting sting of social anxiety for the first time. After tumbling to the ground, it squeaked, then quickly stood up and hid behind Qin Shou, clutching Qin Shou's long pants with both paws. It peeked out, nervously and curiously eyeing the group. Captain Wang stared at the snow-white-haired, remarkably calm Qin Shou, and narrowed his eyes. "So that mutant animal outside and this. Did you kill the sea lion inside too?" And then carved open their bellies. Qin Shou pointed at a Fei, winking as he lied. "Not me. This panda killed them." Dozens of red laser sights immediately locked onto the panda behind Qin Shou, right on its head. It is just that they did not really believe him, because this bumbling little panda in no way looked like a creature capable of ripping mutant animals apart. Captain Wang did not want to waste breath on Qin Shou, getting straight to the point. "Your calm demeanor has already given yourself away. Tell me, do you know that mutant animals have orbs inside that you can swallow to mutate and become stronger? That is why you were specifically carving out their bellies." Qin Shou feigned shock, trying a little trick of fishing for answers. "What, are there really orbs in those mutant animals that can be eaten? And by eating them, you can keep mutating and getting stronger?" "Well, I have collected 100 or 200 in my bag. Wouldn't I be invincible if I ate them all?" Upon hearing that the other party had so many beast spirit orbs, a flash of greed filled Captain Wang's eyes, and his finger immediately pulled the trigger. Fire. He did not care if what Qin Shou said was true or false. The policy was, better to kill an innocent person than to let go of a potential threat. Coincidentally, he had a hunch. Since mutant animals have energy, and consuming the orbs makes you mutate and grow stronger, then in those of us who have mutated, is it possible there are energy orbs inside too? That was exactly why he decided to open fire. Qin Shou was greatly disappointed to think these soldiers would actually kill without cause, and were too lazy to even threaten him to hand over the beast spirit orbs, or spare his life. The world has truly gone to ruin. Humanity is beyond saving. The moment the other side opened fire, Qin Shou immediately crouched down, covered his face with both hands, and simultaneously pulled a Fei behind him, to prevent it from getting shot by stray bullets, which would waste the 4 beast spirit orbs he had already invested in it. As the volleys of gunfire rang out, bullets frenziedly rained down on Qin Shou. He had expected there to be pain, but to his surprise, it felt like nothing more than being pelted by little pebbles. No pain, no itch. You have to understand. At this moment, aside from his hair, which had turned the snow-white color of a polar bear, he had consciously suppressed all other beast transformation features. But even so, thanks to the modification by the beast spirit orbs, his physical human body was already terrifyingly strong. Even armor-piercing sniper rounds, which could penetrate 10-centimeter thick concrete walls, could not even pierce his skull. No signs of brain blast transformation yet, just standard rounds. "You guys are a disgrace to that uniform." The gunfire stopped. Qin Shou stood there completely unscathed. The soldiers braced braced themselves as if facing a major threat. Instantly, a wave of tension swept through them. Captain Wang felt a chill down his spine. He quickly reloaded. They kept firing relentlessly at Qin Shou, while laying down suppressing fire. He barked out orders. Use the net guns and the shock rifles. Qin Shou was done playing around. He quickly tossed the panda cub nearby into the seal exhibit to keep it safe from the chaos. At the same time, 2 capture nets fired towards him, pinning him down tight. Then, 2 electric stun blasts hit his body. It is just too bad. These police shock rifles use high-voltage DC pulse technology. The voltage reaches tens of thousands, but because the current is extremely low, they do even less damage than a standard electric eel. It did not even make Qin Shou's hair stand on end, let alone affect his body, which had become as insulated as an eel's. He had no fear of the electric shocks. Qin Shou stood there, completely unbothered, with a casual tug of his hands. The 2 restrictive nets that had caged him were shredded to pieces effortlessly. In that moment, Captain Wang and his men started to panic. It was like seeing a ghost. The cowards among them turned and ran, because they knew deep down, this guy was impervious to their weapons, meaning he was an incredibly powerful mutant. If he ever caught up, killing them would be as easy as slaughtering chickens. Just then, Qin Shou crouched down and grabbed a handful of bullet casings from the floor, then hurled them with all his strength. Instantly, soldiers were hit and screamed in agony. The speed and force of those shells he threw were no match for actual firearms. The remaining soldiers were literally scared stiff. Is this even still human? Some soldiers panic-stricken, begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I did not even fire my gun just now. Qin Shou replied coldly. He shifted his weight and stomped his bare foot down hard. The floor tiles cracked and shattered instantly, while he launched himself like a mortar shell. With a single punch, Qin Shou snuffed out Captain Wang. His powerful fist slammed straight into his opponent, shattering his head, helmet, and all. With one punch, one dead at a time. He moved like the Reaper, harvesting the lives of these bastard soldiers. Don't kill me. I did not even fire a shot at you. The soldier dropped his gun in terror, then raised his shaking hands. He squeezed his eyes shut. Qin Shou's bone-crushing fist stopped midair right in front of him. The force of the wind against his face broke the soldier into a cold sweat. In just a few seconds, 11 soldiers were down, with only 2 left standing. Qin Shou looked at the 2 soldiers who had not fired, and said with an icy tone, "Seeing as you 2 did not pull the trigger, and still have some shred of honor for those uniforms, I will spare your lives for the moment. So, I am going to ask you a few questions. You would better answer me honestly." They all nodded frantically. Qin Shou asked, "How many of you are there in total? How many mutated beasts did you hunt overnight? How do you distribute the beast spirit orbs you harvest? Are you hoarding any of them?" Qin Shou was planning something big. These soldiers were fully armed. They have been out hunting mutated beasts all night, and it is not for the sake of public safety. It is for the beast spirit orbs inside those monsters to grow stronger. So, Qin Shou wanted to know exactly how many men they had, and how many mutated beasts they took down tonight. And regarding the beast spirit orbs, are they distributed immediately after harvesting, or are they being stored for now, checking for side effects before handing them out? One of the pig-headed soldiers answered in a rush. "We have fewer than 300 survivors in our troop, divided into 30 squads, excluding the 10 squads stationed at the base, and the 10 squads currently off duty. There are only 10 squads out there hunting mutated beasts," another soldier added. "Before we started hunting these mutated creatures, our unit had already put down over 100 mutated military dogs. Those dogs were insanely aggressive after mutation. Back when everyone was mutating, we were so weak and in such agony. A lot of our guys were bitten and eaten alive. Hunting those mutated dogs afterwards also cost us quite a few casualties." So when he said less than 300, he meant combat-ready personnel, including the injured who can't fight. The total headcount should be around 700 to 800. "Go on," Qin Shou gestured. The guy continued, "including all the mutated dogs. The mutated creatures we have hunted overnight. It should be over 1,000 head in total. Mostly mutated dogs and cats. The ones we hunted at the zoo were mostly common animals like sheep, deer, and monkeys. The larger predators are way tougher to take down. That is why our current mission is to come to the aquarium and hunt those trapped, water-dependent marine creatures." Qin Shou got straight to the point. "What about the beast spirit orbs? In these creatures, how do you distribute them? Are you stockpiling them?" The 2 of them spoke in unison. "No distribution at all." As he spoke, the pig-headed soldier grumbled with dissatisfaction. "We only just found out that these mutated animals have energy orbs inside them. After seeing Captain Wang swallow an orb and mutate into something even stronger, we realized the truth way too late. We were just being used as pawns. Now we know why Professor Chen and the higher-ups ordered us to hunt strong mutated beasts, and why they specifically sent our unit here to the aquarium. They want us to find a way to kill the sea lions and seals and bring them back for their research." The other soldier spoke up. "The fact that Professor Chen and his team are still in their initial mutation stage stage, shows that although they know about the energy orbs that allow people to keep mutating and getting stronger, they are terrified of the side effects. So they are not rushing to consume them. Instead, they are quietly using us to conduct their experiments. Once they are sure there are no side effects, they certainly won't share these orbs with the rest of us. They will keep them hidden and swallow the war trophies we risked our lives to bring back all for themselves. After he finished, the soldier shouted, seething with resentment, "If you want them, we can fly you back, and we can seize them together." Learning that they might have thousands of beast spirit orbs, Qin could barely contain his inner excitement. There really is strength in numbers. He had gone to the zoo immediately to hunt mutated beasts, and hunted for a whole night, yet only collected less than 200 beast spirit orbs. So, facing the temptation of thousands of beast spirit orbs, Qin did not hold back either. He laid it all out. "That is exactly what I have been thinking. That is also why I spared your lives." Once he finished, Qin did not waste any time. "Now, I am giving you a chance to redeem yourselves. Open up their stomachs. Take out the beast spirit orbs and hand them over to me. 9 beast spirit orbs in total. Although the grade is on the low side, if I feed them to little A. Fei, it should at least make him a bit stronger." The two soldiers' faces turned pale. They felt a mix of shock and unease. Clearly, they never expected that humans who underwent mutation would also have beast spirit orbs in them. But after some thought, humans are animals too. Since those mutated animals have beast spirit orbs inside them, then naturally, mutated humans would have them too. The pig-headed soldier took a deep breath. He pulled a combat knife from his waist, and started cutting open his comrade's abdomen. Even though this process felt incredibly nauseating to him, he also wanted to see for himself if they really carried similar energy orbs like the mutated animals. Suppressing the visual shock of the blood and guts, the two of them, hands trembling, dug inside, and pulled out the beast spirit orbs from the nameless officer's remains. "It is time. The world is about to change." The pig-headed soldier suddenly looked so worried about the fate of the world. "Once this news spreads, this world will turn into a living hell." Qin corrected him. "Don't wait for this news to spread. It is already a living hell right now, isn't it? You people who were supposed to serve the people, defend your country and your homes, were not you just pointing your guns at a defenseless civilian like me earlier?" Although they had not opened fire earlier, they felt incredibly ashamed inside. A moment later, the two of them, after searching through 9 of their companions, gathered 79 pale gold beast spirit orbs. They handed them to Qin in a helmet. Qin took them. He asked, "Do you guys have any timed explosives on you?" The two of them nodded, their faces deathly pale. Qin ordered, "Plant the explosives on the oceanarium's observation tunnel. Set the timer for 3 minutes." The two of them instantly understood. He wants to kill that massively mutated shark. Very quickly, they set the explosives, and set the timer for 3 minutes, then quickly scrambled out. They got far, far away. The 3 minutes passed by quickly. A massive, thunderous explosion echoed. Thick smoke billowed out from the entrance of the oceanarium. Soon, the oceanarium's underwater tunnel began to collapse. A massive surge of seawater rushed out. Once the water in the oceanarium drained out, Qin went over to hunt down that monstrously huge, beached, mutated shark. "Give me the grenades." Qin grabbed 2 grenades, then pulled the pins, and threw them straight into the mutant shark's blood-red maw. Even though this mutant shark had mutated and evolved to be incredibly powerful, the skin and flesh inside its mouth were definitely still fragile. Therefore, the 2 grenades exploding right inside its throat could not kill it, but they could definitely injure it, and the injuries were far from light. Qin kept asking for more grenades. He force-fed them to the unlucky mutant shark, blowing it up until it was spitting thick smoke, bleeding out, triturating in agony on the ground. That won't kill it. Even after a dozen grenades, the beast shark's maw may be heavily wounded, but the beast is still incredibly ferocious. Right then, Qin intentionally let 2 of the soldiers go, ordering, "Go and get the plane over here. I will figure out a way to finish off this shark, and harvest the beast spirit orb inside." The 2 soldiers were stunned at first. Then they felt a sudden sense of relief. They scrambled away. Does he think we are too scared to run? Or does he just trust us too much? Should we even bother flying back to pick him up? People die for profit. Crows die for carrion. If we actually bring him back, given his freakish iron skin strength, all the energy from the mutated beasts we worked so hard to kill is bound to be snatched up by him, and he is not going to share any with us. So we can't take him back. Better yet, once we are back, we team up with Captain Li and stage a mutiny. Then we can all split the beast spirit orbs. Agreed. The 2 of them settled on their plan. Little did they know, whichever choice they made, they were ultimately walking into a trap Qin Shou had already laid. Qin Shou let them go on purpose. Firstly, he did not want them to witness his impending secret ability to trigger beast transformation at will. Secondly, he wanted them to lead the way, so he could tail them, fly back and swipe those beast spirit orbs. Therefore, once they were far enough away, Qin Shou took off the backpack filled with beast spirit orbs, and placed it beside a Fei. At that moment, a Fei was holding the helmet containing 9 beast spirit orbs, happily licking away. Who knows if after devouring these 9, it might manifest the traits of other beasts. Plus, it was consuming the orbs of 9 human-beast hybrids. Will it evolve into a panda man? While Qin Shou waited, he did not idle. He immediately released the full energy of his internal beast spirit orbs, entering his ultimate beast transformation. This time, his physique became even larger, with those 50-centimeter long serrated beast horns atop his head. He already stood over 3 meters tall. However, in front of this 20-meter long beast shark, he was still essentially a little brother. At this moment, with its maw already torn to shreds, the beast shark glared viciously at Qin Shou. That blood-soaked mouth filled with jagged teeth was enough to make anyone's skin crawl, afraid it might suddenly lunge and gulp him down in one bite. Qin Shou deliberately took to the air, then circled behind the beast shark. He started with an electric shock to loosen it up, but given its massive size, even if he unleashed every bit of energy in his body, he could not electrocute the beast to death. So, while the shark was stunned and twitching from the shock, Qin Shou landed right on its skull. Then he began hammering away at its head. Even though his fists were pitifully small for a shark, his terrifying brute force could still leave the shark reeling and dazed. A moment later, without relying on any weapons, Qin Shou smashed through the beast shark's defenses with nothing but his fists. He then drove his right fist deep into its crown. The pain sent the shark into a final, dying frenzy. Taking the opportunity, his snow-white furred tail whipped out from behind. At the tip of his tail, a sharp, hardened venomous barb emerged, which he then aimed at the gaping wound on the shark's head, thrusting it inward with all his might. Among all ocean creatures, the shark is also notorious for its high intelligence. Those things are master strategists. They hunt in packs, and they learn hunting tactics from other fish. That is why a mutant shark this big, if I absorb its entire brain, it will definitely boost my intellect. After absorbing the shark's brain matter, Qin Shou pulled out his tail. Then he started slicing open the shark's belly. This is the most annoying part. This mutant shark is just too huge. Even if Qin Shou shoved his entire tail deep inside its gut, it still was not long enough to reach the beast spirit orb inside. So he had no choice but to cut it open to get the orb. He even had to crawl inside its belly to search before he could successfully retrieve the beast spirit orb. This was a major project. It took Qin Shou half an hour to finish, finally getting that orb out. Aside from this mutant shark, Qin Shou also discovered another one, wide and long, a giant fish about 7 or 8 meters. He had not noticed it when he first came in. It was probably lurking and hiding at the bottom. Too bad it was not an electric eel, and it was just a cartilaginous fish. So to Qin Shou, it did not hold much value. But the fact it could evolve to be this massive meant the beast spirit orb inside was still high quality. Furthermore, the beast spirit orb from this kind of creature, even if it did not suit someone as tough as me, it was actually quite perfect for those rabbit girl teachers like Lu Ru. Qin Shou just went ahead and staged a fish-tearing show, brutally ripping its 2 fins apart, then extracting the beast spirit orb from its gut. As for the other, smaller ones, that were also just common mutant fish, Qin Shou could not be bothered to waste time butchering them, because outside the zoo, the sound of a helicopter's rotors rumbled in. He wondered what they would choose, whether to come and pick me up, or just fly away. Qin Shou went to the restroom to rinse himself off, then packed the beast spirit orbs from the shark and the other fish into his backpack. Little Ah Fei had already finished eating all the beast spirit orbs from those 9 mutants. The whole panda looked like it had grown quite a bit. It was already over a meter tall now. It was as if it had suddenly aged a few months. Qin Shou was speechless. Are panda genes really this stubborn? It has already swallowed 13 beast spirit orbs, and it is still looking like a panda. It has not developed traits of any other creature at all. He honestly could not get it, even though what he fed little Ah Fei were mostly common or even low-level spirit orbs. 2 of them had at least come from a mutant tiger and a sea lion. But after this little guy swallowed them, aside from growing a bit, there was not a single trace of any other beast transformation. Qin Shou was so frustrated. These 13 beast spirit orbs, even if I fed them to a dog, I would have myself a dog more ferocious and massive than a tiger. But for you, it is just endless eating, and you have not evolved a single bit. Little Ah Fei did not understand what he was grumbling about. It just held the empty bucket that used to contain the 9 orbs. Whining. Although Qin Shou could not tell what it was whining for, he could still communicate with it perfectly. He scoffed. You have eaten so much and you are still so useless, with the nerve to keep asking for more spirit orbs. If it were not for the fact that you are a cute, clumsy panda, and fairly well-behaved and clingy, Qin Shou would have just cut his losses and finished you off right now. At that moment, the sound of that transport helicopter grew further and further away. It was not flying toward the zoo at all. Instead, it flew toward the northwest. As expected, trust between people is meaningless in this post-apocalyptic world. Keep moving. We are going to raid their base. If there are really thousands of beast spirit orbs, I will feed you 100 at once. If you are still this useless by then, do not blame me for being cold-blooded, Qin Shou muttered, carrying the backpack in one hand, holding a fei by the scruff of its neck with the other, and then spread his wings to soar. He trailed the military transport helicopter from high above. It was 7:43 a.m. The sky had already brightened, but compared to the past, the daylight was veiled in a faint eerie reddish haze. 20 minutes later, Qin Shou watched the helicopter land at the incredibly spacious army training base. He then landed on top of a nearby hotel. He tossed a fei onto the roof, dumped out the leftover snacks, water, hot pot seasoning, and a set of cookware from his bag. Qin Shou murmured to himself, this bag should be packed tight. It can fit over 1,000 beast spirit orbs, right? As he spoke, Qin Shou pulled out over 700 standard beast spirit orbs and put them in the pot for a fei to enjoy. That brings it up to 30 beast spirit orbs. He could not believe if a fei devoured 30 beast spirit orbs and was still that useless, without showing any signs of other beastly transformations. Stay here and wait. I will be right back. Having said that, Qin Shou suppressed his own transformation marks, turning his white hair back to black, then retracted his beast horns and tucked away his tail. This was the Birdman form he had mimicked, snatching the black bear's beast spirit orb from that pair of soldiers earlier. Even if the two soldiers in front saw him later, they would not realize he was the white-haired, invulnerable freak from the aquarium. After managing his appearance, Qin Shou activated his wings and flew rapidly toward the nearby army base. Before long, the soldiers guarding the main gate spotted his figure descending from the sky. Terrified, they hurriedly sounded the alarm. Warning, avian beast intrusion. No, wait, that looks like a human, a bird-type mutant. The alarm blared. The massive army base instantly went into combat readiness. Obviously, after the nightmare of the beast transformation struck last night, they were all traumatized by those beasts, especially the mutant military dogs that immediately attacked and mauled them after the transformation. Therefore, the gate guards, seeing a giant avian beast invading, scrambled to sound the alarm. But once the giant bird-type beast landed, they were shocked to find that it was actually a mutated human with bird wings. The moment the alarm rang, dozens of transformed soldiers charged out with guns. Among them were a few familiar faces, those two who had not fired at Qin Shou at the aquarium. The soldiers Qin Shou had deliberately let go were among them. Besides them, the other transformed soldiers beside them were the unlucky ones who had hunted that mutated black bear last night and were sent flying by it. They also recognized Qin Shou. Captain Li among them shouted urgently, "Don't shoot. He belongs to humanity. That power we talked about earlier. The exceptionally strong Birdman is him." Everyone watches on with curiosity and awe. The one with a pair of silver black wings, the one able to soar freely, Qin Shou. Captain Li walks over and asks, "Comrade, do you need any help with something? Or are you here to join our squad?" Qin Shou takes the opportunity to ask, "If I join, can you provide me with weapons?" Weapons? Captain Li is stunned. They could not even hurt that black bear with gunfire at night. Yet Qin Shou could easily mop the floor with it. So with his freakish strength, does he even need guns? At this moment, a slick-looking beast-transformed official smiles heartily and says, "Absolutely. What we lack most right now are weapons. We welcome any capable citizens to join the troops, so we can face this crisis together." "That is exactly what I was thinking," Qin Shou says seriously. "Welcome aboard." The dog-headed officer enthusiastically shakes his hand, saying, "Let us head inside and chat. I happen to have a few things I would like to consult you on." Qin Shou nods. "Got it. I also have some matters I wish to consult with you all about." Watching Qin Shou walk away, invited by the enthusiastic crowd, Captain Li looks thoughtfully at the pig-nosed soldier beside him, signaling him with his eyes to follow. In a deserted, empty area, on a playground still stained with blood, Captain Li asks, "Is what you told me true?" The pig-nosed man says earnestly, "Totally. Captain Wang has already proven it with his own actions. These mutated animals all have beast spirit orbs inside them. Swallowing them allows you to mutate again and get stronger. That guy you encountered earlier, the one you described as incredibly strong, definitely swallowed quite a few beast spirit orbs. And that white-haired guy we met at the aquarium, just because he hunted a bunch of mutated animals at the zoo and in the aquarium, and swallowed a massive amount of these orbs, is why his skin became impenetrable. He almost wiped our entire squad out." Another soldier chimes in. "It was because Captain Wang personally verified it, learning that the other party had many beast spirit orbs. So they tried to kill him for the loot, only to end up getting killed in retaliation." We were just lucky. We did not open fire. That is why he let us keep our lives. The pig-nosed soldier says earnestly. We came back just to tell everyone the truth. But we are afraid that there might be eyes and ears in the crowd who would sell us out and try to silence us. That is why we had to come to you to explain the truth. If you trust us, then we should corner that bastard and Professor Chen and force them to hand over all the beast spirit orbs. If you do not believe us, you can just go out and hunt a mutated animal, dissect it, and swallow the orb inside. Then you will see if you truly feel the rush of mutation and power. Captain Li falls silent. Then he says, I will go and question Professor Chen. The two soldiers hurry to stop him. By questioning the professor, won't you just alert the enemy? Just think about it. All of us have been out hunting for nights, bringing back so many mutated animals. If it were really just for research purposes, are hundreds of thousands of mutated animals not enough for you to study? With so many mutated animals already available to research, why do you keep insisting we go on hunting missions? Why send us to the zoo to hunt down even more powerful, rarer beasts? Hesitation equals defeat. We must decide now or else. If they manage to take the beast spirit orbs, we collected all night and transfer them, or consume them all themselves, then all our hard work, hunting those mutated animals, the beast spirit orbs will be swallowed by them alone. Captain Li said, give me a moment to think. Mutiny is not child's play. If we fail, there is no way out for any of us. Even if we succeed, once the truth of this gets out, everyone will want that power. Everyone will lust after these beast spirit orbs, leading to nothing but slaughter and chaos. While they were plotting their mutiny, Qin Shou, at the warm invitation of the dog-headed officer, walked straight toward the laboratory building next door. Kid, what should I call you? The dog-headed officer asked. Qin Shou replied without a second thought. My surname is Wang. Just call me Little Wang. Understood. Comrade Little Wang, the dog-headed officer asked. I heard you are strong enough to kick a 2-ton mutant black bear into the air and send that heavy bear flying away just like that. Is that a fact or just a rumor? Qin Shou answered. It is a fact. The dog-headed officer's eyes lit up. He asked, according to our research, our beast transformation is linked to the type of meat we consume before the shift. So, is your transformation a result of what you ate? Qin Shou bluffed. I suppose I ate roast squab and fried spicy ants. That must be why I grew wings, and why my strength is infinite. That would explain it. The dog-headed officer did not expect that eating ants could grant you the natural strength of an ant. Furthermore, he never imagined that in this country, someone would actually enjoy eating such dark cuisine. He led Qin Shou into the lab and said, right, our research shows that when everyone undergoes beast transformation, it triggers a rabies-like virus. We have not dared to announce this yet, because once it goes public, the whole population will panic. After all, the whole country has fallen. There is no way we can produce enough rabies vaccines for everyone in such a short time. So right now, we can only prioritize vaccinating our soldiers. People who are not vaccinated within 48 hours are very likely to go feral. They might lose their minds and become bloodthirsty and violent. Qin Shou scoffed internally. If I were not reborn, I might have actually fallen for your game. Qin Shou feigned shock. What are we going to do? Do you still have any vaccine left? We have been scouring all the major hospitals for vaccines overnight. For now, we can barely cover our internal needs. I am only telling you this because you have become so incredibly powerful, and that you can fly. After all, we do not just need powerful weapons right now. We also need strong citizens to hunt down these mutated beasts together and restore order as quickly as possible. Qin Shou nodded solemnly. I will do my best. I have got high hopes for you. The dog-headed officer patted Qin Shou on the shoulder. He led Qin Shou into the deepest lab. He knocked on the door first. Then he pushed it open and said, Professor Chen, please give this young man a shot of the rabies vaccine. Professor Chen was busy dissecting a mutation at that moment. A feline mutant evolved to the size of a tiger. Upon seeing Qin Shou with his beast horns and wings, his eyes lit up instantly. Now that is a rare find. He suppressed the excitement in his gut and said, all right, Captain Liu, help me grab the vaccine. After finishing, he sized Qin Shou up. The more he looked, the more pleased he was. Little brother, how did you manage to mutate into something like this? Did you eat some kind of bird before the transformation? Qin Shou had no choice but to spout some nonsense. Said I ate roasted squab and stir-fried ants. Professor Chen actually believed him. So that is how it is. So after you mutated, did you eat any of those mutated animals? According to my research, the flesh and blood of these mutant creatures, whether eaten raw or cooked, can always trigger further mutations and increase strength. Qin Shou exclaimed in surprise. So it works like that. Damn, what a loss that is for me. I have killed quite a few mutant animals earlier without eating them. At dawn, I helped a few others. Some soldiers killed a mutant black bear. I grabbed the bear and flew hundreds of meters high, and then I dropped it to its death. The dog-headed officer asked anxiously, where did you drop it? I can send someone with a helicopter to bring it back. Qin Shou shrugged. It was too dark. I do not know the exact location either. What a damn shame. Damn it. This guy is wasting such a heaven-defying mutation talent. Then Captain Liu handed over the so-called rabies vaccine and the syringe. Professor Chen personally used the syringe to draw a full needle tube of rabies vaccine. He said, "Kid, sit down. Let me give you the vaccine first." All right. Qinshu sat down. Professor Chen started to give him the arm shot, but it turned out Qinshu's skin was too tough. He bent the needle tip. He simply could not pierce Qinshu's arm. Professor Chen was left speechless. "Little brother, your skin is a bit too tough," Qinshu said. "It is pretty tough. You might need to switch to a thicker needle to get it to work." Professor Chen listened to him and switched to a heavy-duty injector meant for beasts, but it still would not go in. Qinshu could not watch any longer. He snatched the injector away and then ruthlessly plunged it into Professor Chen's thigh, instantly injecting all the fluid inside. He said, "You have got to be fast, accurate, and ruthless, just like me. Wasn't that just a simple, effortless shot?" Professor Chen was suddenly overcome with terror. The dog-headed officer immediately pulled out his gun. He emptied 2 rounds at Qinshu. At that moment, no one held back anymore. The dog-headed officer quickly pulled his gun and pointed it straight at Qinshu's chest, firing 2 shots. He was quite puzzled about how this kid found out that the injection was not just a vaccine for the plague, but poison. But it does not matter now, since the poison could not kill him. Might as well just shoot him dead. However, the bullets did not even graze Qinshu. They just bounced off, and one of those ricocheting bullets struck the unlucky Professor Chen. At the same time, the 2 guards who were with Professor Chen, along with his assistants, immediately took action. One grabbed a wing, trying to restrain Qinshu. Turns out they underestimated Qinshu and overestimated themselves. Qinshu just casually gave his wings a little flap, and those 2 guys hanging onto him were flung away, smashing right into the wall and dying on impact. No point in pretending anymore. Qinshu was only guessing before, but now he could confirm that these high-ranking officials were no longer acting human. No wonder those second-generation officials and military brats rose to power so quickly. It turns out that on the night the beast transformation disaster struck, they already discovered the beast spirit orbs inside the beasts. They even found them inside the humans who had transformed, so they hid the secret of the beast spirit orbs, using the military to hunt down the beasts, then secretly hoarding a massive amount of the orbs to let themselves and their families become incredibly powerful in such a short time. For that, they would not even spare other humans, especially those who became stronger than the beasts themselves. The dog-headed officer's face paled in shock, hurriedly unloading his clip at Qinshu. Too bad his gun was equipped with a silencer, so the noise did not draw the attention of the guards posted outside. Professor Chen, who had been injected by Qinshu with the poison, was panicking, stumbling toward the laboratory table. With a trembling right hand, he pulled a beast spirit orb from a mutant cat specimen, trying to swallow it down, hoping to suppress the poison in his leg, the poison he would just been injected with. But Qinshu snatched the orb from his hand and said, "You guys hid the soldiers, letting them hunt and bring back so many mutant animal specimens. You must have hoarded quite a lot of beast spirit orbs from them, right?" Professor Chen's face grew even more terrified, begging for mercy. "Save me. I do not want to die." Qinshu crushed his skull with one hand. "If you do not want to die, do not do such heinous things. Once you do, you have to face the consequences." Witnessing Professor Chen's head being crushed like a tomato by the other side, the dog-headed officer was completely panicked. So this guy had long known that inside these mutant beasts, there existed these so-called beast spirit orbs. His immense strength definitely did not come from eating pigeons and fried ant eggs before the transformation, but from devouring quite a few beast spirit orbs. The dog-headed officer said hurriedly, "Wait, we can talk about this. Since you are after those orbs, I will trade them for my life. Otherwise, if I die, even if you could find those orbs, you will never be able to make it out alive." Qinshu asked, "So how many beast spirit orbs do you think your pathetic life is worth in this trade?" "I will give you everything. Just stop now and spare my life." "How many is everything?" 4 or 500. 4 or 500. "How come I heard that you lot have been hunting and retrieving mutant carcasses throughout the night?" "Well over 1,000. The other guy did not hold back. Speaking up, "I already sent a batch back home, so there are only 4 or 500 collected here right now." Damn it. No wonder those freakishly powerful mutants appeared just days after the apocalypse began. Qinshu said firmly, "Where are they? Take me to them. There should be a few dozen in that case. The rest are in the armory safe. Only I know the combination. I can tell you the code, but only after I confirm my personal safety, since I already know where the stash is. You can go ahead and die now." Speaking, Qinshu prepared to strike. Terrified, the guy blurted out, "Without my authorization, you can't even get into the armory, and without my code, you will never break that safe open." Qinshu flashed forward, grabbing the guy's head with a bear-like right hand. lifting him into mid-air. The dog-headed officer was panicked, his voice trembling. "No, don't kill me. I still have several hundred orbs at home. Please spare my life. I can take you back to get them." Only then did Qinshu let him down. He ordered the guy to bring the beast spirit orbs from the supply room. The dog-headed officer was still shaken. If he had not mentioned having more orbs at home, he would have surely had his head crushed. This guy is far too terrifying, physically overwhelming, cruel, and absolutely ruthless. He did not dare act stupid. He rushed to get the orbs from the supply room, then signaled his men out there to ambush this guy. Handguns could not kill him. Surely high-caliber sniper rounds that pierce steel plates would. The dog-headed officer had already sentenced Qinshu to death in his mind. Once Qinshu was dead, he would personally dispose of him, consume the beast spirit orbs within his body, and become an avian warrior just as powerful as him. He thought to himself. The dog-headed officer took a briefcase from a nearby storage locker, opening it right in front of Qinshu. Inside, there was a stack of beast spirit orbs of various sizes and colors. Each one was labeled, identifying which mutant it was harvested from. That is quite meticulous. Unlike Qinshu, who just dumped high-quality orbs in one pile, and low-quality ones in another. He poured them in. Qinshu placed his backpack on the table, then unzipped it. The dog-headed officer had no choice but to follow orders, dumping the whole case into Qinshu's backpack. Upon seeing that there were over 100 orbs, his expression turned into one of shock. "Did you hunt and collect all of these by yourself?" Qinshu answered his question with mock kindness. "That is right. This is the bounty from raiding two places overnight: the zoo and the aquarium." The dog-headed officer's eyes sparked with greed. As he poured the dozens of beast spirit orbs from the briefcase, tossing them around, he started to ask, "Pardon me, but how many of these orbs have you consumed exactly, to become so monstrously powerful that even bullets cannot faze you? Don't ask questions you should not." Qinshu zipped up his bag, clutching the backpack with his left, while hooking his right arm around the dog-headed officer. He threatened him. "Now, take me to the armory to grab another batch of beast spirit orbs. Then we head back to your place to get the final lot." The dog-headed officer kept nodding in agreement, rushing to lead Qinshu outside. The soldiers guarding the gate were his personal guard. He signaled to them with his eyes, trying to convey that he was being held hostage. Qinshu did not even need to look to know that he must be up to some shady tricks. He asked, "Tell me, if I were to expose how you have betrayed everyone, and hoarded all the beast spirit orbs for yourself, do you think your own men would just gun you down?" The dog-headed officer stammered, "If they do not believe you, then your position will be extremely precarious. If they do believe you, then you won't fare any better. And what is more, you would lose all the beast spirit orbs you have stashed away. There is also a third possibility. That is, they believe you, and then they kill you instead. In the end, all the beast spirit orbs would still fall into my hands." As he spoke, Qinshu gave a sly grin. "I specifically had my phone recording the moment I walked in." At that instant, the dog-headed officer truly panicked. He suddenly exerted all his strength, breaking free from Qinshu's right arm, and like a dog in a panic, he scrambled away on all fours, bolting for his life. While screaming, "Open fire!" he killed Professor Chen. "Shoot him now!" He killed Professor Chen and the others. The dog-headed officer had clearly devoured quite a few beast spirit orbs from mutant canines, so he was not weak, and he was surprisingly fast on all fours. In a flash, the two personal guards at the entrance hurriedly leveled their machine guns at Qinshu. Qinshu slowly spread his wings, shielding himself from the bullets, to keep the backpack from being torn to shreds, which would make the beast spirit orbs inside fall out. As for the fast scurrying dog-headed officer, Qinshu was not in a hurry to catch him. He let him run for 39 meters first, then caught a bullet mid-air with his bare hand, flicking it toward the enemy's dogleg. The bullet, propelled by Qinshu, moved faster than any standard firearm, striking perfectly into his right leg. In an instant, the agonizing pain surged, and the dog-headed officer fell flat on his face in the dirt. The commotion from the gunfire immediately drew the attention of the other soldiers. "Kill him!" the dog-headed officer shrieked in terror, while Captain Li and the two Qinshu that were left to guard were baffled. What is going on? However, doubt was just doubt. Many soldiers still obeyed their commander's orders. "Shoot him!" Open fire on Qinshu. Assault rifles, machine guns, sniper rifles. They opened a barrage of fire from various weapons on Qinshu. Qinshu immediately shielded his front with his wings. He had to protect the backpack in front of him from being shredded, and keep the bullets away from his eyes. After all, they are his most vulnerable spot. Seeing Qinshu ignore the gunfire, he marched straight toward the dog-headed officer. Everyone was stunned into silence. How can this guy be completely unfazed by bullets? "We already told you," He is not just impervious to blades and bullets. He even kicked a multi-100-kilogram mutated black bear flying with one leg. He even flew off with that mutated black bear. That is insane. How exactly did he undergo mutation to reach a level where he is literally bulletproof? I do not get it. Why did he have to kill Professor Chen? What is he even trying to do here? Bathed in a storm of bullets, Qinshu moved forward. I have to admit, that dog-headed officer has quite a knack for rallying his men. Yet I can't help but pity these soldiers. He leaped high into the air. The ground cracked instantly under his explosive power. Then he launched himself like a cannonball. Qinshu spread his wings, gliding swiftly to intercept the wounded, limping dog-headed officer and grabbing him once more. You dog, you were moving pretty fast earlier, were not you? In his semi-beast state, Qinshu, now over 2 meters tall, gripped the guy's head with one hand, lifted his entire body up, and held him out in front. The other soldiers dared not fire another shot. Qinshu then sneered. You guys serve him loyally like his pet dogs. You risk life and limb, yet you do not even get a single beast spirit orb. Why not be my dogs instead? At the very least, I would give you a cut. Beast spirit orb. What in the hell is that? Captain Li, hearing this, paused for a moment. For the first time, he actually believed what those two soldiers were saying. A sudden gunshot rang out. The sniper on the opposite roof took aim at Qinshu's head and fired. But the moment the shot was fired, Qinshu had already reacted. He instantly flicked his wing upwards, blocking the bullet. This display shocked the sniper to the core. Qinshu glanced over with a single look, scaring the hell out of the guy. Is this guy for real? That is way too overpowered. Everyone else was equally stunned. It is one thing that he is bulletproof, but his reflexes are just insane. He even managed to deflect a sniper round. Where is the armory? What is the safe code? Qinshu demanded, as he held the dog-headed officer up by the throat. The officer groaned in pain. If I do not tell you, I might still have a chance to live. If I tell you, then I am certainly a dead man. Fair point. Qinshu nodded slightly. Then he turned to Captain Li. Do you or do you not know where the armory is? Captain Li nodded and said, we all know where it is, but we do not have the clearance or the password. We can't open it. Qinshu asked again, then do you know where this dog's house is? Hearing this, the dog-headed officer immediately started screaming. Keep shooting if you want. Just do not touch my family. Qinshu sneered. It seems someone knows where you live. That makes you completely worthless to me. After saying that, Qinshu did not crush his dog head, but threw him on the ground like a bag of trash. Then he snapped his dog leg. The dog-headed officer let out a blood-curdling scream. Meanwhile, that sniper opened fire again. Qinshu leaned backward, dodging the bullet aimed at his head. Fed up with the other side, he flew straight toward the sniper on the next building's roof. In an instant, the sniper turned pale with fright. Even his hands clutching the rifle began to shake uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, Qinshu arrived. Then, like a hawk snatching a chick, he grabbed the guy with one hand and flew back. My patience has its limits. I can overlook the fact that you are soldiers who blindly obey orders, so I won't kill you all just yet. But if anyone dares to fire at me again, you will end up just like this sniper rifle. Having said that, Qinshu took the sniper rifle from his hand and crushed it in half. At this moment, the 100 soldiers on the scene began to panic, not daring to fire another shot. Good. Qinshu looked at the crowd who had stopped shooting and asked, where is the broadcasting room? I have an interesting recording to share with you all. I am going to let you listen to a very interesting recording. Very soon, Qinshu dragged the leg-broken dog-headed officer, along with the sniper and quite a few soldiers tailing behind into the broadcasting room. He played the recording from the laboratory, from tricking him into taking the rabies vaccine, to him injecting Professor Chen back, using the vaccine as a front for toxic drugs, and later, how the dog-headed officer, to save his own life, exposed that the beast spirit orbs were being stored in the armory's safe, and most of them were taken home. The whole recording was played. Upon hearing this, apart from the few insiders and guards, the two soldiers Qinshu had spared, and that Captain Li, everyone else was totally bewildered. Qinshu picked up the microphone and explained over the broadcast. Beast spirit orbs are energy cores found inside mutated animals. Consuming them allows for continued mutation and evolution. Your beloved chiefs and Professor Chen, they knew about this secret a long time ago. That is why they lied to you all, making you risk your lives to hunt down mutated beasts for them, while they used the excuse of research to secretly hoard the beast spirit orbs. Once they have collected enough, they will secretly consume them all to become unimaginably powerful. And you fools do not know a thing, still stupidly obeying their orders, risking your lives for them. Also, our fellow human-beast hybrids also have beast spirit orbs inside us. Consuming them can also lead to continuous mutation and strength. That is why he he and Professor Chen looked for an excuse, saying, "We all have a massive virus after transformation and need to inject a rabies vaccine. But the truth is, what they injected me with was a toxic drug. Once I saw through their charade, they stopped acting. They tried to kill me. And in the end, your pathetic officer, just to save his own skin, decided to use all the beast spirit orbs to buy his life from me. So, do you all get it now?" Qin Shou finished saying, "That dog-headed officer seems to know his number is up." Clenching his teeth through the pain of his broken leg, he gives a bitter smirk. "As long as I do not give you the code, none of you will ever get your hands on those beast spirit orbs." Locked inside the weapons vault, Qin Shou grabs the dogman and hauls him up, having someone lead the way to the weapons vault. Then says, "Then open your damn eyes and take a good look. Without your code, do you really think I could not figure out how to swipe all the beast spirit orbs you have been hoarding?" With that, Qin Shou kicks open the heavy, multi-ton steel vault door like it is nothing. The crowd is stunned. Is this the vault? Qin Shou punches the keypad, and with his bare hands rips the safe door open. At that moment, the dog-headed officer falls into total despair. Qin Shou pulls a suitcase from inside, pops it open, and sees it is full of beast spirit orbs. Looks like there are only 400 or 500 here. The rest must have been taken home by this dog-headed officer. With hundreds of you here, this many orbs is not enough to go around. So I will be taking these off your hands. Whoever is not satisfied, or just feeling lucky, is welcome to try and snatch them from me. As Qin Shou says this, he starts dumping the 400 or 500 orbs into his pack. His bag, which already held about 200 orbs, is now bursting at the seams. There are still about a dozen left that won't fit. Who knows where this dog's house is? Whoever takes me there gets these 14 beast spirit orbs. Once you absorb these 14 orbs, you will basically be tough enough that blades and bullets won't even scratch you. After witnessing Qin Shou's monstrous strength, the soldiers on the scene, no one dares to step up and grab the orbs. Right then, the pig-snouted soldier who was let go by Qin Shou earlier steps forward and speaks up. "I know where his place is. At 3 in the morning, we used a transport vehicle to drop him off at home." Qin Shou nods. "Good enough. Take me to his house, and those remaining few orbs are yours." The pig-snouted man excitedly stuffs the orbs into his pocket. Even though he did not get to revolt and gobble up hundreds of them, getting a dozen or so is not bad at all. The dog-headed officer screams in rage. "You coward, if you have got guts, come at me. Leave my family out of this." Qin Shou could not care less, picks up his bulging backpack, and leaves with the pig-snouted man in tow. The soldiers gathered by the entrance scramble to get out of the way. They all want the orbs, but none dare to be the first to reach for them. However, a few ruthless guys are already eyeing the unlucky dog-headed officer. They use a knife to cut open his stomach to get the orbs inside. Amidst the excitement, there is unease. Everything he said is true. Beast-transformed humans carry spirit orbs in their bodies too. In an instant, panic spreads. These comrades in arms now seem even more dangerous than the mutated beasts. Someone seems to have an idea and rushes toward the lab building, because that is where Professor Chen's specimens are, and there are still mutated carcasses from the morning's hunt that have not been fully dissected yet. And at this time, Qin Shou dragged the pig-headed man along, heading straight toward the house of the dog-headed officer. I hope his family has not consumed any beast spirit orbs yet. To the left, that largest villa in the middle of the luxury compound is his place. The pig-headed man pointed nervously, terrified he would be silenced once they arrived. At this moment, he suddenly felt a pang of regret, but it was too late. He had no choice but to gamble, betting that the other person was a man of principle, a person of his word, and someone who would not just slaughter the innocent. Qin Shou carried him and touched down immediately. Both the outer walls and the door of the villa were closed, but thanks to his sonar tracking, Qin Shou was able to pick up noises coming from inside, allowing him to judge how many people were in there. Moreover, the cries for help from a woman nearby were even more distinct. Qin Shou furrowed his brows slightly. It has only been one night, and already some people have started acting like animals. Listening to the faint but audible voices 100 meters away, Qin Shou suddenly asked, "Is that family surnamed Hong? How did you know?" The pig-headed man was stunned. Qin Shou did not answer. No wonder they grew so brazen after just one night. Qin Shou flew directly toward the villa one building over. The pig-headed man faltered for a second, then quickly chased after him, whispering loudly, "Boss, it is not over there." In just 2 seconds, Qin Shou leapt 100 meters and arrived at the entrance of the other villa. A thick, fresh stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. The sounds from inside grew even clearer. "Stop struggling. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one is coming to save you. Hong Shicheng, you deserve a miserable death. I have become like this, and you still recognize me. Looks like you were just pretending to be pure all this time. In reality, you have been dying for me to notice you. Have not you? I will kill you. Go ahead. I won't stop you. If you can kill me, then you are truly impressive. But if you can't, then I will have to show you what I am truly capable of." I wonder if you, having not transformed, can handle it. The man named Hong Shicheng taunted. Suddenly, footsteps were heard approaching. He turned back and glanced toward the kitchen door. The woman was gripping a fruit knife in both hands and violently stabbed toward his body. However, the knife hit him like it was stabbing into a concrete wall. It could not even penetrate an inch. Hong Shicheng looked massive, covered in black fur, transformed into something akin to a black gorilla. His right hand grabbed the woman's wrists tightly, while his left hand tore her clothes apart. He laughed lewdly. Your dad and brother do not seem to be dead yet. They are on their way here right now. I will let them watch exactly how I have my way with you. Outside the entrance, the pig-headed man caught up, seeing the villa's door left open, and the two male corpses lying inside. His first reaction was, these two men were killed by a beast, but upon closer inspection, he immediately dismissed the thought. Because someone killed by a beast is usually eaten in large parts, their bodies would not remain this intact. So, these were killed by a human. He hesitated for a moment and followed Qin Shou inside timidly. It can be confirmed, these two corpses were definitely murdered. Look, their bodies show no signs of being mauled by beasts. No missing limbs either. One likely had their abdomen pierced by a sharp tool. Fresh blood is still gushing out. The other has a head injury. It looks like they were bludgeoned to death by a hammer bigger than a fist. Fresh blood is still trickling out. From inside the kitchen, a man and a woman's voices came drifting out. The pig-headed soldier was a bit anxious, but then he thought, whatever, the sky's already fallen. With that freakish birdman up front holding the line, he felt a lot more at ease. Hey you pig snout, come take a look at this. Is this animal the son of that dog-headed bastard? Qin Shou walked to the kitchen entrance and called out. Hong Shicheng thought it was Zhang Yanchu's father or brother who had not finished dying completely, so he forced himself to walk over. But behind him, the voice of a total stranger sounded out. You animal! Hong Shicheng sneered as he turned his head, then spoke with pure arrogance. Well, look at that, a birdman with wings, trying to play the hero and save the beauty. Help, help me! With red tear-filled eyes, Zhang Yanchu pleaded, sobbing. At this moment, she was only wearing wide-legged sleeping shorts. Her top had already been torn to shreds by Hong Shicheng, revealing her fair, stunningly sexy upper body. You could tell she had not consumed any meat before the beast transformation disaster, and that is why, after the catastrophe struck, she remained in her original human form. Women who were vegans had absolutely no physical mutations after the disaster hit, and to have a woman this beautiful, in this dog-eat-dog brutal, beast-filled apocalypse, was the ultimate tragedy. Qin Shou had heard about this in his past life, and even seen quite a few related videos. The most widely circulated ones were those filmed in an upscale district in Modu where teen idols and influencers lived. Those vegan female celebrities and web influencers were imprisoned by a pack of male beast mutants, using their accounts to live stream them, forced into all sorts of poses. Besides that, many other women who retained their figures and features were also ruined by these scumbags. In his past life, Qin Shou hated this scum more than anything. He ignored Hong Shicheng and turned his head to look at the pig-headed soldier. Upon seeing him, the pig-headed soldier rushed over. His eyes first landed on the woman's tempting, exposed body. Only then did he hurry to look at the guy, who was massive like a raccoon dog, standing over 2 meters tall. This should not be. He was not sure, because the Hong Shicheng he saw at night clearly had sheep's wool and a chicken comb on his head, but he did not recognize this Hong Shicheng. Hong Shicheng, however, recognized him, because his pig snout was incredibly distinct, and he was wearing a military uniform. Therefore, Hong Shicheng immediately said, I recognize that pig snout of yours. Since we are on the same side, I won't hold it against you guys. Of course, if you guys do not mind. After I am finished with her, you can have a turn as well. The pig-headed man was stunned. Are you Master Hong? Hong Shicheng said smugly. Looks like my transformation is quite something. When my father returns and sees me like this, he definitely won't recognize me either. And then he will be completely shocked. The pig-headed man muttered to himself. Your old man is not coming back. Qin Shou walked straight toward him. Now that I have identified you, this'll be easy. The pig-headed man silently mourned for Hong Shicheng for 3 seconds, held down by Hong Shicheng's hand on her wrist. The barefoot woman felt her hope vanish entirely. She never thought these two were in cahoots with Hong Shicheng, and what fueled her despair and hatred even more was that these soldiers were actually helping the villain. That beast spirit orb your old man brought back. How many have you swallowed in total? Qin Shou strolled into the kitchen, asking as he walked. The beast spirit orb. Hong Shicheng replied. You mean those orbs that make you stronger once consumed? I have only swallowed 727. of them, didn't dare to take too many at once, afraid of the side effects. But even with just that small amount, I have already become absurdly powerful. If I could just finish those few hundred more, I feel like I would be invincible. Qinshu replied, then you will have to pray for invincibility in your next life. What do you mean? While Hong Xicheng was still confused, his right arm suddenly throbbed with sharp pain. By the time he realized what was happening, he saw his right arm had been ripped clean off at the elbow by this birdman. The excruciating pain from the severed limb made Hong Xicheng shriek. Bright red blood poured relentlessly from his stump. Zhang Yanshu was stunned into silence. She watched as he still tried to hold onto his own severed, hairy black arm. Her face turned ghastly pale in an instant, and her legs went weak, collapsing onto the floor. The pig-headed man knew Hong Xicheng was about to be finished off. After all, this birdman was a freak who did not even flinch, even under the concentrated fire of 100 men. Plus, he had kicked open a multi-ton burglar-proof vault door. You could tell his strength had mutated. He had evolved into a real monster. You bastard! Hong Xicheng endured the agony, swinging his left hand at Qinshu. But before he could finish an insult, his left hand met the same fate as his right, instantly torn off by Qinshu. Hong Xicheng let out a bone-chilling scream. Want to know how your old man's 2 dog legs got broken? Qinshu said while delivering a kick that sent Hong Xicheng kneeling at Zhang Yanshu's feet. Then, with a heavy stomp, barefooted Qinshu crushed Hong Xicheng's left leg. Even the marble floor underneath cracked, shattering his lower leg into pieces. Hong Xicheng shrieked in agony once more. Qinshu said, that is right. That is exactly how I crushed your old man's left leg. And the right one was finished off by a stray bullet I fired. It is a pity I am out of ammo now, so I will just have to stomp your right leg into pieces too. With that, Qinshu delivered another kick, thoroughly crippling Hong Xicheng, leaving him with both arms and legs completely destroyed. Behind him, the pig-headed man watched in sheer terror. Qinshu observed the now stunned Zhang Yanshu, who had forgotten to cry, and forgotten how to think. He said, he killed your family. If you want to take personal revenge, I will give you the chance. If you do not, I will just kill him right now. Zhang Yanshu finally snapped back to reality. She shakily reached out from the floor, grabbing the concealed blade to finish off Hong Xicheng. But the fruit knife's blade was already curled. Qinshu suggested, you can take those scissors and stab them right into his eyes. That is the only spot where you can kill him. Hong Xicheng's skin and flesh have mutated, becoming impenetrable to blades and bullets. Ordinary weapons, used by ordinary people, cannot break through his defense at all. That is why his most vulnerable eyes have become the fatal weak point where even regular people can end him. Upon hearing this, Hong Xicheng stopped screaming. He started begging desperately, don't kill me. I will give you anything you want. Zhang Yanshu stood up, her body trembling. She grabbed a pair of sharp scissors from the kitchen rack. Her hands shook. She stammered, I want you dead. I am doing this for my father. I am doing this to avenge my brother. Kill him. Kill this animal. Qinshu grabbed Hong Xicheng's head with one hand, and used his index and middle fingers to pry open his eyelids, giving him no chance to close his eyes. He made him watch every single moment of his demise. The vulnerable woman he once defiled was now going to stab him to death in front of him. No. At this moment, the roles were reversed. Before, it was Zhang Yanshu begging for mercy in despair, but her father and brother were still slaughtered by him, and she herself had narrowly escaped his twisted abuse. Now, he was the one begging for his life, but Zhang Yanshu was not only unmoved, she became even more resolute and cold. She aimed the sharp scissors, and slowly drove them into his right eye. The screeching continued. The pig-headed soldier watched the sharp scissors slowly pierce his eyeball. Sinking deep inside, he felt completely nauseated. This scene was even more brutal and bloody than the hunting of the beasts. Zhang Yanshu pulled the scissors out. Her blood-stained hands were shaking even more. She took a deep breath. The thought of her upper body being torn apart by Hong Xicheng, now fully exposed, and the fact that he had leered at her, steadied her hands around the scissors. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, she stabbed fast and ruthlessly into Hong Xicheng's left eye, twisting them back and forth. This time, Hong Xicheng made no sound of agony. It was unclear if he had passed out, or if he was already dead. Qinshu released his right hand from his skull, and his body collapsed onto the floor with a thud. Having avenged her family, Zhang Yanshu seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She slumped back onto the floor once more, dropped the scissors, hugged her knees with both hands, covering her exposed chest, and buried her face to weep. In his past life, Qinshu had seen far more cruel and pitiable victims. He had become quite numb to it by now. He proceeded to rip open Hong Xicheng's abdomen with his bare hands, extracted a beast spirit orb from within, and tossed it to his feet. Carrying a backpack filled with beast spirit orbs. He walked out of the kitchen, saying, "He still has family. If you feel that it is not enough, then I will leave his family to you to kill. Go ahead and finish them off. Extract the beast spirit orbs from their stomachs and swallow them. Then you will become powerful. When you encounter such scum again, you will have the means to defend yourself and strike back." Zhang Yunshu looked up, teary-eyed, watching Qin Shou's retreating figure. In this moment, Qin Shou, with wings on his back, was her guardian angel. The pig-headed soldier hurried after Qin Shou toward the Hong family villa. He was deeply impressed, and then said weakly, I was worried you were as lawless and brutal as Hong Shicheng, a complete monster, but now that I know you are a good man, with a sense of justice, my mind is at ease. Qin Shou ignored him, thinking, if not for you holding your fire at the oceanarium, still acting like a soldier with a conscience, I would have killed you and fed your orb to a fae long ago. Returning to the Hong villa, Qin Shou did not waste any time. He kicked the door wide open. The 3 men and 2 women inside jumped in shock. The first one had distorted features like a dog, complete with brown and black fur. The woman, seeing it was not a beast crashing in, felt relieved, then said indignantly, "Who gave you the nerve to break in here? Do you know whose house this is?" The other, a feline-type mutant, sounded like she was in her 20s. The woman grabbed a shotgun, acting arrogant and cocky. "2 deathwish fools. Do you know who my dad is?" The other one looked like he was barely in his teens, with features of a sheep and a dog. The boy also raised a submachine gun, thinking, that pig-looking guy is wearing a uniform, which means they definitely know the secret of the orbs. Knowing Dad brought back many orbs last night, they must be here to rob us. Then just kill them. The Catwoman fired straight away. The terrified pig-headed soldier dove behind Qin Shou. The boy also pulled the trigger, emptying his entire magazine. But then they stood frozen in shock. They had hit him with so many rounds. Why was this birdman with wings not bleeding a single drop? To make matters worse, he was shaking off the bullets and stepping closer to them. Like father, like son, Qin Shou walked into the Hong house, bullets bouncing off him. Seeing that this whole family was nothing but trash, he felt no remorse killing them. Besides, as the person who killed their father, to prevent revenge, I must wipe the slate clean. No loose ends. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. It may be cruel, but in this post-apocalyptic world where lives are cheap, you must learn to be ruthless. Qin Shou planned to finish this quickly, wipe out this family, and take their beast spirit orbs. But hearing the soft approaching footsteps of Zhang Yunshu outside, he suddenly recalled what he would said to her earlier. These bullets are really annoying now. I almost forgot to leave you all for the victim to finish off, personally. His cold, indifferent statement made the faces of the 5 Hong family members turn pale. What does he mean? Who is this victim the Birdman is talking about? And he took all those shots. Why is he completely unharmed? Just as they were paralyzed with dread, Qin Shou suddenly transformed into a blur, instantly appearing right in front of them. Taking them out is going to be satisfying. A Catwoman covered in fur from head to toe. The Beastkin suddenly let out a sharp, miserable scream. Before she could even react, everything went black before her eyes. Qin Shou's towering figure flashed right in front of her. Then the hands holding that assault rifle were instantly twisted into pretzels. She let out a piercing shriek of pain. At the entrance, the pig-headed soldier watched in sheer terror. He was terrified of being caught in the crossfire, so he did not dare to step an inch closer. Seeing the Hong family princess, now a Catwoman, have both her hands twisted to ruin like that, he could not help but gasp in shock. He was deathly afraid that he had somehow offended a big shot. They were twisted into pretzels. The woman, who looked like a human-dog hybrid, started to panic. She was just about to beg for mercy, but Qin Shou had absolutely no intention of giving them a chance to plead. In the next second, he flashed right in front of her. Then another scream echoed. This human-dog creature had her limbs instantly crippled by Qin Shou. Watching such a brutal scene, the pig-headed soldier at the door trembled in fear. As a soldier, though he had not seen much active combat, nor witnessed the true cruelty of war, ever since the apocalypse began last night, he had experienced enough bloodshed and carnage. But compared to what was happening right before his eyes, last night's massacre felt like a walk in the park, because that was just killing, while what Qin Shou was doing now was pure torture. If he had not seen with his own eyes that Qin Shou was a decent guy, who did not take advantage of that girl, and even helped her, letting her kill Hong and take her revenge, he would have surely mistaken Qin Shou for an absolute monster. Right then, Zhang Yunshu clutched the scissors that killed Hong Shicheng. She was dazed, but her steps were firm as she approached. She still had not fully recovered from the tragedy. After all, her father and brother were just brutally killed by Hong, and she was almost defiled by him as well. But her mind was clear now. That is why she came to take her revenge. They say revenge should not involve family, but she had only one thought in her mind now: to give them a taste of their own medicine, to pay them back in their own coin, and wipe out the entire Hong family as a tribute to her father and brother's souls. They are all yours. Qin Shou's hearing was extraordinary. He could track Zhang Yunshu's footsteps and could pinpoint Her exact location, he said without turning his head. Leaving the Hong family members now crippled behind, he started rummaging through the place. He swallowed the remaining beast spirit orbs. Soon, in the study, he found an impressive collection of beast spirit orbs. Good grief, how are there so many left? Although he did not count them, judging by the hundreds in one suitcase. In these 5 cases, there must be at least 500 or 600. It means the soldiers had spent the whole night hunting, harvesting thousands of orbs from the beast kin. Most of them were taken by the Hongs, and the few officers in charge of the extraction. As for the Hong family, the one who consumed the most was definitely Hong Shicheng. He had swallowed 727 of them. The others were too weak. They did not have much of an appetite, did not consume much, which explains why there were so many left, including those from the raid on the zoo, as well as the beast spirit orbs looted from the military base earlier. By now, the number of beast spirit orbs Qinshu had collected had already broken through the 1,000 mark. A conservative estimate of the quantity should be around 1,300. He found a suitcase in the room next door. While filling it with beast spirit orbs, he inwardly cursed those wicked corrupt officials and wealthy elites. No wonder shortly after the beast transformation catastrophe struck, such insanely powerful experts were born. Forget 1,000 beast spirit orbs. Even if you fed 100 to a dog, it would be enough to make the dog ascend on the spot, becoming the dog emperor. If he had this many beast spirit orbs to feed on in his previous life, even if he started out as a weakling, he could have brute forced his way into becoming a legend. Indeed, whether in times of peace or during the apocalypse, those who can rise up quickly will only be the ones with power and influence. For ordinary people to rise up quickly, unless they are as lucky as he was, otherwise, they will only be left in despair, becoming insignificant cannon fodder in the post-apocalyptic beast tide. Outside the study, the 5 members of the Hong family are begging for mercy in agony and terror. It seems Zhang Yunshu has already taken her revenge. Qinshu walked out carrying the suitcase full of beast spirit orbs. He did not see Zhang Yunshu screaming while killing. Her personality had gone through a massive shift. From a completely innocent, pitiful weak girl, she had transformed in a flash into a cold-blooded assassin, slicing throats as easily as slaughtering chickens. Qinshu looked at Zhang Yunshu, whose hands were stained with blood, and had to express his admiration. After all, when he killed for the first time, his face was pale, his hands were shaking, and his heart was restless. But Zhang Yunshu was not that composed. Not as if nothing had happened, but thinking of what Zhang Yunshu had just gone through, witnessing her father and brother being murdered, and the scene where she was almost violated. He fully understood why she had changed so much. Moreover, Zhang Yunshu's transformation was also driven by his influence. It was precisely because he had coaxed Zhang Yunshu to kill Hong Shicheng herself to exact revenge, and even taught her how to do it, that she turned into this. They also have beast spirit orbs in their bodies. If you want to become stronger, to wipe out scumbags like Hong Shicheng, then cut them open, swallow the beast spirit orbs inside, and make yourself powerful. That is all. Qinshu waved his hand, without taking a single cloud with him. He walked away with a suitcase full of beast spirit orbs, enough for him to live without worries in the apocalypse. He was not some kind-hearted saint, so he would not just give some to Zhang Yunshu. Even though he had already hoarded thousands of them, he had already done enough by saving Zhang Yunshu, a stranger, at the darkest of moments, and telling her the secret that swallowing beast spirit orbs makes you stronger. That was generous enough. As to whether she lives or dies later, or what kind of person she becomes, that is none of his business. At the entrance, the pig-headed soldier watched Qinshu walking out with a suitcase. He could not help but look at him with envy. That suitcase must be filled with hundreds of beast spirit orbs. If one could swallow them all, how strong would they be? But he knew his place. He did not dare to have any thoughts of looting. He also did not dare to shamelessly ask the big boss for some, lest the boss gets annoyed and kills him on the spot, and then easily packs up the rest he could not carry. Take the 14 beast spirit orbs I gave him. Get out of the Hong family estate. Qinshu spread his wings and took flight immediately, leaving the pig-headed soldier standing there in the wind, completely bewildered. He just left. What about me? He was totally dumbfounded. But then he let out a sigh of relief. After all, he was worried Qinshu would go back on his word and kill him after crossing the bridge. Since Qinshu just flew away, he could take this opportunity to find somewhere safe to hide, swallow the 14 beast spirit orbs that Qinshu gave him as a guide fee. See how far I can evolve. Just as he made up his mind, he looked back. Suddenly, he was startled by Zhang Yunshu. He saw Zhang Yunshu reaching her blood-stained hands into the belly of the Hong family lady to rummage around. She dug out a beast spirit orb from inside, and without caring that her hands were covered in gore, she just shoved the orb into her mouth. He suddenly wondered, will this girl eventually turn into a terrifying demon that everyone fears? Qinshu did not know that at this moment, Zhang Yunshu had already started to go completely rogue. In her heart, only one thought remained to grow stronger. She only wanted to slaughter every scum like Hong Shicheng under the sun. So she abandoned her human beauty. Under Qin Shou's influence, she tore open the bellies of the Hong family and swallowed the beast spirit orbs inside them, thus beginning her journey of transformation. Jiyu Wenzhao, the pig-headed soldier, witnessed her transformation process after swallowing the beast spirit orb. He felt both pity and sorrow. Such a beautiful girl, ending up like this. Damn this future. Damn you, Hong Shicheng. Although Hong Shicheng is dead, that did not stop him from still loathing that bastard in his heart. My condolences. Looking at Zhang Yunshu, who remained silent, enduring the pain of the physical mutation during the transformation, Jiyu Wenzhao could only sigh. Then, having offered some comfort, he quietly departed. He did not dare stay, fearing Zhang Yunshu might be blinded by hatred, and in her bloodlust, might end up killing him too. So after leaving, he hid in the Hong family garage, and secretly swallowed the beast spirit orbs Qin Shou had paid him. He also craved power as strong as Qin Shou's. Meanwhile, Qin Shou was flying back to find the baby panda. He did not know if the little guy could hold up. After devouring the 17 beast spirit orbs, he left for it. That adds up to a whopping 30 beast spirit orbs consumed, even though they were all just common low-grade beast spirit orbs. But a lot makes a feast. If you threw these at any dog, it would mutate to be bigger than a car. But thinking about how the little guy swallowed those, and all it did was get bigger, with no obvious signs of mutation, Qin Shou did not dare expect too much from it. That is exactly why he named the little guy a Fei, the good-for-nothing. After all, in his past life and this one, it was the most useless mutated animal he would encountered. Just as Qin Shou was flying back to check on a Fei, he had already managed to attract quite a crowd below. Holy crap, is that even human? Look, some birdman just flew over from the rooftop. He is wearing clothes. He has got hands and feet. Damn, that is for sure a human. If only. I wish I could grow wings too, and just fly away freely. Damn it all. I just want to be human again. Look at me. I have turned into some sort of chicken-clawed zubaji. It looks hideous. There is no going back. I have a feeling this is what we are going to look like from now on. Even people abroad are mutating now, according to the news. They say that whatever animal you ate before the mutation is the kind of traits you develop after. That is why we are so screwed for eating pork and chicken. Looking like a damn pig monster. If I had known this would happen, I would not have touched a piece of pork, even if it killed me. But it is too late for regrets now. I can only pray the government develops a vaccine to stop the mutations and turn us back into humans. Very soon, Qin Shou flew back to the hotel rooftop, not far from the military base. Before he went to take down the base, he had left a Fei settled on the hotel roof. Now that over an hour has passed, I wonder if a Fei finished eating the beast spirit orbs and ran off because it got bored. Even though this little guy is quite the waste, swallowing dozens of beast spirit orbs and still acting like a lazy bear. But considering it is only 2 days old, and it is already a meter-tall panda, theoretically its various abilities and physical attributes are far superior to ordinary animals. Therefore, if it could not sit still, the rooftop door definitely would not be able to hold it back. And sure enough, my worst fears were realized. Qin Shou, still in midair, could already see with his eagle-like vision that the hotel roof was completely empty. However, the door to the roof was intact, which meant a Fei did not leave through the stairs. Thinking of this, Qin Shou was suddenly worried. Holy crap, it did not jump off the building, did it? That is like 20 stories high. Qin Shou hurriedly descended to the rooftop. If a Fei really jumped, it would most likely be splattered to death. Even if it survived, it would be severely injured, and then eaten by other mutated beasts. After all, what a Fei swallowed were just beast spirit orbs from the average mutated animals. It did not possess the same god-tier survival and self-healing abilities as the tardigrade or the axolotl that I have. Just thinking about my hard-earned investment of 730 beast spirit orbs, which I raised like my own child, just being snuffed out like that, and getting eaten by some other beast. Qin Shou felt deeply frustrated and pained. He hurriedly scanned the perimeter of the roof, and eventually, he found traces on the corner wall that suggested a Fei had climbed down. Thank goodness. It might be stupid enough not to know how to take the stairs, but at least it was not stupid enough to just jump off. Qin Shou calmed down a bit. After all, this evidence proved that his investment had not gone down the drain. At the same time, Qin Shou also felt quite reassured. Little our Fei was not as pathetic as he had imagined. The fact that those bear claws could scale a concrete wall was enough to show its strength had evolved to be exceptionally powerful. Its claws were as hard as steel now. That was the good news. But the bad news was that Qin Shou followed a Fei's climbing trail to look downwards, but could not find a trace of it. The noise level all around was chaotic. No matter how good his hearing was, it was difficult to filter through the din to find little A Fei. especially since after swallowing those 17 beast spirit orbs, a Fei had probably already grown into big A Fei. The infant monster has also grown into a giant baby monster. So even if little A Fei is looking for him, he would not be able to hear it either. What a handful. Qinshu tucked his wings away. He carried a backpack stuffed with beast spirit orbs on his back, and a suitcase full of more orbs in his hand, walking helplessly down the street, searching for his lost baby panda. A Fei, Qinshu shouted from time to time. If little A Fei were nearby and heard him calling, he would definitely come running over immediately. After all, in little A Fei's heart, he is like a father figure. In the air, Qinshu faintly caught a scent that seemed to be the first scent of little A Fei. He had been flying with little A Fei for a long time before, so he was extremely familiar with the way he smelled. It was just a very faint scent, indicating that little A Fei had not stayed here for too long. On the street, cars were in a chaotic mess. After the beast transformation catastrophe hit, many roads were cluttered with wrecks. He happened to be at a crossroad right now. The pileup here was quite severe. Many cars had piled up because the drivers suddenly lost control of their vehicles after the transformation and crashed into each other. The subsequent hunger that came after the transformation calmed down, forced the drivers to get out, look for food, and replenish their energy, to the point that the traffic was completely paralyzed. No way to get through at all. Plus, they were not far from the military base. Those who evolved after the transformation were insanely hungry and became unwilling to remain submissive to humans any longer. The mutant beasts began hunting down humans everywhere. So from last night until now, the sounds of military gunfire hunting mutant beasts were everywhere. As a result, in broad daylight, you could not see a single person on the street. The vast majority of people were hiding indoors, waiting for instructions from the government and military. Therefore, seeing Qinshu walking down the street with a large backpack and dragging a suitcase, all those looking out from their hiding spots could not help but complain. This guy must be tired of living. How dare he go out there alone? And looking at him, he seems to be just packing up luggage to go home. Why is he bare-armed? It looks like his body has not shown any signs of beast-like mutations. The outside is filled with man-eating mutant beasts right now. A 2-meter-tall giant panda just passed by a moment ago. Yet here he is, walking down the street so blatantly, even shouting to look for people every now and then. That is just plain suicide. Look, that mutant dog that just walked by was indeed attracted by him. Looks like he is about to be eaten. With noise echoing from all directions within 100 meters, Qinshu calmed his heart down and could barely make out what they were saying. Through their chatter, he realized that little A Fei had already grown and evolved to over 2 meters tall, which warmed his heart even more. Those 30 beast spirit orbs did not go to waste after all. Little A Fei finally turned into big A Fei. He was not far from becoming a giant mountable beast. As for the mutant beast over 3 meters long, that was attracted to him and comparable in size to a Siberian tiger, Qinshu could not even be bothered to deal with it. After all, he was wealthy now, carrying hundreds of beast spirit orbs with him. So he already looked down on the low-quality orbs from such minor beasts. He could not be bothered to hunt them for food. However, to these mutant beasts, he was just too delicious. The high-purity energy exuding from the beast spirit orbs inside him, to any mutant beast with a sharp sense of smell, was the most tempting feast. The mutant dog let out a growl and lunged directly at Qinshu. At this moment, Qinshu looked like a normal human, but his skin showed subtle signs of beast mutation. It was as taut and hardened, like he was covered in a layer of brownish beetle shell. The crowd hiding in the buildings on both sides of the street were watching in secret, whispering and gossiping anxiously. I am speechless. Look at that idiot. In a situation like this, he still dares to head out, and crying out loud looking for people at that. Isn't that just begging for death? The government, the military, and all the news outlets said everyone should stay indoors and not go outside. Yet some blockheads just do not listen, insisting on running out there to serve as lunch for those mutated beasts. Good thing we went out and scavenged plenty of food last night, so we won't have to worry about eating for at least the next half month. I just wonder if order can be restored after that half month is up. At this moment, the blockheads they were mocking were also mentally mocking them back. The network has not crashed yet, and the beast transformation catastrophe is happening worldwide. These people are actually still so naive, thinking the government and military can survive this crisis, turn the tide, and restore social order. Right now, the vast majority of mutated beasts are still in their initial stage of transformation, relatively weak. Therefore, this is the prime time for humans to slaughter them, and also the best window for continuous evolution. In his past life, Qinshu believed that bullshit from the government and media, missing the golden window of development, living as a puny weakling for 2 months, and dying a miserable death. Just as Qinshu was ruminating to himself, that tiger-eyed mutated dog had already opened its blood-soaked maw and pounced toward his head. Another poor bastard. Unless you are starving to death. Otherwise, you really should not go out. These mutated beasts are too terrifying. I definitely do not want to be eaten alive by them. Just as they were holding a moment of silence for Qin-Shou, they suddenly saw that beast, with its wide blood-soaked maw lunging at Qin-Shou, suddenly scatter into pieces and fall to the ground. Across the street, inside the third-floor internet cafe, a group of mutants with pig, duck, or chicken traits gathered by the glass window, watching and discussing. What just happened? Did it miss its pounce? No way. Why is that guy still dragging his suitcase and walking by so calmly? Is he blind? Didn't he see that mutated dog nearly swallow him whole? I do not know. Maybe I misread it. He seems to have used a flash ability. Suddenly flashed a meter or two. That is why the beast did not bite him. What the heck, Flash? Do you think this is a game of League of Legends? That is not it. Why did that beast just fail so badly? Sprawled on the ground and did not move. And why is its fur bristling? There is still smoke rising from it. At the same time, a shifty-eyed mutant stared in shock and said, I think I saw it. That guy seems to be able to discharge electricity. Just as the beast was pouncing on him, he dodged the bite with a quick sidestep, and then quickly reached out and touched the dog's head, electrocuting that beast to death on the spot. The crowd gasped. What the heck? Discharge electricity. You think this is some kind of sci-fi movie? So someone was actually able to see through me. Enhanced hearing allows Qin-Shou to clearly hear the faint sounds within a 100-meter radius, while enhanced mental power allows him to multitask, processing various pieces of information simultaneously. He turned his head to look at the third-floor internet cafe across the street. I am surprised my reaction time is this fast. To think someone could actually catch the clear, frame-by-frame details of that beast dog being insta-killed. Is that little rat-eyed bastard the one? As expected. Those beady eyes look like a monster's. Wonder what animal he ate before the beast transformation to actually gain such incredible dynamic vision. Could he have eaten a bullfrog? Although he has got those narrow eyes. Both of his eyeballs show clear, bulging symptoms of beast transformation. His skin has also turned a sort of greenish yellow. It truly bears several hallmarks of a bullfrog-type transformation. If that is the case, then being able to see clearly from dozens of meters away explains how he spotted my specific move. After all, bullfrogs have extremely sharp dynamic vision. They do not perceive stationary objects well, but once they start moving, even if a bullet flies past, they can precisely track its flight path. I considered acquiring the bullfrog's ocular talent at the start, since bullfrogs also possess strong night vision, but in the end I was put off by its hideous appearance and its poor sensory perception of static objects. I chose the much cooler Hawkeye vision instead. After killing the beast dog, I did not linger. I sniffed the air for the scent of Faye left behind, trying to track the general direction the little guy went. Since there was a noise nearby, like a 2-meter-tall panda appeared, it means a Faye has not gone far, and at that time it should not have been in danger. It is just a bit odd. Technically, a Faye is not deaf. It has swallowed a full 30 beast spirit orbs, even if it did not gain the innate abilities of other animals, and no specific animal traits appeared. The panda itself is constantly evolving and growing, so its hearing should have heightened significantly, unless it ran a kilometer away. Otherwise, with me shouting this loudly, a Fae definitely should have heard me, and it should have come running. So could it be that those soldiers were shooting wildly nearby, or perhaps it was hunted down by some beast that evolved to be particularly powerful in a short time? I shouted again, a Fae. Suddenly, on the floor to the left, a hot-tempered guy with a bull's head poked out. He started barking insults. What the hell is your problem? Piss off if you want to die. You scream one more time and see if I do not come down and hack you to pieces. I looked up immediately and apologized. My bad. As I said that, I turned back, squatted, and grabbed the beast dog by its hindquarters. I took aim at the 4th floor where he was poking his head out, and hurled it at the bull-headed jerk who was cursing below. Think of this dog as my apology for the noise. With a loud thud, the over 3-meter-long, half-ton beast dog was sent flying by my terrifying strength. Even though, to save my stamina, I intentionally suppressed 90% of the beast spirit orb's energy. The boost from that 10% of energy was still horrifying, to put it mildly. This is the benefit of consuming the bullet ant before the transformation. That is why innate beast transformers have an advantage over acquired ones. The fusion and compatibility of innate abilities are just higher. Otherwise, for acquired types like Zhang Yunshu, unless she happens to get lucky, hunts down a beast with powerful innate abilities, and manages to swallow high-grade orbs, she won't keep up. Otherwise, their abilities post-transformation will clearly be weaker than other transformed types. In that split second, the raging bull-headed man stood frozen in shock.